plans give you coverage you can.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Johnny Rinse tonight, and I need it more. Like kick myself in and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat that short smells like a dog car. Johnny Rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Colin Sexton on the left wing. Holds the dribble. Looks for Knipple. On Knipple around the Kalkbrenner screen. Pass to Miles Bridges. Straight away three is short. Long rebound to Cason Wallace. Wallace across midcourt to the left side. Drives into the paint. Kick to the corner. Dort to the high post. Hartenstein bangs off of Kalkbrenner and then misses the rim entirely. Hit the left side of the backboard. Rebound to Kalkbrenner. Colin Sexton, the blur into the paint, goes up. Swatted away by Chet Holmgren. And the Hornets ball on the baseline. 10:38 left in the first quarter. We're tied at 2. Colin Sexton. Baseline inbound. Had Miles Bridges for a moment. Instead goes to the corner. Knipple for three. No. Rebound secured by Hartenstein. 90 seconds into the game. Tied ball game 2 apiece. Wallace driving. Flips it to Sexton. Wrong team. He passed to the guy wearing orange. Hornets get the break. Sexton. Cross court for Bridges. Back to Sexton. Colin Sexton to Miles Bridges on the wing. Hand off Knipple. Knipple back to Bridges in the corner. Miles, 6 on the shot clock. He'll fire the 3. No, left it short, and it'll go out of play. I was wondering if we'd get the Thunder passing to the orange jerseys, and first turnover of the day, good example of that. 2 minutes in, low scoring. Thunder elite in all facets of the game, but particularly on the defensive side. Lob play, looking for Holmgren, disrupted by the Hornets, recovered by Ryan Kalkbrenner. Give the big man the steal. Cross-court pass, Knipple to the corner for Sion James. 3-ball, no. Rebound, Hartenstein. Hornets slow out of the gates, 0 for 4 from distance. Thunder slow out of the gates. They've committed 2 turnovers. Wallace inside, lay-in attempt, missed. Rebound, Colin Sexton. They'll race it up the left side of the floor to Kalkbrenner running the floor. Kalkbrenner goes up and he's fouled. SGA got him across the arms. Good job by the big man to beat Hartenstein and Holmgren into the paint. And that'll earn 2 free throws here for Ryan Kalkbrenner. Kalkbrenner missed the game the other day. Congrats to him and his wife and the entire Kalkbrenner family on the brand new baby girl. Less than, 72 hours old at this stage? No better reason to miss a ball game. The Hornets are thankful to have him back. He sinks both free throws. And the Hornets regain the lead 4-2. 9:25 left in the first quarter. Cason Wallace to Hartenstein, back to Wallace. Wallace feeds SGA. SGA into the paint, delivers down low to Hartenstein, back to the basket. Goes up with the left hand, and he puts it in for 2. Isaiah Hartenstein's got all 4 for the Thunder. And we're all tied up 3 minutes in. Sexton to the baseline, to Bridges, extra pass, Knipple, wing 3, yes! Con Knipple ripped the net cord, drilling another Lowe's 3-point shot. That's number 40 already for Con Knipple. More on that in a moment. Hornets lead at 7-4. It is Chet Holmgren backing his way in on Sexton, goes up, left is short, rebound, Holmgren. Holmgren up off the glass, good for 2. 7-6, Charlotte with the lead. Knipple on the right side, flips it to Bridges, up top Sexton on the Bug logo at midcourt. Sexton, 1 dribble, pull up the 3, is good. Colin Sexton shooting 42% from beyond the arc this season. And he makes it 10-6 in favor of Charlotte. Backdoor cut for SGA. He'll pull up for 2, yes. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on the board. Hornets still leading by 2. Con Knipple, mid-range pull-up, off the back iron, rebounded by SGA. Gilgeous-Alexander swimming upstream, into the paint, kick out, Wallace for 3, yes. And the Thunder take the lead 11-10 And Charlotte will call for time with 7:52 left in the opening quarter. Thunder 11, Hornets 10. 7:52 to play in the first here on the Hornets Radio Network.
Things people don't believe in. Little green aliens. Bigfoot. And that Spectrum TV combines all your favorite streaming apps with live TV at no extra cost. But that one is actually true. You get over $100 worth of streaming apps like HBO Max, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Peacock, AMC Plus, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
NBA fans, the race for the Emirates NBA Cup is on.
Let the games begin.
30 teams will start, but only 8 will advance. And only one champion will capture the cup. To finish first, they'll have to put the pedal to the metal. Who will capture the cup? Well, let's see what happens on the court.
Basketball is back.
Emirates NBA Cup Group Play continues every Friday on Prime.
Bet365 is paying out before the final buzzer.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout for basketball. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 20-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final buzzer and start counting that cash. Hold up, you can early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina. T&Cs apply.
There's nothing like being on a lake as the sun goes down, but only 2 things can ruin it: cloudy weather and cloudy vision. I can't change the rain, but I did go to Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates for the best cataract surgeons in town.
For over 100 years, Senta has provided award-winning cataract care to patients in the Carolinas. Clear your vision with traditional or laser-assisted cataract surgery. Enjoy sunsets again. Schedule your cataract appointment today at ceenta.com/appointments.
Buzz City.
Sion James for 3. Got it from the far corner.
I'm Sion James, and this is Charlotte Hornets basketball on the Hornets Radio Network.
Hornets trailing the Thunder 11-10. Time for tonight's nugget of the game, presented by Chick-fil-A, the exclusive chicken sandwich and chicken nugget sponsor of the Charlotte Hornets. Well, Con Knippel's triple counter continues. Knocks down another 3 here early. Back at the high. That gives him 40 career threes through 12 games plus 4 minutes. Why is that remarkable? Well, it's top 10 in the entire NBA, rookie or not. But in terms of NBA history, it's taken players minimum of 15 games to hit their 43 plateau. So Con Knippel is 2 7/8 games, I'm only a math minor, ahead of schedule compared to the rest of NBA history. Congrats to Con Knippel. We'll keep the Knippel counter going, particularly as part of our nugget of the game, presented by Chick-fil-A, the exclusive chicken sandwich and chicken nugget sponsor of the Charlotte Hornets. Hornets ball out of the timeout. Miles Bridges a miss on the baseline. Rebound by the Thunder, who lead it 11-10. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander navigates the screen as Sion James on his back, wiggles his way inside, goes up, shot is blocked, recovery Hornets. Colin Sexton throws the lob, Miles Bridges catch on the baseline, back to Sexton. Sexton up with the right hand, no. Kalkbrenner there for the finish. Ryan Kalkbrenner, the putback, and the Hornets have the lead, 12-11. Jason Wallace, double dribble, touched it with both hands. Hornets up by 1. Con Knippel and Ryan Kalkbrenner have combined for 9 of the 12 Hornets points. Knippel to the corner for Bridges. 3 ball, good. Miles Bridges drilling another Lowe's 3-point shot. That's his 41st of the season. He's got to stay ahead of the rookie. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, pull up, right elbow. Yes. Cuts the Hornets lead in half, 15-13 now. Con Knippel, right side against Lou Dort. Over to Bridges. Bridges holds the dribble. Gives to Sion James. James attacking into the paint. Goes up, lay in, missed. Hartenstein and SGA converged on the rookie. Chet Holmgren, transition 3, ribs out, rebounded by Hartenstein. Feeds Holmgren inside for the right-handed finish. Tie ball game, 15 apiece. Sexton hit ahead for Knippel. Knippel right to the rack, deceleration step, feeds Kalkbrenner up for the hammer. Oh, he's fouled. Could not quite extend for the finish. It is a block on Hartenstein. Still some stunned disbelief. They've seen the rookie do a lot of things. They haven't seen him come in to try and put a poster on the wall. Didn't quite get there, but it'll be 2 free throws for Ryan Kalkbrenner. Calling him a man with the golden hands. He's wearing the golden uniform for the first time as the Hornets debut their City Edition unis. First free throw is good. KJ Simpson and Trey Mann will check in for the Hornets. They will get Sion James and Colin Sexton. Isaiah Joe is in for the Thunder. He'll replace Hartenstein. Charlotte with a 16-15 lead. Ryan Kalkbrenner, 81% foul shooter. Goes 2 for 2. Hornets lead at 17-15. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to Chet Holmgren. Holmgren into the lane, and he will throw it down. Ryan Kalkbrenner got caught up in a couple of screens. And the easy dunk for Chet Holmgren. Ball batted away by Lou Dort over the sideline. It'll be Hornets ball. Moussa Diabate is going to check in. He will replace Ryan Kalkbrenner. 17-17. The Moose checks in for the first time. 5:47 left in the first quarter. Bridges takes the inbounds, goes to work up, reverse lay-in. Nice finish. Miles Bridges, excellent positioning there. Had the defender on his back. Beautiful post move. Now Wallace into the paint. Floater gets the finish. Kind iron for Cason Wallace. Team's tied at 19. KJ Simpson, quick trigger 3. No. Rebound, Isaiah Joe had it, lost it, out of play. Good contest there by Moussa Diabate. Put the pressure on Joe to get it. So the Hornets will get a baseline inbound. KJ Simpson has been dealing with an AC joint sprain. That's the shoulder, but he's been able to play through it. Hornets lob it in to Bridges, who's fouled from behind by Lou Dort. It's Dort's first personal. Third team foul. KJ Simpson, sideline inbound for the Hornets.
Oklahoma City foul on 5 against Dort.
Trey Mann takes the inbound. Mann had a poster dunk in Milwaukee yesterday on top of Miles Turner. On Knippel on the Diabate screen. 3 on the shot clock. It's dislodged. Steal for the Thunder. Holmgren in transition. Tied up by Trey Mann. Diabate's got it. Oh, he threw it away. Isaiah Joe the steal. He'll go inside. Wraparound pass and a lay-in for Chet Holmgren. Dueling turnovers here at the Hive, and the Thunder come out the better for it. Trey Mann into the paint. Eurostep kick to the corner. Knippel for 3. No. Couldn't convert that time. Kahn shooting 40% from distance, but missed the mark that occasion. Charlotte still down by 2. SGA for 3. Yes. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander hits his first 3 ball. And the lead is 5 for the Thunder. Now SGA a steal on a pass intended for Bridges. 2-on-1. SGA to Isaiah Joe. Dribbles it off his own foot and out of bounds. Subs coming in for both teams. It will be Brandon Carlson, center on a 2-way contract for the Thunder, as well as A.J. Mitchell, second-year man out of UC Santa Barbara. Hornets bring in Antonio Reeves for his home debut. Reeves, second season out of Kentucky, played for the Pelicans last year. Signed a 2-way contract with the Hornets for this season. Charlotte down 5. Simpson, Diabate, Mann, Bridges, and Reeves, the 5 on the floor. KJ Simpson on the screen, into the paint. Goes up, it's blocked. Recovery to Mann. 5 on the shot clock, bounce pass. Simpson driving, wraparound, goes up, blocked again, and the Thunder recover. SGA, backdoor pass for Mitchell. Mitchell stuck, throws it to a fan. Turnover back to Charlotte. OKC, uncharacteristically, a lot of turnovers. They've given it up 5 times. Hornets haven't really been able to take advantage. shooting just 31% from the floor. Hornets down 24-19. Trey Mann, high screen from Antonio Reeves. Pump fake on the three, gives to Simpson, gets it back. 8 on the shot clock. Drive, Mann, pull up over the 7-footer, missed it, but the rebound and put back for Moussa Diabate. Diabate, top 10 in the league in field goal percentage. It's the high percentage shot. 24-21, pass inside, raked away. Trey Mann's got the steal. Mann to Simpson. Back to Mann, back to Simpson. Inside Diabate, tough catch. Outside, Trey Mann for 3 in the tie. It's good. Timeout, Thunder. Trey Mann drilling another Lowe's 3-point shot. And we got a brand new ball game, all even, 24 apiece. With 3:08 left to play in the first quarter. Charlotte 24, Thunder 24. Listen to Hornets basketball on the Hornets Radio Network.
Extra value meals are back. That means 10 tender, juicy McNuggets and medium fries and a drink are just $8 only at McDonald's. For a limited time only, prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Hawaii, Alaska, and California for delivery.
Is your crawl space damp or musty? Water in your crawl space can cause wood to rot and create an environment for mold and mildew that can make its way inside your home. Canty Foundation Specialist specializes in crawl space repair. Call us today for your free inspection so you can have the peace of mind knowing your crawl space is dry and your home is protected. Call today, 704-838-5701 or visit cantycanfixit.com.
Picture this. You're on a date and the conversation's flowing, the food's amazing, and then bad breath happens. Suddenly you're leaning back instead of leaning in. Confidence gone. Or maybe it's a big meeting. You've got the pitch nailed, the deal perfect, but coffee breath is doing all the talking. Not the impression you want to leave behind. Here's the truth. Gum and mints, most are just bad breath Band-Aids and fade fast. That's why you need to try Zellman's Minty Mouth, the functional breath freshener you swallow. Zellman's tiny dual-action capsules are coated with powerful, delicious mint and filled with parsley seed oil, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders, like garlic and onions. And it even takes down coffee breath, too. For fresh, confident breath, anytime you need to get close. Zellman's is only available online, so go to Zellmans.com. That's ZELMINS.com and use code SPORTS for 15% off your first order. That's ZELMINS.com with code SPORTS for 15% off your first order. Backed by a 100% love it or your money back guarantee. Don't let bad breath ruin the moment.
Hi, Charlotte. I'm Trey Bailey.
And I'm Marcy Bailey. We're the third generation behind Bailey's Fine Jewelry. We're excited to announce we've united with Morrison Smith Jewelers, and we're thrilled to bring our legacy of sparkle to the Queen City.
Since 1948, Bailey's has celebrated life's most meaningful moments with exceptional jewelry and unmatched service. A tradition that's earned us the honor of being voted best jeweler year after year.
Today, Bailey's is known across North Carolina for our incredible selection of beautiful diamonds and engagement rings, as well as our large assortment of stunning designer jewelry.
From estate pieces and pre-owned Rolex to custom design and repair services, Bailey's is your destination for fine jewelry and unforgettable gifts.
Visit us today at 705 Providence Road in Charlotte to experience the same trusted faces and rich history you've come to love, now with 150 years of combined heritage.
Bailey's and Morrison Smith Jewelers, celebrating love, legacy, and life's most special moments. Come see why every woman wants a Bailey box.
3 ball, good again! Woo, he's scalding hot.
This is your home for Hornets basketball, the Hornets Radio Network.
Hornets and Thunder tied at 24. Charlotte debuting their City Edition Hoopers Paradise uniforms. They're bold, distinguished, vibrant. And a piece of paradise can now be yours to wear. Get your 2025-26 Hoopers Paradise City Edition jersey. It's now available at the Hornets Fan Shop at Spectrum Center. Stop by Tuesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. or shop anywhere, anytime at HornetsFanshop.com. They look even better in person. Hornets debuting a City Edition colorway. And so far, so good against the defending champs, tied at 24. Isaiah Joe handling it for the Thunder. Gives to A.J. Mitchell. Simpson, Diabate, Mann. Bridges on the floor. A miss lay-in by Mitchell and the putback slam from Carlson. Hornets inbound to Moussa. Get it back to Simpson. Reeves and Bridges alongside Diabate, Simpson, and Mann for the Hornets. A.J. Tough D from A.J. Mitchell gives to Moussa. Flips it to Trey Mann, the former Thunder player. Nice pullback three on the way. It's good. That's the Trey Mann we got to know and love last season. We've got a couple of threes, and the Hornets have the lead, 27-26. SGA gets the baseline. He is fouled. Trey Mann committing the personal, his first. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will go to the line, shooting two. A reminder to all the parents in and around the Charlotte area, it is time for your kids to join the Buzz City Kids Club. They'll receive a one-of-a-kind welcome gift, invites to exclusive events, special ticket offers, and much more. Sign up your young Hornets fan today at buzzcitykidsclub.org. SGA, 2 for 2. He has got the game high of 9 points, and the Thunder gain the lead, 28-27. Thunder, a couple of days off leading into today. Trey Mann, another deep ball, missed it this time. Rebound, Antonio Reeves inside, kick out, Bridges, pump fake to the corner. Reeves for three. Yes, sir! Welcome to Charlotte. Antonio Reeves getting in on the action, drilling another Lowe's three-point shot. Hornets up 30-28. Under 2 minutes to play in the quarter. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander driving on Reeves. Ball fake, kick out. Mitchell, catch, the runner, and he gets a kind roll off the glass, then the iron. 30 apiece here at the Hive. Trey Mann, nice move to get away from a premium defender there in Caruso. Kicks it off to Miles Bridges. Bridges against Isaiah Joe. Bridges, lost off his foot, and they're going to call a kickball here. Kicked initially by Isaiah Joe. So Hornets ball with a fresh 14. Thunder are going to make a sub. Brooks Barnhizer, rookie out of Northwestern. Caruso seems to be pulling at his hand. I don't know if he had a finger get swatted. They'll give him some attention. Hornets and Thunder tied at 30. Mann to the corner for Reeves. Run off his spot. He'll drive inside. Pass to the far side. 3 on the shot clock. Mann, fall away 10-footer is short. Barnhizer squeezes the rebound. Minute 10 left in the opening quarter. Hornets playing with a lot of tenacity, on adrenaline. Night 2 of a back-to-back against the defending champs who have only lost once this season. SGA, fall away, doesn't get the roll. Rebound flipped out to the sideline, and it's last touched by the Thunder. 56 seconds left in the first quarter. Trey Mann will dribble it up. Draft pick of the Thunder back in 2021, went 18th overall out of Florida. Trey Mann to Miles Bridges. Bridges into the paint, goes up, left-hand lay-in, missed it. Trying to get his own rebound. Hot potato, who's going to get it? Of course, the Moose has got it to the corner. Mann for three, off the iron. Rebounded by A.J. Mitchell. 4.5 game clock, shot clock separation. Barnhizer at the mid-range decides not to take it. Flips to SGA, who's wide open. 3 on the way is short. Long rebound over the sideline, and it'll be Hornets ball. SGA had all day, could check, make sure the commissioner's name was spelled right, Silver, but shot no good. And the Hornets will bring in the rookie dynamic duo of Ryan Kalkbrenner, the man with the golden hands, and Con Knippel, the all-time leader for threes through 15 games, which is amazing since this is game number 13. And it's inbound to Knippel. He will dribble it up. 10 seconds left in the quarter. They throw 2 at Knippel. That's respect for the rookie. Mann on the perimeter. SGA almost paws it away. Goes to the sideline. 2 seconds, 1. Mann got to get it off. Can't get the handle on the rock. SGA knocking it away. And the Hornets will settle for a 30-all tie at the end of 12 minutes of action. Not bad at all against the defending world champion Oklahoma City Thunder. Thunder 30, your Hornets 30. Second quarter coming up on the Hornets Radio Network.
As proud members of our community, the Charlotte Hornets Foundation is committed to driving meaningful change throughout the Carolinas. This is Executive Director Betsy Mack inviting you to learn how we can help create a lasting impact together. The Charlotte Hornets Foundation strives to uplift others by championing the next generation, empowering communities, leading with care, and creating opportunities for all. To learn more about how you can help the Charlotte Hornets Foundation and your fellow neighbors across the Carolinas, please visit hornets.com/foundation today.
We live in an instant world, but when it comes to getting paid for our hard work, we're stuck waiting 2 weeks. That's a system designed for a different time, and it's holding you back. Whether you're an employer wanting to offer a great new benefit or an employee looking to make your money work better, Daily Pay gives you access to earnings you've already worked for. Pay that bill, fill up your tank, or handle that unexpected expense all on your schedule. Just like the Charlotte Hornets don't wait to make the play, you don't have to wait to get paid. Visit dailypay.com/Hornets and get your money when you need it.
Buzz City, it's time to bring the Hive alive once again. Individual tickets are on sale now for all home games this season, and so are select season ticket packages. Welcome the Hornets back to the Hive on Saturday, November 22nd, as Charlotte returns from a 2-game road trip. The Hornets will take on the Los Angeles Clippers at 1 p.m. on Buzz City Kids Day. Secure your seats now at Hornets.com or through the Hornets app.
Alabama, live in concert.
Song of the South.
Friday, December 5th at Spectrum Center. With special guest, Jamie Johnson.
Should have seen it in color.
Alabama, live.
Roll on highway, roll on along. If you're gonna play in Texas.
On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Produced by Outback Presents.
Tonight's second quarter is presented by Luna Azul Tequila. Crafted from 100% Blue Weber agave and no extras, Luna Azul is a tequila where tradition shines above trends. Those who know, look to Luna. Luna Azul Tequila, Bardstown, Kentucky. 40% alcohol by volume. Think wisely, drink wisely. Here's the voice of the Hornets, Sam Farber.
Hornets and Thunder tied at 30 after 12 minutes of action. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander played the entire first quarter to a stalemate. Remarkable because most of the time SGA is a huge positive in the plus-minus. In fact, his last 4 games, he's been a minimum of plus 10. 3 times he's been plus 25 or better. Back to action, second quarter underway. Chet Holmgren goes up, denied. Ryan Kalkbrenner puts another block on his trophy case, this time getting Chet Holmgren. Hornets recovers. Sexton, Knipple, Kalkbrenner, Connaughton, and Antonio Reeves, the 5 on the floor. Sexton drives into the lane, and he is hip-checked by Isaiah Hartenstein. It'll be Hornets ball on the sideline. First foul of the second quarter. Second personal on Isaiah Hartenstein. Second quarter action brought to you by Luna Azul. If you're at tonight's game, be sure to get the First City Edition themed collector's glass with our specialty cocktail or mocktail at the 360-degree bar located in the Luna Azul North District or in the South District. 6 unique designs throughout the season for our fans to collect. Hornets turn it over out of the inbounds. 3-ball missed by A.J. Mitchell. Recovered rebound for Colin Sexton. Sexton on the right side. Rejects the screen at first. Now goes around it from Kalkbrenner. Steps back around it. Isaiah Joe keeps getting tripped up. Handoff to Knipple for 3. No. Rebound Isaiah Joe. Still tied at 30, a minute into the second quarter. Joe to Hartenstein, back to Isaiah Joe. He's an elite three-point shooter. He'll let it fly, in and out. Rebound, Antonio Reeves. Kalkbrenner, the deflection over to Reeves. It had passed to Pat Connaughton. Now Sexton. Sexton holds, waits for Kalkbrenner to get in the picture. Now he'll use him as a screen. Back around it, elbow pull-up jumper, good. Colin Sexton gives Charlotte back the lead, 32-30. 90 seconds into the second quarter, Hornets by 2. A.J. Mitchell comes high with the elbow. That's an offensive foul. Sexton coming in from behind. I don't think there was a lot of intent there by Mitchell, but he comes high on a pump fake, elbow splayed out, and he hits Sexton right in the jaw. I tell you, Colin Sexton's been beaten, battered, and bruised this season. He hit his face on the floor in New Orleans. He's got a couple of elbows high. As tough as they come. Hornets 2-point lead. Sexton pulls up for 3. Yes, sir! Colin Sexton drilling another Lowe's 3-point shot, his second of the game. 42% three-point shooter on the season. Isaiah Hartenstein inside. Little teardrop falls. One possession game again, 35-32. Sexton on the bug logo. Finds Knipple. Knipple driving into the paint. To the corner. Connaughton head fakes the three. Drives instead. Pass to Sion James. James back outside. Connaughton to James. Got a hoist. Three on the way. In and out. Rebounded by Barnhizer. 9:36 to play in the half. Hornets up 35-32. A.J. Mitchell to Chet Holmgren. Always open. The 7-footer. Pump fakes the three. Now he'll hoist. The triple is good. I meant it. He's always open. Holmgren into double figures now with 11. First player on either side to reach 10 or more. Here's a steal. A.J. Mitchell steps into the passing lane. Drops it off. Holmgren is fouled by Con Knipple. That'll be Knipple's first personal. First team foul.
His first, team's first.
In fact, that's the second foul the entire game on the Charlotte Hornets. So to the foul line is Chet Holmgren. 11 points, 3 rebounds. Both of those are game highs. First free throw is good. But don't miss out on this season's special theme and promotional nights here at Spectrum Center. Score exclusive group ticket packages, which include tickets to action-packed Hornets games, and exclusive items, including fan favorite brands like SpongeBob, Peanuts, Friends, and more. Supplies are limited, so secure your spot at Hornets.com/groups today. Second free throw rattles out. 1-point ball game, 36-35. That is 6 unanswered for the Thunder. Kalkbrenner, hand off Knipple. Knipple, cross court. Connaughton, catch and shoot three. Yes. Nothing but nylon. Pat Connaughton shooting 38% from deep this season. Gives the Hornets back the lead. And now we're going to have a charge. Connaughton taking the punishment. Knocks down a three at one end. And draws the charge on the other. Chet Holmgren trying to get position, just ran through the veteran. Connaughton in his 11th season out of Notre Dame. Big win for the Irish today. He's happy. Colin Sexton on the right side. Sexton left alone. He'll fire the three. Oh, halfway down, but wouldn't stay in the cylinder. Sexton not the right guy to leave alone these days. Isaiah Joe behind the back pass to Hartenstein. Hartenstein from 12 feet out. No. Rebound. Holmgren. Swim move goes up and he hits the side of the iron. He's normally accustomed to just leaning in and dunking it, but he's at an awkward angle and he flubs it. Ball goes out of play. Hornets ball. Charlotte by 2. Sexton into the paint. In against Barnhizer. Goes up. Shot swatted away. Recovery Isaiah Joe. And Chet Holmgren will run some point center here. Holmgren into the paint. Kick out. A.J. Mitchell. Mitchell to Hartenstein. Back to Mitchell. Mitchell for three. Short. Rebound. Hartenstein. Gives to Holmgren. Always open. Holds it against Connaughton. To Hartenstein. Now to Joe. Joe. Fall away 10-footer. No. Rebound to Pat Connaughton. Hornets get the stop. 7:37 left in the first half. Knipple has it knocked out of his hands. No, he was last to touch. Knipple saying, wait a second. Got knocked out of my hands. How am I the last one? Falls on deaf ears. He didn't extend the argument very long. 2-point game. Favor of the Hornets. Backdoor cut. Joe back to Hartenstein. Bodies up against Kalkbrenner. Up with the left hand. Left it short. Rebound. Pat Connaughton. Fires it ahead to Sexton. Sexton driving. Goes up off the contact. No call. Rebound to Barnhizer, who had the defense. He out of Northwestern. Barnhizer over the top. Hartenstein. 7 minutes even left in the half. Hornets by 2. Holmgren against Sexton. Starts to back his way in. And a foul is called on Colin Sexton, who attempted to pull the chair there, saying he reached in and got him with the arm. Timeout on the floor. Colin Sexton, his first personal. Charlotte leads the defending world champs 38-36 here on the Hornets Radio Network.
I want to stop being sidelined by pain. I want to tell my friends I met him. I want a surgeon who's fixed more knees than he can count. I want the best care in the game. I want a team that's with me every step of the way. I want to bounce back fast. I want to show them my best is yet to come.
For the best orthopedic care, you want Novant. Novant Health. Best surgeons, amazing nurses, remarkable care.
9 Inch Nails. Spectrum Center, February 10th. Get tickets now at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Charlotte. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Doesn't it make you feel better?
It's time for tonight's Bite of the Game, presented by Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza and Craft Bar. Let's go inside our network studios to Rob Longo.
Hornets up on the Thunder, 38-36 at home in the second quarters. We check out tonight's Bite of the Game. Concanipple balled out in his hometown of Milwaukee last night, scoring a new career-high 32 points. But the bigger headline may have been before the Hornets even took the floor, as Khan's family hosted the entire roster for Fajita Night. Knipple said it was a special moment for the entire team to get together in his childhood home.
Yeah, it was special. You know, Mason, one of our vets, 35, every year, 13, 14 for him. And he was like, I've never done this before, never gone to somebody's teammate's house. So that was kind of cool to hear him say that. You know, it was a special hour and a half for us.
So far tonight, Khan is 2 of 6 from the field, 1 for 4 beyond the arc for 5 points. That's your Bite of the Game, presented by Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza and Craft Bar. Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza and Craft Bar brings people together for life moments, both big and small. Stop by today to try their craveable wood-fired fare, shareable plates, and 24 craft beers on tap. Now back to Sam as the Hornets lead OKC by 2.
All right, thank you, Rob Longo. 38-36 in favor of the Hornets. 6 different Hornets have knocked down a 3. Charlotte running right alongside the defending world champs. Said this could be a good benchmark game, a good test for the Hornets. And this youthful group, no LaMelo Ball, night 2 of the back-to-back so far. They're hanging tough with the defending world champs. Tonight's second quarter presented by Lunazul Tequila, crafted from 100% Blue Weber agave and no extras. Lunazul is a tequila where tradition shines above trends. Those who know look to Luna. Lunazul Tequila, Bardstown, Kentucky, 40% alcohol by volume. Think wisely, drink wisely. And if you are at tonight's game, be sure to get the first City Edition themed collector's glass with our specialty cocktail or mocktail at the 360-degree bar located at the Lunazul North District or in the South District. There will be 6 unique designs throughout the season that fans can collect. Get the first one today if you're here live inside the Hive. Hornets ball off for turnover. Musa Diabate flips to Trey Mann. Isaiah Joe knocks it aside, but Colin Sexton collects. Back to Mann, back to Sexton. Sexton inside. Musa confronted by a double team. He's stuck. Outside for Sexton. Sexton, 4 on the shot clock. 3. Got to get something up. He'll fire against the defense, and it's caught. Not before the shot clock expired. So it'll be a 24-second violation. Sexton was hunting for a foul. Shrugs his shoulders, says, all right. Hornets 38, Thunder 36. Chet Holmgren's got the game high with 12. 6 different Hornets have connected on a 3. Holmgren into the body of Musa Diabate. Diabate holding his ground. Holmgren flips to Isaiah Joe. Back to Holmgren, always open. The 7-footer against Trey Mann. Bodies him up, turnaround elbow jumper. No, good defense there by Musa Diabate and Trey Mann. Sexton, Culprinter, and James, the other on the floor for the Hornets. Sion running point. Second round pick out of Duke gives it to Mann. 5:48 to play in the half. Mann splits a double team into the paint, goes up against Carlson, off the glass, no. Rebound, Kalkbrenner. Kalkbrenner up off glass, good for 2. The man with the golden hands, Ryan Kalkbrenner, now with 8. And the Hornets have a 2-possession lead, 40-36. A.J. Mitchell on the sidelines, trying to get by Diabate. He knocks it aside over the end line. Will stay Thunder ball. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the reigning MVP, will check in. Lou Dort as well. Hornets bring back Miles Bridges in place of Ryan Kalkbrenner, who takes a seat with 8 points and 3 rebounds. Also a steal and a block. A.J. Mitchell to Lou Dort. Dort has it poked away by Trey Mann over the end line. 10 on the shot clock. Mitchell sends it into Barnheiser. Spin move in the paint. Kick out. Carlson, the 7-footer for 3. No. Rebound Miles Bridges. Mid-head pass Trey Mann. Mann around the screen from Diabate. Gives back to Musa. The leaner off glass and good. Little kiss off the window for Musa Diabate. Charlotte up by 6. Largest lead of the game for the Hornets. And we got an open field tackle by Sion James on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Two got tangled up. James trying to keep contact with SGA as he headed towards the cup and gets the takedown.
Number 13, Usman Jang, now in Oklahoma City.
So like the Thunder are going to dig a little deeper here into their bench. Usman Jang checks in for the first time, former first-round pick. SGA has it poked loose by Musa Diabate. Reclaims at midcourt. Gilgeous-Alexander, step back 3. Yes. Big shot from the reigning MVP. 42-39. Miles Bridges around the Musa screen, gives it back to Musa, goes in and lays it in. Nice take there, a little pick and roll. And Musa Diabate finishes it. The Moose chance here at the Hive. Hornets by 5. Cason Wallace, handoff. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Sexton defending. SGA, doubled, kicks. Wallace for 3. Yes. Cason Wallace 2 for 2 from distance. He's got 8 points. Hornets lead is down to 2. And Charlotte answer back. Sexton around the Diabate screen, feeds Bridges for 3. No, off the iron, rebounded by SGA. Fires it wide for Dort. Dort up the sideline. Sexton in front of him. Dort back to the logo for Gilgeous-Alexander. He drives into the body of Bridges, up for the lay-in. Oh, tough angle. He gets it to drop. Little grin towards the baseline from SGA, who's up to game high 14 points. Tied up 44 apiece. 3:40 to play in quarter number 2. Trey Mann to his right around the Musa screen. Pull up from the foul line. Yes. 8 points for Mann. That's his first non-3-point bucket. Cason Wallace feeds Carlson, and he'll flush it. Two-handed slam. Tied at 46. Sion James nearly had it dislodged by Wallace, but he reclaims it. Trey Mann passes to James. Into the corner, Sexton, catch and shoot 3. Got it! Colin Sexton, his 3rd 3 of the game. Don't leave that guy open. He's 3 for 4 today. He's shooting better than 42% from beyond the arc, a career best. And it forces a timeout from OKC. Hornets back in front, 49-46, 3:04 to go in the second quarter. You're on the Hornets Radio Network.
Picture this. You're on a date. The conversation's flowing. The food's amazing. And then bad breath happens. Confidence? Gone. Or maybe it's a big meeting, but coffee breath is doing all the talking. Not the impression you want to leave behind. Here's the truth. Gum and mints, most are just bad breath Band-Aids, and they fade fast. That's why you need to try Zellman's Minty Mouth, the functional breath freshener you swallow. Zellman's tiny dual-action capsules are coated with a powerful, delicious mint and filled with parsley seed oil, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders like garlic and onions. And it even takes down coffee breath, too, for fresh, confident breath anytime you need to get close. So go to Zellmans.com, that's ZELMINS.com, and use the code SPORTS for 15% off your first order. ZELMINS.com, code SPORTS for 15% off today. Don't let bad breath ruin the moment.
Hi, Charlotte. I'm Trey Bailey.
And I'm Marcy Bailey. We're the third generation behind Bailey's Fine Jewelry. We're excited to announce we've united with Morrison Smith Jewelers, and we're thrilled to bring our legacy of sparkle to the Queen City.
Since 1948, Bailey's has celebrated life's most meaningful moments with exceptional jewelry and unmatched service. A tradition that's earned us the honor of being voted best jeweler year after year.
Today, Bailey's is known across North Carolina for our incredible selection of beautiful diamonds and engagement rings, as well as our large assortment of stunning designer jewelry.
From estate pieces and pre-owned Rolex to custom design and repair services, Bailey's is your destination for fine jewelry and unforgettable gifts.
Visit us today at 705 Providence Road in Charlotte to experience the same trusted faces and rich history you've come to love, now with 150 years of combined heritage.
Bailey's and Morrison Smith Jewelers, celebrating love, legacy, and life's most special moments. Come see why every woman wants a Bailey box.
Cordell.com. That's good. Back-to-back triples. Brandon Miller feeling it.
On the Hornets Radio Network.
Hornets do not have Brandon Miller or LaMelo Ball tonight, but they do have the lead over the defending world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, who are 12-1 to start the season and have a game-high 14 points from the reigning MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The Thunder are playing pretty well, but the Hornets are playing better and lead it with 3:04 left in the second quarter, which is presented by Luna Azul Tequila. Crafted from 100% blue Weber agave and no extras. Luna Azul is the tequila where tradition shines above trends. Those who know look to Luna. Luna Azul Tequila, Bardstown, Kentucky. 40% alcohol by volume. Think wisely, drink wisely, and get yourself our first City Edition themed collector's glass. If you're at tonight's game from the specialty mocktail of your choice at the 360-degree bar located at the Luna Azul North District or in the South District. 6 unique designs throughout the season that fans can collect. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander drills the mid-range jumper plus a foul. Con Knipple called for a push. Let a lot of contact go. Knipple trying for the contest. But MVP given the call, and he's got himself a chance at a three-point play. Foul on Knipple is his second. SGA missed the free throw, ball don't lie. Hornets maintain the lead 49-48. And Diabate, Knipple, Sexton, and Bridges out there for the Hornets. Musa Diabate back to Trey Mann around the Musa screen. Gives to Knipple. Head fakes the three. Gives it back to Mann. 5 on the shot clock. 4. Mann crossover into the lane. Jump stop. Got to put something up. Throws at an awkward angle. Did not draw iron. So even though Musa got the rebound, it's too late. Turnover back to the Thunder. Charlotte, their 7th turnover of the game. They've been better in that department now the last game and a half. 2:20 left in quarter number 2. Jason Wallace driving. SGA fell to the floor, trying to bait a foul call, didn't get it. Lou Dort, 7 on the shot clock, bullies his way inside. Knipple knocks it loose. Musa Diabate claims the steal. Pass outside for Trey Mann. Mann to Knipple. He'll drive, goes by Carlson inside the lefty lane. Oh, Carlson swats it off the backboard, recovery to the Thunder. A.J. Mitchell to Wallace. Wallace back to Mitchell. Finds Dort up top to SGA on the side. SGA from the wing, one-on-one with Sexton. Minute 43 to play in the half. Hornets are leading by 1, and we got an offensive foul, illegal screen called on Carlson. Brandon Carlson, first personal. Does not count as a team foul. Now the Thunder are going to call timeout and challenge. They think that Carlson was pushed into the contact. Josh Tiven is our crew chief. Here's Josh.
Oklahoma City's called timeout to challenge the ruling of an offensive foul.
Well, thank you. Well, Hornets fans, Spectrum Center is the premier destination for sports and entertainment in the Carolinas. Join us for 2 straight nights full of laughs. Nate Bargatze will be here in the building Thursday and Friday. I think I can go to that one, actually. I'm going to check the schedule in just a moment here. Tickets and a list of future events can be found by visiting SpectrumCenterCharlotte.com. Maybe I'll get myself a night full of comedy as well. I'll check it as we pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves here on the Hornets Radio Network.
This is WFNZ-FM Harrisburg and WLNK HD3 Charlotte.
The exclusive home of the Charlotte Hornets.
Hornets lead the Thunder 49-48. We are in a challenge right now from the Thunder. Con Knipple accused by OKC of pushing Carlson in the back. I mean, there's some contact, but it's not a lot. I don't know. This is going to be close. I think it could be seen as negligible from Knipple. Or you could give some Coach of the Year deference to OKC Thunder head coach Mark Dagnall. By the way, I've checked the schedule. Rob Longo did too. We're off Thursday and Friday. I could see Nate Bargnazzi. Of course, we're coming off of a 2-game road trip. Hornets head to Toronto to play the Raptors on Monday, then the Pacers Wednesday before coming home. Next home game a week from today. Hornets hosting the LA Clippers.
Knuckles' hands are on the back of Carlson as he goes to set the screen. There's no push or acceleration on the play. And Carlson doesn't give Sexton the opportunity to avoid the contact on the screen. The offensive foul will stand. The challenge is unsuccessful. OKC will be charged this timeout, and they have no further challenges.
Josh Tiven with the call. That's a big challenge miss on the Thunder. And it's interesting because they challenged a call that would have given them the ball, but not given them points or free throws. So, I mean, OKC has been outright dominant all season long. So the likelihood that they'll need to make a challenge late in the game, they might be thinking it's low, but this could be big. So an unsuccessful challenge. Thunder lose the timeout. They cannot challenge later in the game. Foul sticks to Carlson. Knipple avoids a third foul, as that's who it would have been reversed onto. And we're ready to go. Hornets lead it by 1, 1:40 left in the half. And here come the Hornets. Diabate, Mann, Knipple, Sexton, and Bridges, the 5 on the floor. Lucy Diabate hands it to Knipple, tries to turn the corner, pull up from the elbow, in and out. Rebounded by Chet Holmgren. Lou Dort spins towards the lane, nearly punched away by Diabate, but Dort able to keep his mitts on it. Over to SGA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander penetrates up with the left hand, lays it in for 2. It's 18 now for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And the Thunder lead it by 1. Deflection by Lou Dort into the sideline. Hornets ball. 1 minute, 4 seconds left in the second quarter. Sexton inbounds to Lucy Diabate. Musa to Bridges, left alone. Too much space, fires and hits from 3. Miles Bridges drilling another Lowe's 3-point shot. He's got 3 straight 20-point games coming into tonight. Not quite on that pace. He's got 8 right now. 50 seconds left in the half. Dort trying to answer his 3. Oh, he banked it in. He didn't intend to do that. Are those boos or lose? I like Lou Dort, but he's in enemy territory. Could be boos. Maybe it's Boo Earns. 53-52 in favor of the Oklahoma City Thunder. 30 seconds left in the half. Sexton fires for 3. No. Rebound to A.J. Mitchell, and there's a 2-second game clock, shot clock separation. Thunder lead it by 1. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will play for 1. He's got the rookie Con Knipple on him. SGA tries to penetrate into the lane. Wraparound lay-in attempt. No. Rebound. Chet Holmgren, though. Shot clock dark. A.J. Mitchell inside. Holmgren for the lay-in. 3.5 seconds left. Sexton, he can get there. Cross-court pass. Bridges. Pull up. Double clutch 3. Oh, off the front iron. And that's it for the opening half's action. Thunder, a 55-52 lead. Charlotte on night 2 of a back-to-back. But playing hard. And they're making it interesting against the 12-1 Oklahoma City Thunder. Hornets looking good in their debut of their City Edition gear. Tonight being our first City-themed night of the season at Spectrum Center. And a reminder, City Edition jerseys and merchandise are now available at HornetsFanshop.com and at the Hornets Fan Shop right here at Spectrum Center. Don't miss out on the bold orange, blue, and yellow colorway, honoring Queen Charlotte's favorite flower, the bird of paradise. and celebrating the unique basketball culture that calls the Carolinas home. Grab your City Edition Hooper's Paradise gear at the Hornets Fan Shop or at HornetsFanshop.com. At intermission, Oklahoma City 55, Charlotte 52. Coming up on the Hornets Radio Network halftime show, Rob Longo standing by. He'll have a look at the first half stats and highlights. We'll have our coaches' conversation presented by First Horizon Bank. All coming up on the Hornets Radio Network halftime show. OKC 55, Charlotte 52. You're listening to Hornets basketball on the Hornets Radio Network.
Here once again with the head Silverado guy at the Undealership, Fred Caldwell Chevrolet in Clover, Martin McKinley, my man. 'Tis the season where we look at how we can do more for our communities, and that's why I want to take a second to talk about your involvement with Toys for Tots.
Charlie, we are very proud to continue to be a drop-off location, and it's really simple. As you're out and about, just stop by the dealership and drop off a new unwrapped toy. We'll take it from there.
The goal is to bring joy and hope to kids who really need it this holiday season, and since 1947, Toys for Tots has done just that to the tune of over 700 million toys distributed to over 300 million kids. Now let's talk about Black Friday sales.
There's no such thing. When it comes to tremendous pricing, every day is Black Friday at Fred Caldwell Chevy.
Want some proof? How about this? The 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500, 0% APR for 36 months.
Reach out to me anytime for all the details. My number is 704-534-1014.
And together, let's drive to Fred Caldwell Chevrolet in Clover. That number again?
704-534-1014.
Finance with Jane Financial on approved credit. See dealer for details.
Hey, y'all, it's Kyle Bailey for my friend Brandon Gandy at Victory Chevy Charlotte. Brandon has put 2 vehicles in my driveway, most recently a Chevy Silverado Trail Boss black on black, and I'm in love with that thing. And if you want a Chevy Silverado, go see my friend Brandon Gandy and your Silverado destination, Victory Chevy Charlotte. Chevy Silverados are discounted every day at the easiest Chevrolet dealership to get to. None other than Victory Chevy Charlotte, located off exit 12 or 14 off I-485. Just $19 down delivers any new Chevrolet, including their massive selection of the brand new Chevy Silverado. Just go pick your color. And don't forget that $19 down delivers any new Chevrolet like the affordable Chevy Trax starting at under $22,000. And if you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, they've got those too, with over 500 models in stock. All right there at VictoryChevrolet.com. Go get approved. They'll get you in and out driving your new Chevy at the lowest price and payment possible. Go see Brandon and my friends at Victory Chevy Charlotte, VictoryChevrolet.com.
New quarters are in the books. Highlights, stats, and a check on out-of-town scores are on the way. Here's the host of Hornets Halftime, Rob Longo.
Well, the Hornets are behind the Thunder 55-52 at home at the break. Charlotte's on the second night of a back-to-back, hanging tough against the best team in the NBA. OKC is 12-1 heading into this contest. The Thunder have not played since Wednesday when they blew out the Lakers on national TV, and it's kind of hard to believe that the Hornets are only down 3 at the break, considering there's no LaMelo Ball in this one, no Brandon Miller, no Tijon Salon as well, no Liam McNeely, but the Hornets are hanging tough on the second night of a back-to-back, and that's all despite the Thunder shooting 51% from the field, and Hornets are only hovering around 38% from the floor in general, but the three-point shot is keeping them in this one. They're 10 of 24 from beyond the arc, and doing a good job with the bench scoring as well. Hornets bench outscoring the Thunder bench right now, 20-6 in that category. 4 other games across the association. One is already in the books. Earlier today, Cleveland takes care of business at home against Memphis, 108-100 in that one. Elsewhere, there's about 30 seconds left to go in the second quarter in Indiana, where the Pacers are currently trailing Toronto 60-53. They're about set for the second night of a back-to-back in Milwaukee, where the Bucks are going to host the Lakers, and also just about set for tip-off in Minnesota. It's the Timberwolves taking on the Denver Nuggets. The Hornets are debuting their Hooper's Paradise City Edition Remix court and jerseys tonight here at the Hive, inspired by Queen Charlotte's favorite flower, the Bird of Paradise. The vibrant colors of the flower are reflected on the court and the jersey this evening, and Seth Bennett, Chief Marketing Officer here at Hornet Sports and Entertainment, talked about some of his favorite details of this City Edition Remix campaign.
Just how we applied the color palette across the uniform chassis to me, certainly all of the elements of whether it's the script of Charlotte, the offsetting of the letters, which is a nod to the Bobcats era. There's just a number of pieces that we were familiar with as we celebrated the 75th anniversary of the NBA with the remix. But to take the color palette and disperse it across that uniform design kind of gives me great joy across all those aspects of the uniform.
To hear the entire conversation that Sam Farber had with Seth Bennett, be sure to check out tomorrow's episode of the Hornets Hivecast, available on all podcast platforms. After tonight, the Hornets hit the road for 2 straight games, beginning with a stop in Toronto on Monday. Airtime set for 7:30 here on the Hornets Radio Network. When you come back, we'll look back at the first half as Charlotte trails Oklahoma City at the break 55-52. You're listening to Hornets Halftime on the Hornets Radio Network.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope. It's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Get ready to call in sick.
What have you been doing to lose weight? And I was like, well, I switched my scale to kilograms.
Because your boy, Bert Kreischer, is back.
Woo! I'm back, baby!
And he's giving you permission to party.
Don't let them forget who you are and what you do.
So grab a friend, grab a drink, and meet him in Charlotte at the Spectrum Center.
Done, son.
Get tickets now at BertBertBert.com.
Charlotte, Friday Night SmackDown returns with non-stop action, unmatched energy, and the superstars you love.
We don't get mad, we get even. We don't go home till we beat them. This is our time, we ain't leaving. Give me the crown undefeated.
Witness the moments you'll never forget. Friday Night SmackDown, Charlotte, February 6th. Tickets and ringside packages on sale now.
Hornets Halftime continues in our network studios. Here's your host, Rob Longo.
Hornets down against the Oklahoma City Thunder at the break, 55-52. Let's go ahead and take a look back at that first half. Hornets on the second night of a back-to-back here tonight, so no LaMelo Ball in this one. Tijon Salon still tearing it up in the G League right now. Brandon Miller still out. Josh Green, Grant Williams, longer-term injuries. Liam McNeely not in this one. Good news, though, Hornets do get Ryan Kalkbrenner back into the fold as they needed a little bit more size. They probably could have used that size yesterday in Milwaukee as well. Pretty back-and-forth game there through the first couple minutes of that first quarter. Oklahoma City led it by as many as 5 early on, but then Trey Mann switched it up a little bit there and was able to tie the game at 24.
Mann to Simpson. Back to Mann. Back to Simpson. Inside the Abate. Tough catch. Outside Trey Mann for 3 in the tie. It's good. Timeout Thunder.
We were tied after 12 minutes of play as well at 30. Trey and Ryan Kalkbrenner each had 6 points. That was tied for a team high after the first frame. 7 of the 9 players that got in there in that first quarter for the Hornets were in the scoring column. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 9 points in the first frame with 5 assists. Chet Holmgren had 8, as Oklahoma City was shooting 56.5% from the field, only 2 of 4 from 3, and made both of their free throws. Hornets made all 4 of their free throws. Charlotte going 36% shooting-wise from the field, but 6 of 14 from beyond the arc, keeping them in the ball game. We go to the second quarter. It was more of the same, very back and forth, and Antonio Reeves making it rain from beyond the arc as well.
Trey Mann, another deep ball, missed it this time. Rebound, Antonio Reeves inside, kick out, Bridges, pump fake to the corner. Reeves for 3. Yes, sir! Welcome to Charlotte. Antonio Reeves getting in on the action, drilling another Lowe's 3-point shot. Hornets up 30-28.
If that wasn't enough, Colin Sexton with more 3-point action.
Trey Mann passes to James into the corner. Sexton catch and shoot 3. Got it. Colin Sexton, his 3rd 3 of the game. Don't leave that guy open. He's 3 for 4 today. He's shooting better than 42% from beyond the arc, a career best.
Sexton at the break has 11 points. That is a team high. He's the only Hornet in double figures. Oddly enough, Sexton is 4 of 11 from the field, but he's 3 for 5 from beyond the arc. 6 different Hornets have made a 3-pointer here so far in this one. Charlotte is 10 of 24 from 3-point land. They were 7 of 21 from beyond the arc last night in the first half against Milwaukee, so a good improvement there, even though the Hornets are only shooting 38% from the field here through 2 quarters of action. Charlotte made all 4 of its free throws, did not go to the line in that second quarter. Thunder have only gone to the line 5 times. They've converted on 3 of them. They're 6 of 12 from 3-point land and shooting 51% from the floor overall. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander right now a game-high 18 points with 6 assists. Chet Holmgren has 14 points and 6 rebounds, working on a double-double. He is 6 of 12 shooting from the field. Oklahoma City wins quarter number 2, 25-22, and now lead it 55-52 here at the break over your Hornets. We come back here on the Hornets Radio Network. Second half action on the way. Right after this, Charlotte trailing at 55-52 at home against Oklahoma City here on the Hornets Radio Network.
Things people don't believe in.
Little green aliens. Bigfoot. And that Spectrum TV combines all your favorite streaming apps with live TV at no extra cost. But that one is actually true. You get over $100 worth of streaming apps like HBO Max, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Peacock, AMC Plus, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
Listen up, basketball fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you can turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on player points, rebounds, triple doubles.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina. T&Cs apply. In app only.
Holiday scratch-offs, what a gift. Let some dream just for a bit.
Ski trip, cruise ship, sports car, pristine yard, courtside seats, fancy meats, holiday scratch-offs can't be beat.
Give the gift of what if from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 3.19 to 9.95. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
I'm Colin Sexton, and you're listening to Hornets Basketball.
Across the way, Sexton for three. Yes, sir!
On the Hornets Radio Network.
Colin Sexton, 11 points. That's a team high at the break. Charlotte trailing Oklahoma City, but it's tenuous right now, 55-52 at home. Rob Longo with you here inside your Hornets Radio Network studios, and let's rejoin Sam Farber on the floor of Spectrum Center. And Sam, so far in this one, we've seen 11 ties, 11 lead changes. If you would have told me before this game tonight on the second night of a back-to-back, nonetheless, that the Hornets were only down 3, I think you take that against the 12-1 Thunder team.
Absolutely you do, because, I mean, you look at these numbers, the Thunder aren't playing bad. They're shooting 51% from the floor. Now, they have turned it over 10 times, which is a little alarming from the OKC perspective. But Charlotte, I think they've gotten good quality shots, particularly from deep. 10 made threes in the opening half. They're doing the things that, particularly shorthanded, you need to do if you're going to, hang with the defending champs who are playing incredible basketball all season long.
Again, how are the Hornets kind of hanging in this one? I mean, you look at the percentages. OKC's around 51%. The Hornets are shooting 38% from the field. I guess the three-point shot's a great equalizer because the Hornets have made 10. OKC's only made 6.
That's one piece of the puzzle. Also, the volume of shots. The Hornets have been larger in that category because they've forced a lot of turnovers out of the Thunder, so that's been a big boost to their chances as well. Rob Longo, great job as always on our Hornets Radio Network halftime show. Time now to find a way to victory with our halftime assistant coach interview presented by First Horizon Bank. Hornets assistant Kyle Neptune, kind enough to join us. Coach, 48% of your shot attempts have been from 3. How much of that is strategy and how much of it is taking what the defense has given you?
They're definitely a protect the paint team, so that's kind of what the game's dictating right now. I think we are getting some good shots. I'm comfortable where we are offensively. Got to definitely shore up our defense a little bit though.
There's no question you're shorthanded down LaMelo Ball and some other significant pieces, but you're hanging with the defending champs. What needs to happen in the second half to finish the job?
I think we just got to string together some stops. I like where our offense is at. Obviously, they're a really good team. Especially defensively, but I think if we can get some stops and get out in transition, we give ourselves a good chance.
Coach, appreciate the time. Good luck second half.
Thank you.
Hornets assistant Kyle Neptune, kind enough to join us, helping us find a way to victory. Our halftime assistant coach interview presented by First Horizon Bank. Charlotte led in scoring by Colin Sexton, who had 11 points in the opening stanza. Hornets have been a +8 in points off turnovers in this one. And even though the Thunder are shooting 51% from the floor, Hornets have made 4 more threes and are 41% from deep. So that's helping them stay in it. Our three-point shooting totals are presented by Lowe's Home Improvement. Again, the first half, Hornets 10 of 24 from deep, 41%. Thunder shot 50% from deep, but 6 for 12, half the volume. Advantage to the Hornets. Got an injury update. Alex Caruso, right hand soreness, will not return in this one. So that's a premium defender that is not going to be available here for Oklahoma City. Quick update for you from the G League. Greensboro Swarmer now 4-0. Got a win over the Delaware Bluecoats today, 145-129. Congrats, Drew Peterson, two-way contract player for the Hornets, 20 in the win. for Greensboro. Thunderball out of the halftime break. And a tic-tac-toe delivery to Isaiah Hartenstein for a two-handed dunk. And the Thunder now lead 57-52. 5-point advantage, the largest the Thunder have had all game. Con Knipple run off the stripe by Hartenstein. Feeds Bridges. He'll fire. His three is good. Miles Bridges drilling another Lowe's three-point shot. He's up to 11 points now. Third made three of the game. Hartenstein inside misses it. Kalkbrenner knocks the rebound over to Knipple. Sexton into the front court. Handoff James. Back to Colin Sexton. Sexton calling out the play. He wants a high screen from Kalkbrenner. No, he wants to feed the big man. Back to Sexton. Back to Kalkbrenner. Kalkbrenner up with the right hand. Yes, sir. Ryan Kalkbrenner into double figures now with 10 points. He was Mr. Automatic. 3 for 3 from the floor. 4 for 4 from the foul line. Cason Wallace inside. Leaner won't go. Miles Bridges gets the board. Tie ball game 57 apiece. Sexton to Bridges. Bridges on the wing. Back to Colin Sexton. Matched up with Chet Holmgren. And Kalkbrenner comes out to set the screen. Sexton will use it. Has space. Fires the three. No good. Rebounded by Lou Dort. Second rebound of the day for Lou Dort. Miles Bridges rushes out to pick him up. Give to Hartenstein. Hartenstein trying to get to SGA. SGA from the logo. Against Sion James. Around the screen from Hartenstein. Pull up is short. Rebound knocked out by Lou Dort to Isaiah Hartenstein. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander against Kalkbrenner. He'll drive on him. Throws on the brakes. Elbow jumper. Good. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Game high 20 points. Thunder lead it by 2. 59-57. Colin Sexton dancing on the logo. Feeds Knipple. Kahn has it knocked away by Cason Wallace. Recovery for Dort. Dort, a one-man fast break. Has the chair pulled on it. Goes out of play. Last touch by Sexton. It will be Thunder ball. Good defense there. Getting back in transition by Colin Sexton off the turnover. Did it hit Sexton? That's close. Maybe the Hornets don't feel it's worth the risk to challenge just yet. Inbounds attempt. Sexton kick save into beauty. Clock is at 19, so they won't reset it down. It'll still stay at 19 for the Thunder. They'll run a new inbounds play to Chet Holmgren. Pass to Dort. Catch and shoot three is no good. Rebounded by Hartenstein. Chet Holmgren. Wing three. Yes. Third tries the charm for the Thunder. Chet Holmgren now with 17. And the lead's back to 5 for the Thunder. On Kalkbrenner. Hands it to Miles Bridges. To Sexton. Back to Bridges. No, Cason Wallace the rip away. 2-on-1. Wallace throws it up. Holmgren puts it down. Timeout Charlotte off the turnover. The Thunder connects. And it's 64-57. Oklahoma City, its largest lead of the game. 9:03 left in the third here on the Hornets Radio Network.
Hurricane season doesn't wait, and neither should you. When it hits, flood damage can be devastating. Are you prepared? Stay protected with Fogle Insurance Group, a proud partner of Auto Owners Insurance. Get coverage before a storm hits. Did you know a homeowner's policy covers wind-related damage but excludes flood damage? One bad storm and you could be paying out of pocket. Don't risk it. Fogle Insurance Group with Auto Owners Insurance will walk you through flood insurance options that fit your needs so you can prepare now before it's too late. Protect your home and protect your peace of mind with Fogle Insurance Group. Visit FogleGroup.com today for your flood coverage options.
All roads lead to the 2025 ACC Football Championship game on Saturday, December 6th in Charlotte at Bank of America Stadium. The top two ACC teams will battle it out with college football playoff implications on the line. A primetime showdown to crown the best team in the ACC. Tickets are on sale now. It's a weekend full of festivities. Find out more and purchase your tickets at theacc.com/tickets. That's theacc.com/tickets. The ACC champion will be crowned here in Charlotte. Make sure you're in the building.
Price Brothers is hiring now. Start or grow your plumbing career with one of Charlotte's fastest growing residential plumbing contractors. Experience the difference of positive work-life balance, including short shifts every Friday. And with production-based pay, you control your income. Stay safe and clean with 100% new construction projects. Join their team today. Earn while you learn. Apply online at workforprice.com. Workforprice.com.
L.com. 3 for 3 for Josh Green. He is feeling it.
And you're listening to Hornets Basketball on the Hornets Radio Network.
Hornets trail the defending world champion Oklahoma City Thunder 64-57. Thunder with their largest lead of the game at this stage. Now, the Hornets have been hanging with them despite being shorthanded. No Josh Green, no Grant Williams, no Brandon Miller, no LaMelo Ball. Also no Liam McNeely tonight, but Hornets hanging in. Hornets unveiling their Hoopers Paradise City Edition jerseys tonight. And to celebrate, we're giving away a LaMelo Ball City Edition jersey. For your chance to win, download the Hornets app and you can enter today. Hornets down by 7. 20 points from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 19 for Chet Holmgren. Hornets balanced attack. 3 players in double figures. Bridges and Sexton with 11, and Ryan Kalkbrenner, Mr. Perfect, he's got 10. Con Knippel on the side. Bounces it out to Bridges. Bridges around the Kalkbrenner screen. Miles trying to take Hartenstein off the dribble inside up with the right hand, and it comes off the iron. Rebounded by Hartenstein. 8:37 left in the third quarter. SGA to his right, fires the 3. Yes. Reigning MVP. Makes it a 10-point margin. Miles Bridges bounces it out to James. James to Sexton. Sexton back to James. Sets his feet, lets it fly. The 3 off iron. Rebounded by Chet Holmgren. Hornets need a stop now. Cason Wallace on the wing against Con Knippel. Throws it up top. Dort spins into the paint. Goes up. Shot blocked by Miles Bridges. Con Knippel gets there. Knippel in transition. Puts his head down, drives, bounce past Kalkbrenner, goes up and is fouled. Chet Holmgren pushing through the back. And so Mr. Perfect, Ryan Kalkbrenner, the man with the golden hands, goes to the line to shoot 2. Kalkbrenner missed the game in Milwaukee. His family celebrating the birth of his first child, a daughter. Kalkbrenner, last time he did play here at the Hive, within hours of his daughter being born. And a career-high 17 points and 8 made field goals, 8 for 8 shooting. He has not missed a field goal since his daughter was born. Misses the first free throw. And more for Kalkbrenner. Free throw up and good. Ties for the team high with 11. It's down by 9. Bridges, James, Kalkbrenner, Sexton, and Trey Mann, the 5 on the floor. Knippel will get a breather. SGA driving. Lay-in with the left is good. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander now with 25. He's got more points personally than any 2 Hornets combined. Trey Mann into the paint. Outside for Sexton. Hand off Bridges. He'll fire the lefty 3 off the front iron. Rebounded by Lou Dort. Hornets have gone a little cold. Thunder keeping the pedal on the metal. Hartenstein to Holmgren. Holmgren turns the corner up for the lay-in. That's good. 71-58. Thunder are on a 14-1 run right now. Sexton goes around the Kalkbrenner screen, gives it to James. Sion James goes inside, tries to throw it down on top of Dort, cannot. Ball comes loose to the Thunder. Ambitious from Sion James. Holmgren to Hartenstein. Hartenstein holding. Backdoor pass, SGA the lay-in, and a timeout by Charlotte. Thunder are starting to cut the shorthanded Hornets up here in the third quarter. It's 73-58, 18-6 run to start the second half for OKC. 6:35 left in the third. Timeout Hornets on the Hornets Radio Network.
I want to stop losing sleep over this. I want to know this surgery is the right decision. I want to get back to business. I want a plan that's designed just for me. I I want to know that I'm in excellent hands. I want the latest and greatest. I want to continue to grow, no matter what life throws my way.
For the best surgical care, you want Novant. Novant Health. Best surgeons, amazing nurses, remarkable care.
Hornets fans, be sure to show your love for your favorite NBA team with the latest and greatest gear from the Hornets Fan Shop at Spectrum Center. Whether you're a fan of the classics, the newest styles, or both, you'll be sure to find the perfect fit for you. Stop by the Hornets Fan Shop at Spectrum Center Tuesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., as well as on game days. And you can also shop anytime from anywhere online at HornetsFanshop.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final buzzer.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout for basketball. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 20-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final buzzer and start counting that cash. Hold up, you can early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina. T&Cs apply.
Ghost. Skeletor World Tour 2026. Ghost. Theatrical. Arena Rock. January 25th, Spectrum Center, Charlotte. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Ghost. Don't miss Ghost. Presented by Live Nation.
This is KJ Simpson of your Charlotte Hornets.
Offensive board, Simpson leans in and gets it to go.
Back to more Hornets basketball on the Hornets Radio Network.
Charlotte trailing 73-58. Hornets have dealt with injuries for the majority of the last two seasons, and this year, you could argue it's been harsher than any year prior. But the Hornets have shown a lot of tenacity, a lot of mettle, fighting through them, and tonight no exception. At halftime, they were down by just 3 points against the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder, who are without Jalen Williams, both of them. But that, I think you would argue, is paling in comparison to the Hornets being without both LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller. However, the Hornets were right there. Right now, though, the Thunder turned it up a notch and expanded the lead to 15. Sam Farber here with you. Live from the Hive. Hornets a quick one-game homestand. They'll be back here on Saturday, 1 week from today, to host the L.A. Clippers. Charlotte down 15. KJ Simpson going to work. Pull up in the mid-range is an air ball caught by Connaughton. 5 on the shot clock. Got to get something going. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Trey Mann fires at 3, and we're going to have a foul on Lou Dort. Tying up KJ Simpson. Called him for the push. Lou Dort trying to blow up the screen, and two kind of come together, and Dort whistled as the aggressor. Both took a pretty big hit there. Dort whistled. So Hornets ball, the fresh 14. Moussa Diabate gives to Pat Connaughton. Connaughton tries to turn the corner, feeds Simpson, who'll fire the 3. Good. KJ Simpson drilling another Lowe's three-point shot. First points of the game. Charlotte cuts into the deficit, down a dozen. KJ Simpson knocks it away from Hartenstein, goes over the sideline, and it will stay Thunder ball. KJ keeps rotating that arm. He's been on the injured list with an AC joint injury last couple of contests. Antonio Reeves defending SGA, who slides it outside, rotated around the horn. Lou Dort run off the line, pass, taken away. KJ Simpson the steal. Hit-ahead pass. Trey Mann on the sideline. Mann will get him organized. High screen from Diabate. He'll use it. Mann back to Simpson. KJ driving into the paint up with the right hand. And he gets the roll. KJ Simpson. 5 in a row. Let's get the deficit down to 10. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander against Antonio Reeves. Reeves staying with him. Pass off of two Thunder players' fingertips. Hartenstein and Holmgren couldn't handle it. And a turnover back to Charlotte. Antonio Reeves, it's a plus 12 in the plus minus this one. The Hornets are a minus 22 when he's not on the floor. He's only made one shot, but he's only taken one, and obviously he's having an impact. KJ Simpson catch, dislodged by Cason Wallace. Over the sideline, still Hornets ball. 5 minutes left in the third. Connaughton to Musa on the inbounds play. Musa holding, hands it to Tre Mann. Mann from the elbow, leaner, good. Tre Mann into double figures. Fourth Hornet with 10 or more. SGA into the body of KJ Simpson, turns in the lane up with the right hand. Nice little shimmy there by SGA. He's got 29 and the lead's back to 10. KJ Simpson bounces it ahead to Tre Mann. Mann driving, stop and go, kick to the corner. Connaughton for three, off iron, rebound to Cason Wallace. Wallace, former first-round pick, into the paint, goes up, lay in, good. Aggressive drive there by Cason Wallace. And it's a 12-point margin now in favor of the Thunder. Tre Mann firing for three, good, but wave it off. Illegal screen called on Moussa Diabate. And takes away the triple for the Hornets. There's a lot, like when you're watching the Thunder, a lot that reminds you of the game of Con Knipple. It's not all flashy, just fundamentally sound. They don't make mistakes. They don't hurt themselves. They're in position. They make quick decisions. And it doesn't seem to matter who's on the floor. They all operate as a group. SGA on the perimeter. One-on-one with KJ Simpson. Starts to back him down. SGA, turnaround, fall away, jumper, yes. 31 for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's averaging 32 per game on the season. Tre Mann left alone, fires, and the three rims out. Isaiah Joe the rebound. They'll hustle it into the front court. Pat Connaughton there waiting. Joe kick out. Carlson, the 7-footer, always open, misses the three. Tre Mann extends for the rebound. Mann with 10 points today off the bench. Playing his former team. Lob to the corner. Reeves for three. No. Rebound. Musa fighting for it. It's loose. And SGA wins it. SGA has it knocked away. It's last touch by the Hornets. Colin Sexton will run and check in for Charlotte. Brooks Barnhizer in for the Thunder. Sexton gets KJ Simpson. So Sexton, Mann, Diabate, Connaughton, and Reeves, the five on the floor. Inbound D. Connaughton pokes it away. Here goes Pat Connaughton. One-on-one with Barnhizer up for the right hand. Oh, he missed the dunk, but Sexton's there for the follow. Colin Sexton didn't quit on the play. Connaughton couldn't quite get up for that dunk with Barnhizer in hot pursuit. But Charlotte still gets the 2 points out of it. A.J. Mitchell driving on Sexton. Twists, turns. He's stuck. Over to Barnhizer. Barnhizer back to Mitchell. Feet set, three on its way. No. Rebounded by Moussa Diabate. This is seventh board off the bench. Well, it's down a dozen. Tre Mann around the Diabate screen. Into the lane. Goes up with the right hand. Off glass. No. But a foul is called on OKC. It's a loose ball foul on the rebound on A.J. Mitchell. Second personal. Third team foul on the Thunder. (79-67). Oklahoma City leading your Charlotte Hornets. Hornets on night two of the back-to-back. They played very well here against the defending champs who've only lost once all season. Connaughton, catch and shoot three is short. Rebounded by A.J. Mitchell. Mitchell to the corner for Joe. Catch and shoot three, yes. Isaiah Joe had a quiet day. It's his first bucket. A sharpshooter. extends the lead back to 15, largest of the contest for the Thunder. Trey Mann twists away from SGA, feeds Diabate up for the leaner. No, rebound is loose, and a loose ball foul this time on the Hornets. Moussa Diabate picks up his second.
First of the final 2 minutes.
82-67. Thunder with the advantage. Charlotte is going to be back on the road for 2 games after tonight. We got a foul here. Antonio Reeves, a push on SGA, and I think that is the second in the final 2 minutes here on the Hornets. So that'll put SGA at the line. First foul on Reeves. Well, the Hornets have had a rough third quarter, but they still look good. Bold, distinguished, vibrant uniforms tonight. The debut of the City Edition Hooper's Paradise jersey. And a piece of paradise can be yours. Get your 2025-26 Hooper's Paradise City Edition jersey now available at the Hornets Fan Shop here at Spectrum Center. Stop by Tuesday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. or shop anywhere, anytime at HornetsFanShop.com. SGA, 2 for 2. New largest lead of the game, a 17-point spread in favor of the Thunder. Trey Mann on the left wing. Pass to the corner for Sexton, back up top for Mann. High screen from Diabate. Mann for 3 off the front iron. Rebounded by Barnhizer, out wide to A.J. Mitchell. Mitchell, transition 3, yes. Oh, this is almost unfair. The Thunder, they find people from everywhere, and they all the pieces, they all fit. Sam Presti got himself a ring last season with OKC as the head decision maker, and he's got this team rolling right now. Hornets down 20. Trey Mann goes up. Carlson blocks it away. Loose ball back to Diabate. He'll rise up, throws it down ahead of the shot clock. Oh no, they wave it off. Oh boy. They said it's after the buzzer. Is it still in his hands? I don't know. I think he got rid of it. Now, I think they can check that. I think they can. I'm not positive. "35 seconds left in the third quarter. A.J. Mitchell backdoor pass. Isaiah Joe on the baseline. Throws to Barnhizer. Barnhizer up. Lay-in blocked by Diabate. Recovery Joe. Joe 1 second on the shot clock. Fires off the front iron. Rebound Moussa. And the Hornets can play for 1. I sure hope if that was a legal shot they can check it. I didn't see in the replay that there was a light on when it left Moussa's hands. 7 seconds left in the third. Give us to Diabate. Moussa hogtied by Carlson. Lane. Good count and a foul. Fouls on Carlson. And Moussa got himself an and 1 opportunity. 8 points, 9 rebounds now for Moussa Diabate. .6 seconds left in the third. Free throw is good. 9-9 for Moussa Diabate. SGA, half court heave. Short. That is it for the third quarter. Oklahoma City, big third quarter. They outscore your Hornets 32-18 and take a 17-point lead into the fourth quarter. Still time for the Hornets to make a thrilling comeback. Join us for quarter number 4, the 7:04 fourth quarter here from the Spectrum Center. Charlotte down 87-70 on the Hornets Radio Network.
Many industry leaders today are predicting that Charlotte and the surrounding area is primed to be one of the hottest housing markets in 2024. Prices are now steady and stable with steady home values, employment opportunities, and strong demand. And it's a great time for sellers who are not rushed to the closing table. Sellers still need to protect their investment by listening to a realtor who wishes to sell your home, not buy it. Patience is a good thing after a recent out-of-control market. See your local hometown realty experts. That's Moss Realty, 945 North New Hope Road in Gastonia. Online at mossrealty.com. Call and talk with one of their live agents today at 704-865-5555.
If you have a problem with the IRS, believe me, it's not going away on its own. The IRS never gives up. Hi, I'm attorney John Ecton with the Ecton Law Firm, a local tax resolution firm right here in Charlotte. We've handled hundreds of IRS cases in the Carolinas, so when you hire us, you won't be speaking long distance or sending money to some out-of-state, high-pressured salesperson hoping they'll resolve your tax issues. You'll meet with me in person at our office in Charlotte, just off I-77 and 485. Your first visit is completely free and confidential, and I'll tell you on the spot exactly how much it'll cost and how we're going to take control. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or are facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, call me, John Ecton, at 980-677-1099. That's 980-677-1099. Or go to EctonLawFirm.com. That's ECTON lawfirm.com. Carolinas, if you have an IRS issue, you need a local attorney. You need Ecton Law Firm.
He sent you.
Here's the voice of the Hornets, Sam Farber.
Fourth quarter ready to begin here at the Hive. Charlotte trailing the Oklahoma City Thunder 87-70. Hornets cooled off considerably in that third quarter. Three-point percentage dropped to 35 overall. 12 for 34. They've still made more threes than the Thunder, but OKC a much higher efficiency. Hornets ball to start the fourth. Hornets in the brand new City Edition uniforms traveling right to left across your radio dial. Con Knippel to his left around the Bridges screen. Hops over, fires the three. It's good. It's another Knippel triple. His second of the game. Con has the most made threes for any NBA player in league history through 15 career games. This is his 13th game, and it's not over, folks. 41 and counting on the Knippel triple counter. A leaner on the baseline. Good for A.J. Mitchell, and they'll call a foul here on Colin Sexton for the bump.
Sexton, his second, team's first.
Second personal on Sexton. A.J. Mitchell to the line with the and one opportunity. Now calling all Queen City and surrounding area kids, time to join the Buzz City Kids Club. You'll receive a one-of-a-kind welcome gift. Maybe ask your parents too. Parents, sign your kid up for that one-of-a-kind welcome gift. Invites to exclusive events, special ticket offers, and much more. Sign up to your young Hornets fan today at BuzzCityKidsClub.com. Free throw is good. Hornets turn it over. It's 90-73. Hartenstein on the run out, and he'll throw it down. 19-point advantage for the Thunder. Charlotte, night two of a back-to-back. Never easy. Thunder, multiple days off waiting here in the Queen City. Huge advantage. And while the Hornets kept it very close through the first two quarters, things are starting to come apart now. Turnover. Pass intended for Sexton goes awry. Charlotte down 19. A.J. Mitchell. Cason Wallace back to Mitchell. High post feed. Holmgren. Double pump. Fires. Jumper. No. Hartenstein punches it out to Mitchell. Three ball. No. Rebound put back. Ousmane Dieng. Under by 21. Miles Bridges inside. Up with the right hand. Kissed it off the glass. Good for two. Bridges now with 13 points. That's the fifth field goal of the game for Miles Bridges, which takes him to 2,586, ties him with Gerald Wallace for the fourth most in Hornets franchise history. Hornets down 19. And off Wallace. Wallace, the leaner from 12. No. Rebound Bridges. On his fourth board. On Sexton. Con Knippel. Knippel tripped up. And he's holding his shoulder for a moment. Taking a sec to be helped to his feet.
Oklahoma City foul on 22.
They called the hardwood for a reason.
Team's first.
He kind of banged his elbow maybe more than his shoulder. He's a Knippel. Tough as they come. Colin Sexton directing traffic. Gives to Bridges on the left side. Miles Bridges, crossover, cuts towards the cut, kick to the corner. Sion James, catch and shoot three, short. Rebounded by Hartenstein. 94-75, Thunder leading. A.J. Mitchell, pull up from the right elbow. No. Rebounded by Con Knippel. Second rebound of the game. Sexton to Bridges. Jab step, pull up, three. No. Rebounded by Hartenstein. And he'll hand it off to Ousmane Dieng, former first-round pick. Getting the 2 points and a board tonight. Hartenstein back to Dieng. Dieng. Fluorescent orange shoes. Hands it off to A.J. Mitchell. Mitchell trying to turn the corner. Goes up. The leaner. No good. Rebound. Colin Sexton. Sexton wants to run. Sexton sprinting into the front court. Throws it up. Blocked by Wallace. Recovery by the Thunder. Mitchell to Holmgren. Holmgren fouled on his way to the 10. Foul's going to be on Sion James. First personal. Hornets down 19. Put this one in the column. Just another contest where you wish you could see Charlotte at full strength. They've had A-plus efforts, but not having Brandon Miller and LaMelo Ball, that's arguably your two best players. And it's a strong argument. The only reason I'm saying arguably is because Miles Bridges and Con Knippel have been tremendous. Also, they're playing without Grant Williams and Josh Green, who are exceptional talents who both have NBA Finals experience. Holmgren hits both free throws. And the Hornets trail by 21. The largest deficit of the day. 96-75 to score. Simpson, Bridges, Kalkbrenner, Knippel, and James, the five on the floor. It's four members of the NBA Summer League champion winning Hornets out there. KJ Simpson on the baseline. The leaner won't fall. Rebounded by Hartenstein. Outlet Dieng. Dieng inside. Hangs. Can't hit. Rebound Knippel. Third board. Kahn on the left side. Knippel on the Kalkbrenner screen. Into the corner. Simpson passed on the three. Sion James. He'll fire. The deep ball is good. Sion James, yet another Lowe's drilling three-point shot. And it's trailed by 18. A.J. Mitchell. Leaner with the left is good. A.J. Mitchell off the bench with 10. Fifth Thunder player with 10 or more. A.J. Simpson pushed by Cason Wallace. Called a foul.
Oklahoma City foul on 22, Cason Wallace, his
second team foul on the Thunder, so the Hornets will have a sideline inbound. Miles Bridges gives it to KJ Simpson, over to Sion James. James on the wing to Knippel. Catch and, pump fake, got his man in the air, inside the leaner, no good. Rebounded by Chet Holmgren. Holmgren trying to challenge Knippel. Kahn stays in front of him. Spin move to Hartenstein, and he'll float it in for two. Timeout, Charlotte. 7:12 to play. It's 100-78 in favor of the Oklahoma City Thunder. You're listening to Hornets basketball on the Hornets Radio Network.
Things people don't believe in. Little green aliens. Bigfoot. And that Spectrum TV combines all your favorite streaming apps with live TV at no extra cost. But that one is actually true. You get over $100 worth of streaming apps like HBO Max, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Peacock, AMC Plus, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
Alabama, live in concert.
Song of the South.
Friday, December 5th at Spectrum Center.
Play me some now.
With special guest Jamie Johnson.
Should have seen it in color.
Alabama, live.
Roll on highway, roll on along. If you're gonna play in Texas.
On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Produced by Outback Presents.
Time to check out what else is going on around the association. Here's Rob Longo with your NBA scoreboard update.
Hornets behind the Thunder 178 at home in the fourth quarter. Only 4 other games across the association tonight. One's gone final earlier today. Cavs win it at home 108-100 over Memphis. About 90 seconds left to go in the third quarter in Indiana, where the Pacers trail Toronto 97-82 there. In Milwaukee, Bucks on the second night of a back-to-back. They're behind the Lakers 45-30 with 5 minutes left to play in the second quarter of that one. And in Minnesota, the Timberwolves currently leading Denver by a penny, 44-43, midway through the second quarter there. Congrats to the Greensboro Swarm, 4-0 on the season after a 145-129 win on the road at the Delaware Blue. Coach Drew Peterson on a two-way deal, 20 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. DJ Rodman, a member of the Swarm, a career-high 30 points for him. Let's also take a look at tonight's defensive player of the game. I'm going to take Moussa Diabate. He's got a steal. He's got a block. He also has a game-high 10 rebounds. He's the only player on either side to have double figures in the rebounding category. Now back to Sam as the Hornets trail OKC by a lot.
Solid choice, Rob Longo. Moussa Diabate, another double-double. Had one last night in Milwaukee, so 2 double-doubles in 2 days for Diabate, up to 5 now on the season. But I'm going to spread the wealth. Credit KJ Simpson. Tough offensive day. He's been dealing with some shoulder pain for a couple of games now. He's been on the injury report, but gritting through it. And he's got a steal today, and in his 10 minutes on the floor, been an even in the plus-minus, meaning Charlotte's a minus 22 when he hasn't been on the hardwood. It's not the only thing. It's not everything, but it's something. Plus-minus category. KJ out there with Knipple, Bridges, Kalkbrenner, and Sion James. Hornets down 22. Miles Bridges against Ousmane Dieng. Up with the right hand, gets the bounce. That is career field goal number 2,587. Bridges passes Gerald Wallace for the 4th most field goals in Hornets franchise history. Congrats to Miles. Chet Holmgren, bank shot, no good. Ryan Kalkbrenner the board, his 5th. It's down by 20, 6:30 to play. Miles Bridges into the lane. Fall away. Doesn't get the roll. Kalkbrenner, a rare miss, but he gets his own rebound, fires it out to midcourt to Bridges. KJ Simpson driving, goes on the brakes, turn around, yes. Right on cue. We talk about KJ, and he converts. He's got 7. 100-82. Charlotte down with 6 minutes remaining here in the fourth quarter. A.J. Mitchell to Chet Holmgren. Ball hit him in the face. He recovers. Goes back to Mitchell. Mitchell against Sion James. Rises up and knocks it in. Hornets down by 20. KJ Simpson throws it up, and Ryan Kalkbrenner will tap in. That was a pass from Simpson, so give him the assist. 13 points for Ryan Kalkbrenner. Let's go with 7 boards. Charlotte down 18, 5:20 to play. Ousmane Dieng for 3. No. Rebound, Miles Bridges. KJ Simpson. Crossover. Up with a lay-in. Tough angle. Couldn't convert. Hartenstein the board. Hit ahead. Holmgren. Holmgren inside. Blocked. Loose ball to Knipple. Kahn might have gotten a piece of that. Him or Bridges. And then Knipple claims the loose ball. Kahn to the baseline. Tight ropes it. Kick out. Simpson. Wide open 3. No. And have a foul called on Isaiah Hartenstein. Called him for the hook. Line change for Charlotte. Antonio Reeves, Moussa Diabate, Mason Plumlee, and Pat Connaughton will come in. Charlotte on night 2 with back-to-back. They'll get Miles Bridges, Ryan Kalkbrenner, Sion James, and Kahn Knipple some rest here. Valiant effort from the Hornets. Exceptional first half. But the Oklahoma City Thunder, very, very strong team. And with an 18-point deficit, Charlotte will bring in some reserves. KJ Simpson driving, goes on the brakes, There's a pass inside. Musa, a little leaner for two. Musa Diabate now with a double-double. 11 points, 10 boards. Took that 13 points, 10 boards. I think they gave that bucket back to Musa. I think that's what it was. Chet Holmgren for three. No. So it was earlier. Well, here's a fire ahead for Musa. Nearly lost it. Gets it back over to Connaughton. So Musa had a dunk that they called a 24-second violation. I think they gave it back to him. KJ Simpson, lob shot from the elbow is good. KJ up to 9 points. So Simpson with a season high. Charlotte making some inroads. Down 14 with 3:59 to play. Timeout, OKC. Hornets not done yet here on the Hornets Radio Network.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, you've got your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/winter to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
If engagement is on the horizon, more than likely everyone has an opinion about the best place for diamond rings. Your girlfriend wants a ring that makes her friends say, "Oh my gosh, it is perfect." You need something beautiful. Don't be fooled into visiting diamond specialists or slogan-heavy box stores. Morrison Smith Fine and Custom Jewelers is different, and that's what your girlfriend wants. Go online to morrisonsmith.com and start a custom ring as unique as she is. That's morrisonsmith.com. You can thank me later.
Every year, it's the same story. The holidays hit, the pounds creep on, and by January, everyone's standing in line at the gym pretending this time will be different. But what if you didn't have to wait for January? What if you could end this year already feeling lighter, stronger, and confident in every photo, event, and outfit? That's exactly what happens with PhD Weight Loss. Take it from me, Smoke. I've lost over 60 pounds with PhD Weight Loss, and it completely changed how I think about food. My PhD coaches walked me through every situation from travel, holidays, parties, and for the first time in a long time, I'm feeling confident heading into the holiday season. And for Black Friday only, they're offering their best deal ever. They're waiving your consultation fee, and they're adding 2 free weeks to your program. They're also giving you their 5 steps to reset the scale book. They're even covering the cost of your food. All you have to do is mention the promo word best deal when you call, and you'll get a discount that I'm not even allowed to mention on the air. But this offer ends fast. There are no extensions, no do-overs, and no reason to wait. Call PhD Weight Loss today, mention best deal, and feel incredible about yourself through the holidays and beyond. Call 980-237-9090. That's 980-237-9090, or go to myphdweightloss.com.
Riddell.com.
Knipple gets the flyby. 3 on the way. It's good.
The Hornets Radio Network.
Hornets trailing the Thunder 102-88, but no quit here from the Queen City's finest. They have trailed the Thunder by as many as 22. And forced a timeout from Mark Daigneault with a quick spurt here. Charlotte has outscored the Thunder 8-2 in the last 2 minutes and change. Let's pause here 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the Hornets Radio Network.
This is WFNZ-FM Harrisburg and WLNK HD3 Charlotte.
The exclusive home of the Charlotte Hornets.
Hornets down by 14. Late in the fourth quarter, 3:45 to play. Chet Holmgren to Cason Wallace. Wallace to the elbow, throws on the brakes, gives back to Holmgren, hoist from the foul line, good. Chet Holmgren, exceptional talent, 25 points now? Yep, 25 points, 8 boards. Antonio Reeves, first home game in action for the Hornets, gets inside, up off the glass, no, but we got a foul on the rebound, called on OKC. Ousmane Dieng wrestling with the Moose.
Charlotte loose ball foul. Correction, Oklahoma City loose ball foul on 13. Usman Jang, his first.
Sub coming in for the Thunder. Brandon Carlson will check in. Well, Spectrum Center is the premier destination for sports and entertainment in the Carolinas, and the Charlotte Invitational coming back this year, Thursday, December 4th. Some elite tennis. Madison Keys will be back and facing living legend Venus Williams. Also, Francis Tiafoe and Taylor Fritz, two of the top-ranked Americans, will go head-to-head on Thursday, December 4th. For tickets and a list of future events, visit SpectrumCenterCharlotte.com. Hornets inbound. Antonio Reeves for three, and it's good. Antonio Reeves drilling another Lowe's three-point shot, his second of the game. Season high for Antonio Reeves. Hornets down 13. They're not done yet. 3 minutes left. High post feed. Hartenstein pass deflected. KJ Simpson's got the steal. Simpson across midcourt. Finds Reeves again. He'll pull the trigger. Triple a try off the back iron. Rebounded by A.J. Mitchell. Dagnall, the head coach, gives the signal. I think he wants to eat some clock here. Put the math more in their favor. A.J. Mitchell challenging Reeves. Pull back for a deep two. No. Rebound K.J. Simpson. Simpson with a season high today. Crossover. Tries to throw inside towards Plumlee. It was knocked away, and Carlson comes up with the steal. Oh, 4-91. Usman Jang. To the baseline, Hartenstein. Handoff Joe. Three ball. No good from the corner. Rebound, Moussa Diabate. And Simpson across midcourt. Simpson penetrates. Stop and go dribble. Outside Reeves. Corner three. Yes! Antonio Reeves, third three of the game. He was averaging 23 points per game for Greensboro in 3 games for the Swarm. He can shoot it, 41% three-point shooter at the G League. 10-point game, minute 20 to go. We're not done yet. Off the glass, missed shot, batted out to midcourt. Isaiah Joe's got it for the Thunder. Over to Jang. Jang, pull up. No, he'll kick it off late. Carlson, the three. Yes, that could be a dagger. And then Carlson now with 7. 13-point spread. KJ Simpson to Connaughton to Diabate. Moussa back to KJ. Rejects the screen, drives, hoists, and hits. KJ Simpson now with 9. Still an 11-point game, and the Thunder are just going to manage this clock. A.J. Mitchell trying to drive. Gets inside. The leaner good. 33 seconds remaining. Hornets down 13. Possibly the last possession. A.J. Simpson on the elbow. Too strong. Shot clock is dark. And it looks like that's going to do it. Night 2 of a back-to-back. Too tough for the Hornets to overcome. They'll get a rematch with the Thunder in early January. And hopefully Charlotte will be at full strength. But tonight, the Thunder roll to 13-1. And the Hornets will be forced to settle for silver linings, falling 109-96 to the Oklahoma City Thunder. 5 Hornets finish in double figures, led by Miles Bridges with 15. Double-double off the bench for Moussa Diabate, 13 points, 11 boards, his second double-double in as many days. The Thunder get 33 from the reigning MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Isaiah Hartenstein, 12 points and 11 boards for a double-double, and 25 points from Chet Holmgren. So, Charlotte drops both sides of the back-to-back. We'll hope for better news on the health front for the Hornets' upcoming road trip to Toronto and Indiana, and they'll be back here in the Queen City next Saturday to host the LA Clippers, a 1 p.m. tip time. Hope you'll join us here at the Hive for that one. A reminder, if you're tuned in on our flagship station, 92.7 Sports Radio WFNZ, stick around for the long haul. Willie P. Will Palachuk has extended post-game coverage coming up. And don't forget, Hornets fans, coverage of your favorite NBA team doesn't stop after the game. Check out the Hornets Hivecast, official podcast of your Charlotte Hornets, available on all podcast platforms. But coming up next, Rob Longo is standing by for the post-game show delivered by the UPS Store. That's coming up after this quick break. Final score from Spectrum Center. Thunder 109, Charlotte 96. The post-game show delivered by the UPS Store is next here on the Hornets Radio Network.
Things people don't believe in. Little green aliens. Bigfoot. And that Spectrum TV combines all your favorite streaming apps with live TV at no extra cost. But that one is actually true. You get over $100 worth of streaming apps like HBO Max, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Peacock, AMC Plus, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
Listen up, basketball fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you can turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on player points, rebounds, triple doubles.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina. T&Cs apply. In app only.
I want to stop being sidelined by pain. I want to tell my friends I'm in. I want a surgeon who speaks more knees than he can count. I want the best care in the game. I want a team that's with me every step of the way. I want to bounce back fast. I want to show them my best is yet to come.
For the best orthopedic care, you want Novant. Novant Health. Best surgeons, amazing nurses, remarkable care.
Buzz City, it's time to bring the Hive alive once again. Individual tickets are on sale now for all home games this season, and so are select season ticket packages. Welcome the Hornets back to the Hive on Saturday, November 22nd, as Charlotte returns from a 2-game road trip. The Hornets will take on the Los Angeles Clippers at 1 p.m. on Buzz City Kids Day. Secure your seats now at Hornets.com or through the Hornets app.
Welcome to the Hornets Radio Network post-game show delivered by the UPS Store. Highlights, stats, and more is on the way. Live from our network studios, here's Rob Longo.
Hornets fall tonight on the second night of a back-to-back at home against the Oklahoma City Thunder, 109-86. Your final score, Charlotte 4-9 on the season. Now, this is the first time that the Hornets have been held under 100 points so far this season, and it comes on the second night of a back-to-back with no LaMelo Ball and a slew of other players not involved in this one, including Josh Green, Grant Williams, Brandon Miller, Tijon Salon, and Liam McNeely. Thunder had some injuries on their side, too, but they got the reigning MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who finishes with a game-high 33 points. That's just an average night for him so far through the first 13 games of the season, or 14 games of the season, I should say, as Oklahoma City is now 13-1 on the campaign. Your leading scorer tonight for the Hornets, Miles Bridges, had 15, but Colin Sexton had 11 in the first half of his 13 points tonight.
Rayman passes to James into the corner. Sexton catch and shoot three. Got it. Colin Sexton, his third three of the game. Don't leave that guy open. He's 3 for 4 today. He's shooting better than 42% from beyond the arc, a career best.
Sexton had a weird one. He was 3 of 6 from 3, but 5 of 13 from the floor in general, so should have stuck from beyond the arc, I suppose. Your muscle and hustle play of the game, we go to the third quarter. Moussa Diabate had a really good game, including this and one opportunity.
7 seconds left in the third. Give us to Diabate. Moussa hogtied by Carlson Lane. Good, counted and a foul.
Moussa Diabate tonight, his 5th double-double of the season, 13 points, 11 rebounds. He was 6 of 7 from the field, and he also added 4 assists. That's your muscle and hustle play of the game, presented by First Horizon Bank. Big bank muscle with small bank hustle. Those were also these sounds of the game, brought to you by Charlotte Eye, Ear, Nose, and Throat Associates. Senta, the official eye, ear, nose, and throat care provider of your Charlotte Hornets. Once again, your final score tonight, the Hornets fall on the second night of a back-to-back at home against Oklahoma City, 109-86. And here's Sam Farber for more on the box score.
Rob, thank you. Did I hear a little emphasis on the right syllable to make that a 6-7 reference? Is that what I heard there? He's refusing to open his mic. He's disgusted that I would go to the reference there. All right, Hornets fall tonight 109-96 against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Really strong effort from Charlotte here. In the first half, they went toe-to-toe, punch for punch with the defending world champs, who are 13-1 now on the season. And the Thunder, no, they don't have all of their pieces, but they got a lot of their pieces. They got their best piece in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, arguably their second best piece in Chet Holmgren. And the Hornets, it's a very easy argument to make that they are without their top two players, not having LaMelo Ball or Brandon Miller available for this one. And yet the Hornets were right there, even after a quarter, down just 3 points in the second. The Hornets win the fourth quarter. The third quarter, the Thunder decisive 32-18 advantage over Charlotte, and that ends up being more than enough to give them the win, 109-96, the final score. All the credit in the world due to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, brilliant once more, 33 points. His season average, not career, season averages more or less hit across the board. SGA averaging 32.5 points, 5.2 rebounds, 6.6 assists per game. He finishes with 33, 4, and 7. So solid game for him. From the Hornets' perspective, they finished with 5 in double figures, led by Miles Bridges, who reaches another milestone. He is now sunk 2,587 career field goals. That moves him into fourth all-time. He passes Gerald Wallace. Yes, we track everything, and Miles Bridges now in fourth all-time in Hornets franchise history for career field goals. Congrats to Miles on the milestone. Moussa Diabate, a 13-point, 11-rebound double-double off the bench, is his second double-double in as many days, 5th of the season, 12th of his career. A couple of season highs for a couple of the Hornets' two-way contract players. KJ Simpson, 9 points, and Antonio Reeves, 9 points. Reeves, his first action on the home hardwood for the Hornets. And he knocked down 3 threes. He's a really good shooter. He displayed that last season at New Orleans. A good two-way contract pickup here for Charlotte. And both of them had season highs with 9 points apiece. One more here. We'll check the Knipple triple counter. Khan, 2 for 5 from distance today. Finished with 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. He's up to 41 made threes. That's the most any NBA player has had in the history of the league through their first 15 games. But Khan's only played 13 games, so it's just remarkable. By the way, the record through 16 games, Jordan Hawkins made 42. So if Khan Knipple hits 1 3 in the next week, he maintains the top spot through 16 games. I got a feeling he should be good to convert more than one in his next 3 contests. But we'll see if he is able to get that job done. Right now, he maintains that pace of being 2 games ahead of NBA record schedule and continues to rewrite the rookie three-point shooting record book. Unfortunately, though, tonight comes in a loss, Charlotte falling to 4-9. Hornets do have a day off after a kind of a brutal back-to-back. Back-to-backs are not easy. Traveling back-to-backs are even harder. But the hardest are the ones where you change time zone, you lose an hour. So the Hornets basically played 2 games in 23 hours instead of over 24. Not easy to do, probably even less than that. But the Hornets, they're tough. They'll get their rest and then be back to action on Monday for a road contest. Next time back here at the Hive is Saturday, a 1 p.m. tip time against the L.A. Clippers. Daylight, D-Light, always a lot of fun, especially for the youngsters. So I hope you'll join us for that one a week from today. Coming up next, let's go back to Rob Longo for more on the road ahead as we continue the postgame show delivered by the UPS Store.
So Charlotte heads north of the border to take on Toronto on Monday. Raptors took 2 out of 3 last season against Charlotte. Toronto finished the season with a 30-52 record. That was good for 11th in the Eastern Conference. Raptors didn't do much in the way of offseason moves. They selected Colin Murray Boyles out of South Carolina with the 9th overall pick. And despite a poor record last season, Toronto's off to a pretty decent start. Raptors lost 4 straight early on, but have since won 6 of their last 7. I hope Sam didn't hear that because I don't need to hear another 6-7 joke. Toronto wrapping up a 5-game road trip in Indiana tonight. The Raptors currently lead that one 116-94 on the road. It's about 5:38 left to go in that ball game, and that one's in potluck territory for Toronto as they have 7 players in double figures right now, led by 22 by R.J. Barrett. That is a team high. Also with 19 points is Jakob Hurley has 9 rebounds. Scotty Barnes has a double-double, 12 points and 10 boards in that one. Brandon Ingram also 18 points for the Raptors. We will tip things off at 7:30 on the Hornets Radio Network on Monday. Pregame coverage beginning at 6:30 on the flagship station Sports Radio WFNZ. Hornets will then head to Indiana to take on the Pacers on Wednesday before taking on the Clippers at home next Saturday, like Sam mentioned. And again, tickets are available for that one at Hornets.com or through the Hornets app. A 1 p.m. tip time. It'll be Buzz City Kids Day. Plenty of activations for the youngest Hornets fans, and of course, an early tip time is certainly family-friendly. Sam Farber can certainly attest to that one.
I absolutely can. Day games are not always our most fun, but we'll have 2 days to prep for that one. We'll be locked in, ready to go, and hopefully it'll be loud and a little added energy with it being Kids Day here at the Hive Saturday, 1 week from today when the Hornets host the LA Clippers. Hope you'll join us here at the Hive for that one. Tickets available at Hornets.com. And as Rob mentioned, I wasn't going to do the 6-7 joke. I was going to say they are on pace to win their 7th in their last 8 contests for Toronto. So the Hornets going to face a hot Raptors team. Hopefully we'll get good news on the injury front. That is supposed to be the day that we're supposed to get, based off the initial timeline at least, some kind of update potentially on Brandon Miller. Now, usually there's some wiggle room of about 24 to 48 hours, so it might not be exactly on Monday, but we'll keep our fingers crossed and hopefully get some good news on the horizon here about Brandon Miller. I mean, this team has battled truly 4-9 at this stage when you consider they have played 6 of those 13 games, so a little less than half, without the services of LaMelo Ball, and all but 1.5 of them without Brandon Miller. None of them with Grant Williams or Josh Green, both really solid role players who have NBA Finals experience. That's a lot to be without from the Hornets' perspective. So I think brighter days are on the horizon. Hopefully they are coming up very quickly for Charlotte. But for the moment, the team falls to 4-9. They'll try and do better the next time on Monday, as will we. Rob Longo, great job as always on the post-game show delivered by the UPS store, as well as producing tonight's game. If you're listening on our flagship station, 92.7 Sports Radio WFNZ, stick around for the long haul. Willie P. Will Pelagic has extended post-game coverage coming up shortly. For now, for everyone here, I'm Sam Farber saying it's been a pleasure and a privilege having you along. Hornets fall to the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder 109-96. You heard it all right here on your home for Hornets basketball, 92.7 Sports Radio WFNZ and the Hornets Radio Network.
Charlotte Hornets basketball has been brought to you by Novant Health, the official healthcare provider of the Charlotte Hornets.
LaMelo to Bridges, another triple try, good again! LaMelo Ball leaves it, Bridges delivers!
Also brought to you by Spectrum.
5 on the shot clock, 4, LaMelo into the lane, up with the right hand, finger roll for 2, and the Hornets lead it by 4.
Post-game coverage continues in moments on Sports Radio WFNZ. This has been an exclusive presentation of the Hornets Radio Network.
Thank you for listening to a special presentation
on Sports Radio FNZ Charlotte.
Sports Radio FNZ Charlotte.
A Radio 1 station.
A Radio 1 station. You're listening to Charlotte Hornets basketball on Sports Radio 92.7 WFNZ.
It's showtime. Ball, two-handed jam. Throws it down with 2 hands. My goodness.
Now for the wrap-up from tonight's game, here's your host, Will Pelagic.
Post game on Sports Radio 92.7 WFNZ. Oklahoma City Thunder, a 109-96 victory over the Charlotte Hornets tonight at the Spectrum Center. Second night of a back-to-back for the Hornets, unfortunately, goes by the wayside. It was a game they hung in. They were tied after 1. They were down after the second quarter by 1 possession. So from that perspective, the Hornets definitely hung tough, but a 16-1 run at the start of the third quarter did the Hornets in, and Oklahoma City improves to 13-1 on the season. Hornets did not shoot the ball well tonight, 39%, 16 of 42 from 3, 38% for the game. Oklahoma City, a pretty steady 51%, including 11 from 23 from downtown. The turnovers, pretty even, but when you think about it from the perspective of the Hornets, points in the paint killed them, minus 16, with the great work of Hartenstein, Chet Holmgren, and, of course, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Back upstairs to Sam Farber as we recap this one for you, a 13-point loss. This is one, Sam, where I don't think you're as disappointed in this one, as kind of resigned to the fact that Oklahoma City is a really, really good team, and unfortunately Charlotte is still very, very shorthanded.
They are, and I think they are taking the lessons learned and taking advantage of opportunities to learn more about their young players. I think, without a doubt, well, there's some doubt, I suppose, but the likelihood is at full strength, some of these rookies are not having as much usage or maybe nearly the opportunity to play right from the jump. And so there's an advantage to learning early about Sion James and Colin Knippel and Liam McNeely. But the reality is it's very hard to win in this league when you don't have your main pieces and when you do start a lot of rookies. This experience counts for a lot. And despite the indomitable spirit of the Hornets, they're playing without LaMelo Ball for roughly half of the early stage of this season and without Brandon Miller for all but 1.5 games. That's going to make things very, very tough, but hopefully Charlotte will get some good news on the injury front in the not-too-distant future. And for the moment, I mean, it's early in the season. They have not exactly lost traction with the rest of the Eastern Conference. There's maybe a little bit of a surprise that there are still 10 teams that are north of 500, but Charlotte's still within 3 games. That's a great week and a bad week for someone ahead of you. There's plenty of head-to-head matchups with teams like Toronto and Chicago and Miami and Orlando to come, so the Hornets can make up these gaps, certainly over the next 60-plus games, but the injury bug has not been kind for the Hornets.
There have been players all across this league trying to figure out Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and while 33-point night for him definitely represents a lot of what he's done well, I noticed from the Hornets' perspective that there was definitely a lack of fear. You saw Diabate get switched in on him at times. You saw Kalkbrenner at the same point in time. Sion James took the assignment on as well. You mentioned the fact that this is big experience and very much a measuring stick for this team, who at least professes to try and turn the corner, and these reps are incredibly important.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we saw a much tighter contest, certainly through the first half, a much tighter contest than you would expect. Yes, the Thunder are down all of the Jalen Williams, and they've got some injuries they're dealing with as well, but they're not missing nearly as much as Charlotte is. They're not starting nearly as many young players as the Hornets are, and yet Charlotte's right there, toe-to-toe with them, even through a quarter, down 1 possession at halftime. The Hornets win the fourth quarter, so a lot of positives to take away. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he is a master of the mid-range, knocks down 3 of his 4 3-point attempts. Ultra-efficient day for the Thunder, 50% from the floor. They're tough to beat, and so you got to have your best players. You got to have your A game if you're going to have a realistic chance. But I think there are more positives than negatives to take away from the effort we saw here from the Hornets on night 2 of a back-to-back. You never want to have to settle for silver linings, but there's a reality that there are often schedule losses that are just a byproduct of how the NBA schedule is generated. And Oklahoma City on normal rest, normal circumstances is tough enough. To play them when they've had 2 days off and you've had seemingly 2 hours, that's a recipe for a Thunder win. And so I think the Hornets can be proud of the effort they put forth here and maybe take some solace in the fact that the schedule makers might have put this one as close to the win column as it can come leading into a contest.
We certainly wish Liam McNeely well. Undisclosed illness keeps him out for a second straight game, but it has allowed us to open the Antonio Reeves file in his Hornets lexicon. 17 minutes tonight, 9 points, 2 rebounds. What have you noticed from Antonio as he makes his first steps here with the Buzz?
Yeah, well, I mean, I liked it when he was picked up as a 2-way contract player. And listen, I'm a big fan of Nick Smith Jr. I'm thrilled he's performing well with the Lakers. And I think if the rules had been different in terms of how you can sign someone to a 2-way contract, because Nick Smith was, on a full contract, so that makes things a little bit more complicated. Maybe he's the option that stays as a sharpshooter and a young player with a lot of talent. But again, he's found a good landing spot. And bringing in Antonio Reeves, that's another player who's got a good track record of being a big-time shooter in the NBA at a previous stop. Reeves with the New Orleans Pelicans, he wasn't averaging 12 points a game or something, or else they probably would have kept him. But he was 7 points a game. He shot just under 40% from three. He had a 30-plus point effort at one point in his season with the Pelicans. He's a good player, and so he's put up good numbers with Greensboro. 23 points, I believe, in 2 contests with the Swarm. Shot better than 40% from three. I can attest the G League line is just as far away as the NBA line is. And he came in here tonight, had an opportunity, and he made the most of it. I'd say last night he did the same. He didn't take any shots against the Milwaukee Bucks, but he was a positive in the plus-minus. And then here again, he comes back and has a really good effort. 3 for, I believe, 5, was it, from deep? Finishes with a season-high 9 points. It's a good game, really good game. And that's what he can provide, a scoring punch. For all these two-way guys, I think it's less and less players that are drafted that you're trying to, find ways to add roster spots. And more it's guys who have a track record, who are given an opportunity to be an extension of the roster, and that's what Reeves represents.
Hornets take the day off tomorrow and be back in action on Monday in Toronto, taking on the Raptors. We'll try to scrounge up some of that mojo we had from Wednesday's victory and hope it and you clear customs Monday for the Hornets heading to Toronto to face the Raptors.
I, for the moment, know where my passport is, so we will try and keep track of that. Raptors are playing well. Toronto, Charlotte, there's a few teams that have been in the lottery for the last couple of years that you would think, if things are going as they should, the collection of talent should start to, really push you towards the playoffs. For Charlotte, injuries have far and away put them in a negative position, but they're in a position to overcome it still. Toronto, they've been pretty healthy, and they added Brandon Ingram to Scotty Barnes. They've drafted, high for the last handful of seasons. In theory, this should be coming together. So maybe it is. They've won 7 out of 8 now. Charlotte, an opportunity to show what they've got. Hopefully we'll get some good news on the health front.
We'll talk to you from the other side, from the 6, not quite the 6-7.
No, not the 6-7. You're going to drive Rob Longo nuts, aren't you?
That's our job, is it not?
I know. Well, I'm hoping that if you're not there Monday to join us in Toronto, we'll know who to inquire with first.
I'll be there as much as I possibly can.
Sounds good, buddy.
That is Sam Farber joining us. 109-96 Oklahoma City over the Hornets tonight in Uptown. Hornets fall now to 4-9. The Oklahoma City Thunder now 13-1 on the season. We're back with the highlights, head coach Charles Lee's post-game comments, and a look around the rest of the NBA schedule, which is just 4 other games involved tonight. One of them is a blowout. Actually, 2 of them are blowouts, and one is a close contest, which will keep you the tabs on as we finish this one. 109-96. Oklahoma City over the Hornets. We're back with more Hornets post-game in a moment on Sports Radio 92.7 WFNZ.
Hey, it's Jeff again to tell you about a great deal from my friends over at PhD Weight Loss and Nutrition. In fact, it's their best deal ever. They're going to waive your consultation fee. They're going to add 2 free weeks to your program. They're going to even cover the cost of your food for the entire time you're on the program. All you got to do is say the words best deal and you're in. Look, the holidays are coming. That means you're probably going to eat a lot. You're going to gain some weight. And then when that calendar turns to January 1st, you're going to be like everybody else, running to the gym, trying to take those pounds off. But what if you were already in fit fighting condition by the time January 1st ever came around? I lost 30 pounds with the PhD weight loss system, and you can do. And right now, for Black Friday only, they're offering their best deal ever, waiving your consultation fee, and they're adding 2 free weeks to your program. Best deal. That's all you got to tell them. Give them a call at 980-237-9090. That's 980-237-9090, or go to myphdweightloss.com.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, you've got your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/winter to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
It's Rich, Richie, and Joel from Affordable Siding and Windows. Guys, why should someone call Affordable Siding and Windows?
Because now's the time to lock in 2025 pricing and get the work done after the holidays.
At Affordable Siding and Windows, we have our own products, we have our own crews, and we have the industry's best warranties. For nearly 30 years at Affordable Siding and Windows, we've been making homes just like yours the envy of the neighborhood. Whether it's with our James Hardy siding, our Cedar Ridge insulated siding, replacement windows, beautiful front entry doors, and roofing done right.
If it's on the outside of your home, nobody does it like us.
And right now, take $1,500 off any siding project.
Buy 2 windows and get the 3rd one free.
Take $500 off any custom entry door.
And for roofing done right, we'll match it. Take $500 off that roof too.
And don't forget about our show home on Monroe Road, where you can see, touch, and experience these products for yourself.
That's Affordable Siding and Windows, 704-536-6225 or affordablesiding.com.
Welcome back to the Hornets postgame show
on Sports Radio 92.7 WFNZ.
Always is going to be a tough game tonight for the Hornets. They fall 109-96 to the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder. Oklahoma City has lost just once all season, and they've had to deal with their injuries too as well. They had missed Lou Dort for the last 5 contests, but he came back tonight, played 22 minutes, 3 points. But the Glamour guys got it done for the Thunder. 33 for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 25 and 8 rebounds for Chet Holmgren. A double-double, 12 points and 12 rebounds for Isaiah Hartenstein. 14 off the bench as well for A.J. Mitchell as Oklahoma City defeats the Hornets 109-96. Charlotte had 5 in double figures. 15 points for Miles Bridges, 13 apiece for Ryan Kalkbrenner, Colin Sexton, and Moussa Diabate. Diabate comes alongside 11 rebounds for him with a double-double. Trey Mann had 10 off the bench for Charlotte, 9 as well for K.J. Simpson and Antonio Reeves, both off the bench. The Hornets actually outscore the OKC bench 44-26. Points in the paint, though, was one of the big categories that did not go the Hornets' way. They were minus 16 in that effect. And the real culprit tonight for the Hornets' shooting percentage, Oklahoma City, a real steady 51% throughout the evening. They were hovering around that 50-55% throughout the entire evening, and the Hornets just could not get themselves back to square after spending most of the night hovering around in the 30s. And did make their threes, though, 16-42 from downtown, but did have to take a lot to try and stay in this one, which they didn't fall behind too bad, especially early on, but that 16-1 run in the third quarter ended up giving them the fits. Oklahoma City led by as many as 22 in this one. Hornets did have leads in this one by as many as 6, but they lose by a baker's dozen. Here's Hornets head coach Charles Lee following this one.
I guess just talk about what makes OKC just a well-oiled machine where it seems like, you know, they don't really have those lulls sometimes. They can just keep getting you over and over again.
They're a good team. I think that we are just as good of a team as well. We showed that in the first half, and you go to halftime kind of down 3. Thought we did a lot of really good things on both ends of the floor to give ourselves a chance. And then in the second half, to your point, just sometimes that defensive physicality, intensity kind of wears you down a little bit. Ball starts sticking. Then that's when they're allowed to, increase their physicality. So I definitely thought that the ball movement in the second half just wasn't as good. Some of our rim reads weren't as good, and you start turning it over, and they turn those turnovers into points, and then they also kind of just stall you out a little bit.
They went on a pretty big run there to open the third quarter. You subbed in five new guys. What were you saying to your team there?
Yeah, just wanted to find a little bit more pop, a little bit more energy. I thought that there was just a couple transition plays where we just looked a little sluggish. Guys kind of just hugged up with one person in the corner and you give up a dunk, or, just the things that we have done so well in this game and last night, you just didn't see at a high enough level. So you were trying to find some juice, some energy, just something a little bit more from that other group. And I thought they gave it to us for a little bit. And then, you give the starting group one more chance to kind of go after it in that fourth quarter.
Charles, right now you guys are third in the league in first quarter scoring. You're 15th in the second quarter, 19th in the third, and 20th in the fourth. What do you think is just contributing to that drop-off, and how do you address it going forward?
Yeah, I think that as we continue to kind of just build out the rest of the season and how we attack each quarter, some of that comes down to, like, we talked about it today, just, your continued habits, the consistency that you have to be able to make sure that you are in shape physically and mentally at the end of the game to still be able to execute at the highest level come fourth quarter. And this league, it's hard to win in this league, and I think that everything kind of slows down in the fourth quarter, physicality ramps up, and we just got to be a little bit better. But I think that we have done a ton of really good things in all four quarters to put ourselves in a chance to win games. No, for sure. I thought that, defensively we had some good possessions. I felt like that first half I think they had 6 offensive rebounds, but I don't know, each one felt a little bit backbreaking or definitely, affected us and how we then approached our next offensive possession or whatever. It kind of just wore us down. But I do think, we kept him off the free throw line, which is tough. And Gilgeous-Alexander, I think he's averaging like 10 free throws a game. So to hold him to 5, knowing I don't think he played very much in the fourth, but still, the effort there, the focus was there for a majority of the game.
It felt like you guys were doing a pretty good job on Shea, but no matter how good a job you do, he's still able to get to his spots and get shots up. What is it like to coach against the type of player where even if your guys on the floor are doing the best job they can for 23.9 seconds, he can still get to a shot and get a good look?
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to not overreact to some of those tough buckets. You live with some of them. You try to throw them off balance a little bit with different matchups or different coverages. But like you said, he did it on the road to the finals last year, and he's hit a lot of tough shots. And so I thought our guys, though, it's a good learning experience to kind of go from last night, what you experienced in the Cup, and how you have to guard an Antetokounmpo as a creator, and then Gilgeous-Alexander is a different type of creator, and then how you have to be more mindful of his tendencies. So I think for our group, it's good to have those back-to-back nights of different environments, different creators, and see that we were up to the test for most of the game.
That was Hornets head coach Charles Lee after tonight's 109-96 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let's play some highlights, shall we? Ryan Kalkbrenner, who missed last night's contest after attending to the birth of his young daughter after Tuesday night. He did play the following night, but Hornets using last night to allow him to spend some more time with his wife and new baby girl. 13 points tonight, 7 rebounds, and also the man who authored our dunk of the game.
Gilgeous-Alexander navigates the screen. Sion James on his back, wiggles his way inside, goes up, shot is blocked, recovery Hornets. Colin Sexton throws the lob, Miles Bridges catch to the baseline, back to Sexton. Sexton up with the right hand, no. Kalkbrenner there for the finish. Ryan Kalkbrenner, the putback, and the Hornets have the lead, 12-11.
Early in the opening quarter, at the end of the first quarter, we talked about Antonio Reeves getting the McNeely minutes trademark. Ended up getting himself a 3, his first as a Hornet, to give the Bugs a late lead in the opening period.
Great man, another deep ball, missed it this time. Rebound, Antonio Reeves inside, kick out, Bridges, pump fake to the corner. Reeves for 3, yes sir! Welcome to Charlotte. Antonio Reeves getting in on the action, drilling another Lowe's 3-point shot. Hornets up 30-28.
Score would be tied at 30 after one period, and then after the second period, Hornets would be down 3, 52-55, or 55-52, I beg your pardon. But then Oklahoma City, after the Hornets tied it in the third quarter at 57, went on a 16-1 run to not look back. Although at the close of the third quarter, Moussa Diabate with an and one to secure another double-digit night.
7 seconds left in the third. Give us to Diabate. Moussa hogtied by Carlson Lane. Good, counted and a foul.
Second straight night with a double-double for Moussa Diabate. He had 13 points, 11 rebounds. He is our player of the game, but the Hornets fall tonight 109-96. Final from earlier tonight, it was the Cleveland Cavaliers, a 108-100 victory over the Memphis Grizzlies. 30 points from Donovan Mitchell, 26 points from Jaren Jackson Jr. Cleveland improves to 9-5. Memphis now 4-10 on the young campaign. Hornets' next opponent, the Toronto Raptors, all over the Indiana Pacers, 129-111. Indiana 1-12. Pascal Siakam had 30. Jakob Poeltl and R.J. Barrett with 22 apiece for the Raptors, who get their 8th win on the season. We will see Toronto on Monday night. Lakers lead the Milwaukee Bucks presently 78-60. That game was a 31-point blowout at the halftime mark. It was a game that Bronny James actually started for the Los Angeles Lakers, but he's only played 7 minutes tonight. 26 from Luka Doncic, 20 from DeAndre Ayton. Giannis has 21, playing the second night of a back-to-back, as Milwaukee, not unlike the Hornets, a little weary after last night's late finish, although Milwaukee, unlike the Hornets, did not have to travel. Again, bone to pick with the league on that one. And then in the third quarter, it's the Denver Nuggets leading the Timberwolves 75, to 73. 16 points for Aaron Gordon on Denver's side. Julius Randle's got 18. The Ant-Man with 14. Naz Reid 17 for the T-Wolves, who trail by 2 at home with less than 6 to play in the third quarter. Final again tonight, OKC 109, the Hornets 96. Back in action on Monday night in the 6 as the Hornets take on the Toronto Raptors. 4-9 Charlotte, 8-5 Toronto. Pre-game coverage on Sports Radio 92.7 WFNZ gets underway at 6:30. Tip time at 7:30 as the Hornets try to go on the road at Toronto and Indy before being back home a week from tonight against the LA Clippers for a Saturday matinee Kids Day here at the Hive. Be sure to get your tickets at Hornets.com/tickets. For Sam Farmer, Rob Longo, Anthony Pagnotta producing this evening. I'm Will Pelagic. Thank you so much for listening. Once again, the final score, Thunder 109, Hornets 96. We'll talk to you on Monday night from Toronto here on your home for the Hornets, Sports Radio 92.7 WFNZ.
It's Rich, Richie, and Joel from Affordable Siding and Windows. Guys, why should someone call Affordable Siding and Windows?
Because now's the time to lock in 2025 pricing and get the work done after the holidays.
At Affordable Siding and Windows, we have our own products, we have our own crews, and we have the industry's best warranties. For nearly 30 years at Affordable Siding and Windows, we've been making homes just like yours the envy of the neighborhood. Whether it's with our James Hardy siding, our Cedar Ridge insulated siding, replacement windows, beautiful front entry doors, and roofing done right.
If it's on the outside of your home, nobody does it like us.
And right now, take $1,500 off any siding project.
Buy 2 windows and get the third one free.
Take $500 off any custom entry door.
And for roofing done right, we'll match it. Take $500 off that roof, too.
And don't forget about our show home on Monroe Road, where you can see, touch, and experience these products for yourself.
That's Affordable Siding and Windows, 704-536-6225 or affordablesiding.com.
Sell your home in Mark Spain Real Estate and get the strongest cash offer in the industry. You'll save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Hey, it's Mac, and I'm back in the studio with Mark of Mark Spain Real Estate. Hey, Mark, how does the guaranteed offer give homeowners peace of mind when selling their home?
The guaranteed offer is simple and stress-free because it's all cash. You don't have a buyer sitting in limbo hoping to get their loan. You don't have to make costly repairs. You choose your closing date, typically within 21 days, and then you move on to the next chapter of your life. It's the easiest, most hassle-free way to sell your home today, period.
Thanks, Mark. Mark Spain Real Estate has been in the business for nearly 30 years and has helped over 72,000 satisfied clients. Trust the most experienced real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home quickly and for top dollar. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Erectile dysfunction is a very serious medical issue. This can be caused from low testosterone, high blood pressure, diabetes, or prostate issues. The physicians at the Carolina Men's Clinic are specialists in treating these issues. We've helped thousands of men with a 96% success rate. Call the Carolina Men's Clinic. The office visit is only $79.
I am 58 years old. I have more energy, and I am performing like I am 21 again. I feel amazing.
Call the Carolina Men's Clinic at 704-981-0043 or visit thecarolinamensclinic.com.
If engagement is on the horizon, more than likely everyone has an opinion about the best place for diamond rings. Your girlfriend wants a ring that makes her friends say, "Oh my gosh, it is perfect." You need something beautiful. Don't be fooled into visiting diamond specialists or slogan-heavy box stores. Morrison Smith Fine and Custom Jewelers is different, and that's what your girlfriend wants. Go online to morrisonsmith.com and start a custom ring as unique as she is. That's morrisonsmith.com. You can thank me later.
It's a great time to hang on to residential rentals, to let that value grow. But how can you make it profitable now? Hire a professional property management company to manage it for you. I'm Joe Rempson, and my team at TR Lawing can give you your time back, helping you achieve peace of mind and top dollar for your rentals. Whether you're easing into rental properties or you're a seasoned property owner seeking less stress, we can help. We've been doing this for over 60 years, and our team is the best in the business. Learn more today at trlawing.com.
It's Rich, Richie, and Joel from Affordable Siding and Windows. Guys, why should someone call Affordable Siding and Windows?
Because now's the time to lock in 2025 pricing and get the work done after the holidays.
At Affordable Siding and Windows, we have our own products, we have our own crews, and we have the industry's best warranties. For nearly 30 years at Affordable Siding and Windows, we've been making homes just like yours the envy of the neighborhood. Whether it's with our James Hardy siding, our Cedar Ridge insulated siding, replacement windows, beautiful front entry doors, and roofing done right.
If it's on the outside of your home, nobody does it like us.
And right now, take $1,500 off any siding project.
Buy 2 windows and get the 3rd one free.
Take $500 off any custom entry door.
And for roofing done right, we'll match it. Take $500 off that roof too.
And don't forget about our show home on Monroe Road, where you can see, touch, and experience these products for yourself.
That's Affordable Siding and Windows, 704-536-6225 or affordablesiding.com.
Cordell.com.
This is the home of the National Football League on Westwood One.
WFNZ FM Harrisburg and WLNK HD3 Charlotte.
Heisman, at least today, Matt Sims. He's been outstanding. Indiana 11-0 for the first time in program history.
It's unbelievable, man. I love watching this guy play. And not only that, he's probably the second best post-game interview other than Lane Kiffin, right? With the juice that he brings to those interviews. So it is phenomenal. All right, should I do my best in class
Let's
now?
go.
Let's go. I'm going with Marcel Reed. I almost went with his teammate, Ashton Bethel Roman, but I got to go with Marcel Reed because the first half was awful. But he finishes the game 22 of 39 for 439 and 3 touchdowns and ultimately gets the win 30-31. This is what it sounds like.
Snap to Reed, steps up in the pocket, sights a receiver, middle of the field, throws it toward the end zone. Oh, touchdown! Ashton Bethel Roman, who's had drop after drop, that time hauled it in, and the A&M comeback continues.
A double dip there. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You love saying, this is what it sounds like. You love tossing the sound. It just makes you excited. It just adds to credibility.
It's so weird for me to do it, so I get all giddy like a little kid. I'm just like, what is the sound? I get all excited, and I still can't imagine actually being a host and doing your job. So I really appreciate you doing it as seamlessly as you do each and every week for us.
Oh, thanks so much. Never toss the sound again. Marcel Reed. 439 passing yards, 3 passing touchdowns. He was awful in the first half. So was the entire team. He even said so. He joined us on the program on College Game Day earlier. Talked about, we just weren't executing. We just in the locker room at halftime. He told us we were just playing the clock in the second half. Just score as much as we can. Defense needed to step up, and they did. They got enough big plays. And their defense was outstanding. Congratulations to Texas A&M. Their 27-point comeback, the largest in school history, the largest in the FBS this season, and the largest by an SEC team since 2008. We got an update from Oxford.
Florida at number 7, Ole Miss.
I just want a clip of him saying Florida. I don't need to hear anything else except that pronunciation. Ole Miss has taken the lead on Florida. It is now 27-24. Keelan Lacey runs it in from 1 yard out after a long run on that drive, which led to that goal-to-go situation. 27-24. Ole Miss with the lead, Matt Sims. What did you see on the drive, and what did you see on the run?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it does go back to that 50-yard run by Keelan Lacey, and just
59 yards, yeah,
59, right. And it was an unbelievable run. It was a good design play inside zone. Offensive line did a great job of splitting the 2 interior defensive tackles, right, and then it's just hit the gas and go. And really appreciate too Lane Kiffin allowing him to get that 1 yard touchdown run, because you know how so many times that happens, right? The guy runs for a long run, gets tackled at the 2, they send in the other running back. So I'm glad that Lacey was able to finish the one in the end zone.
DJ Lagway, first down and 10, pushed out of bounds at his own 40-yard line, 13 and a half minutes to go. Again, a very sizable game here in the SEC. This is shaping up to be one of the most dramatic ends to the SEC season that we have ever seen because of the number of teams involved chasing something.
Yeah.
Texas right now is trailing Georgia 14-3. This would be their third loss on the season. And depending on what happens in the rankings, maybe it bounces them out. But remember, they've got Texas A&M at the end of the regular season. And Texas A&M is still undefeated and will likely, very likely, be no worse than number 3 when they face Texas in a couple of weeks. You've got Ole Miss with a 3-point lead here on Florida. If for some reason they don't hold on to this lead and Florida wins this game, that will be Ole Miss's second loss of the season. They've got Mississippi State in the Egg Bowl at the end of the regular season. And don't forget about Alabama. They've had a great season. They have a tremendous resume. So if there's a 9-3 team out there not named Texas that gets in as an at-large, maybe it is Alabama. But that Iron Bowl becomes extra spicy at the end of the regular season on the road at Auburn. Simsy, this end of the regular season is going to be great because we won't know any of the SEC championship game participants until the regular season finale that weekend.
Yeah, and that's where I think that second loss for Alabama is going to be really interesting to see how that, well, actually the first loss and how that is interpreted by the playoff committee as we get deeper into selection time. And then you start comparing and contrasting, well, hey, this 2-loss team, like a Texas, their loss, Florida on the road, right? Not a good loss at all, but that other loss, Ohio State, do they value those more so than maybe potentially what Alabama has at the end of the year, depending on what takes place today? So it's really going to be interesting. And of course, with the committee, we're really not going to know until they actually make that selection. And there's going to be a lot of room for them to move some pieces around.
Baylor, Sawyer Robertson has just thrown another interception. It'll be first down and goal for Utah. Utah leads 42-20 in Waco. You just wonder what happens with Dave Aranda. You do wonder. There's a lot going on with Mack Rhodes and the athletic director there. There's a lot of awkward situations there in Baylor right now. This will certainly only add to it. 42-20, Utah with the lead on Baylor. 12 and a half minutes to go. That game is on ESPN2. And on SEC Network, Missouri leads Mississippi State 21-10. Mississippi State 1 win away from becoming bowl eligible. And Ohio State about to punch it in again in the third quarter, about to take a 34-0 lead on UCLA. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Coming up next, game night takes you to the end of a wild day in college football.
Florida, the NFL on ESPN Radio.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, touchdown, and the Lions jump on top.
Week to week, team to team.
Baker's the MVP of the NFL right now. Ability to throw the ball, he can go with anybody.
The NFL lives here. ESPN Radio.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
It's Rich, Richie, and Joel from Affordable Siding and Windows. Guys, why should someone call Affordable Siding and Windows?
Because now's the time to lock in 2025 pricing and get the work done after the holidays.
At Affordable Siding and Windows, we have our own products, we have our own crews, and we have the industry's best warranties. For nearly 30 years at Affordable Siding and Windows, we've been making homes just like yours the envy of the neighborhood. Whether it's with our James Hardy siding, our Cedar Ridge insulated siding, replacement windows, beautiful front entry doors, and roofing done right.
If If it's on the outside of your home, nobody does it like us.
And right now, take $1,500 off any siding project.
Buy 2 windows and get the 3rd one free.
Take $500 off any custom entry door.
And for roofing done right, we'll match it. Take $500 off that roof, too.
And don't forget about our show home on Monroe Road, where you can see, touch, and experience these products for yourself.
That's Affordable Siding and Windows, 704-536-6225 or affordablesiding.com.
Erectile dysfunction is a very serious medical issue. This can be caused from low testosterone, high blood pressure, diabetes, or prostate issues. The physicians at the Carolina Men's Clinic are specialists in treating these issues. We've helped thousands of men with a 96% success rate. Call the Carolina Men's Clinic. The office visit is only $79.
I am 58 years old. I have more energy, and I am performing like I am 21 again. I feel amazing.
Call the Carolina Men's Clinic at 704-981-0043 or visit thecarolinamensclinic.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hit a home run for happy hour and ask your Twin Peaks girl about local specials on drafts, cocktails, shots, and more.
This is WFNZ FM Harrisburg and WLNK HD3 Charlotte.
The exclusive home of the Charlotte Hornets.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Marty Hausberger. Georgia and Texas on ABC. Late in the third quarter, Georgia has a 14-10 lead on the 10th-ranked Longhorns. Texas just scoring a Ryan Wingo 7-yard touchdown reception. Noah Thomas has 2 TD catches for the Dogs. In the fourth, Ole Miss has a 27-24 lead on Florida. Kejuan Lacey with a 1-yard run for a touchdown to give the Rebels the lead again. Earlier, Oklahoma took advantage of 3 Alabama turnovers, converted them into 17 points. The Sooners surprised the Crimson Tide in Tuscaloosa, 23-21. Alabama coach Kalen DeBoer.
Really disappointed in the outcome, and that we played a lot of great snaps out there, but the turnover battle obviously got killed there, and that became the game.
The Tide outgained Oklahoma 406-212. USC shut out Iowa in the second half, overcame a 21-7 deficit to beat the Hawkeyes 26-21. Shocker of the day came on ESPN Radio between South Carolina and Texas A&M. Not so much the result, but how it came about.
Snap to Reed. It's a give, and into the end zone. E.J. Smith, touchdown. We are tied at 30. The comeback down 30-3, and a point after would put A&M in front.
And they did make that extra point for the 31-30 victory. Mark Kestisher on the call, the largest comeback in A&M Aggies history.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Monday's show, we'll break down all the biggest storylines coming out of NFL Week 11 and preview the Cowboys and Raiders on Monday Night Football and much more. That's Monday on The Rich Eisen Show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
This is
the quick throw. What a catch! Highlight reel. Touchdown.
Is
crossing over steps back another 3. Got it right down the chute.
Game night.
Swing and a drive. On its way. Gone. Ball game.
Game night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
College football here. Of course, you've got Georgia leading Texas 14-10. 5:21 remaining in the third quarter. Also, Ole Miss ahead of Florida, 27-24. 8:31 remaining in the fourth quarter. It is game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. You've got the Carolina Connection with you with Tim Donnelly. Donald Ware with you, wall-to-wall college football talk here on Game Night. What's going on, Tim?
It's a great day for college football. I mean, the CFP rankings make everything seem real, right? Now that we have a few of them, we know where everybody stands and we know what's on the line.
Absolutely. And you can be a part of Game Night Nation on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Call us at 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation is presented by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. And Tim, let's start here because a lot of implications with respect, as you mentioned, to the college football playoff. Georgia and Texas, this is a defensive battle. Some miscues by Texas, but you got to give Georgia's defense a lot of credit. Of course, Texas scoring on its last possession, leading 14-10. It's a big-time football game. Could go either way, Tim.
It absolutely could. And you know, if you go back, a month, 2 months to when the world was panicking over Arch Manning, and obviously Georgia led by Kirby Smart is as steady Eddie as it gets. I don't know if anyone would have expected a 14-10 lead in winning time in the second half for Georgia. But, it's along the lines of the CFP. When I look at this game, the thing that stands out to me is you can't overreact in college football, right? When Texas loses those two early on and it's Ohio State and it's Florida and everybody's panicking, there was this firm blowback of, it's Arch Manning. He's young. Give him time. Oh, you're overreacting. You can't overreact in college football. If you win either of those two earlier games, Texas is sitting in this one. As long as they pass the eye test, which they are, keeping close with Georgia, whether they win or not, they're probably still in the top 12 of the CFP. As it stands right now, with them coming into the week in 10th, if they lose this, they probably fall out. And to be honest with you, if it stays this close and you lose to Georgia, there's no shame in that. It just makes those earlier losses, especially the one to Florida, more consequential, more costly to a team that, like I said, is passing the eye test tonight.
No doubt about it. The thing about, you look at Florida, I was concerned. We'll talk a little bit about Ole Miss in Florida a little bit later on. I was very concerned. I mean, I got to be honest with you. To your point, when you're talking about SEC football, you're talking about the best in all of college football. You're talking about
it just means more
football, right? In Ole Miss, no. I mean, I knew that Florida was going to come and play this. Now we'll know what the result is, in not too long because it's in the fourth quarter with Ole Miss trying to hold on to that lead. But look, Florida only 3 wins on the season, but one of those, as you mentioned, was against Texas. When I look at Texas, a lot of miscues in the first half. You had a lot of drops, a lot of penalties, right? And this is the thing about Georgia. I'm looking at Georgia. Watch Georgia play. If you look at Georgia over, you're going back some 2-3 years ago. I mean, you're talking about an elite defense. Now, it's not to say that Georgia doesn't have a good defense. It's 20th ranked. When you're used to a Kirby Smart defense being top 5, top 10, but Texas, especially in the first half, Tim, shot itself in the foot a couple of times. But I got to say, on the last possession, Arch Manning, even though he threw an interception here in the second half, able to lead a drive and, again, pull Texas to within 4.
I'll go stereotype with it. Kirby Smart, Mike Elko, Cignetti at Indiana, these real old school football coaches, right? They're not known for innovating in the RPO game. They're not known for recruiting in the NIL, even though they do all of that. What they seem like is they grew up watching the Junction Boys every Saturday, and they bring old school coaching. And then you think of those teams, exactly what you said. They're not going to beat themselves, right? Where Texas may have had some mental miscues, some penalties. Georgia is just, to choose another in-film coaching reference, it's Coach Boone and Remember the Titans, right? 6 plays, just like Novocaine, give it time, always works. These coaches, specifically Kirby Smart, because he's been doing it with the most success as of late. It's if we do our job, if we show out, if we don't beat ourselves, we're going to be in every game. And this is no different. Even if they might be getting outplayed in certain respects, Texas has shot themselves in the foot enough that Georgia has the upper hand on them right now and the ball in the late third quarter here.
And let's take a look at the Ole Miss and Florida game, an important game for for Ole Miss. You talk about the college football playoff. Look, it's an SEC game, as I mentioned, but that doesn't matter. Like if you're Ole Miss and you're in the position you're in, you gotta be able to knock Florida off. Florida is hanging around. It's 27-24. I kind of want to get your thoughts on what you've seen from this game so far. As obviously Ole Miss is in a dogfight with Florida.
Yeah, this one's the exact opposite of what I said, at least when it comes to Lane Kiffin, right? He is super modern college football. I don't know if he's ever seen Junction Boys, right? He is NIL, he's social media, he's trolling on social media. So the one, I'm a big Lane Kiffin fan, especially of his offensive schemes, right? And in what he's done with Trinidad Chambliss, their quarterback, who is one of the best stories in college sports. He was playing Division II football last year, took over, and he's already got 300 yards in this one. But the thing is, when right, you're coaching to the media or you're in the social media world, you have to make every game feel big, right? Remember when they were playing LSU, there was like stuff about Lane Kiffin's daughter dating someone on the other team. There was trash talk. There was all of this crazy stuff. It felt huge. Florida's a gigantic game, but it didn't feel that way because there wasn't all of this tabloidy stuff going into it. And maybe you're seeing an Ole Miss team that isn't as locked in as they have been in other ones. If they escape with a win here, which again, they have the lead, it is late, but it's close enough to still be worried about it. If they escape with a win, that's what they did. They escaped. They didn't show up in this one and dominate and win the eye test by any stretch.
Yeah, that's the thing about it, man. I know we're going to talk a little bit later on about Texas A&M. Boy, Texas A&M had to come all the way back to win that football game. But as an old football coach used to say, Rod Broadway, who was an assistant coach under Steve Spurrier at Duke, at Florida, national championship at Florida, coached at North Carolina Central, at Grambling, coached at North Carolina A&T. All wins are good wins. Like all wins. So look, at the end of the day, Texas A&M got it done. I know we're going to talk a little bit later on about that football game in particular. I'm interested to see, you mentioned Chambliss from Ole Miss. You mentioned the fact that he's got over 300 yards passing. In the loss that Ole Miss had, he sort of, didn't perform like you would have wanted him to in the fourth quarter, going back, I guess, about a month ago or so. And so we're going to have to see how he performs in terms of trying to lead Ole Miss to this victory and be able to stay. I think they'll be in the college football playoff, regardless, but be able to stay near the top, I would say, of the college football playoff rankings.
I don't want to disrespect with the legendary Coach Broadway, and I respect the heck, and I wish he was right. At some point, there's going to be a committee that decides where these teams are ranked and if they are in that CFP. And, every win is not the same when it comes to changing opinion of people in a room. So, we'll talk about that Texas A&M win. We'll talk about a close win over Florida and how that's not going to boost you as much as, say, last week Texas Tech destroying BYU is going to boost Texas Tech, right? When you destroy another team in the top 10, that's going to vault you more than a close win, that you needed. Your running back, we brought up Chambliss a few times. Lacey, their running back, is over 200 yards rushing. Like when you need Herculean efforts from a few of your players to knock off a team who's 3-6, 2-4 in the SEC. That, every win isn't created the same now. I wish it was. I wish we could get to a point where everything was settled on the field and a win is a win is a win is a win. But at some point, someone in a committee room is going to have to stand on the table and say, this is the sixth best team in the country. And the way you do that is by any kind of persuasive measure possible, even if that's, winning by 14 if you need to.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. What I would say, however, is that Texas A&M, I don't see any team. Even if it's Oklahoma, Georgia pulls this one out, leapfrogging and right now. Now you're right. If I were doing rankings, generally when I've done rankings, you rank differently from week to week opposed to a final poll. And so I would definitely agree with you there. But what I would say is I don't see anybody leapfrogging a Texas A&M team. Certainly Texas A&M is not going to jump over Indiana, certainly not going to jump over Ohio State, but I don't think anybody leapfrogs Texas A&M, who is undefeated, even with the 1-point victory earlier today.
I agree with you that no one's leapfrogging them, but what it does is it opens it, like this one's now up for debate, right? You lose ugly in the future, suddenly, and they also had that one point win over South Carolina, and South Carolina isn't even that good, right? If they turn it around and win their games that they need to win from this point forward, and conference championships and everything else that they need to win, yeah, this one will be forgotten. Similar to Indiana's magical win over Penn State, similar to an Oregon win in the sleet and snow last week. But future results can tinge this one now, right? This one isn't a resume builder. It's okay, they did what they should do. We'll be okay with it unless they show, greater cracks in the foundation in the future.
He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It's game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Up next, which team became the first SEC team to beat the Crimson Tide in consecutive seasons since Ole Miss in 2014 and 2015? Find out next. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80 also.
The traditions, the rivalries, the drama.
Every week there was something magical.
This is the most wide open college football season we've had ever.
1, 2, 3. College football lives here. ESPN Radio.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Erectile dysfunction is a very serious medical issue. This can be caused from low testosterone, high blood pressure, diabetes, or prostate issues. The physicians at the Carolina Men's Clinic are specialists in treating these issues. We've helped thousands of men with a 96% success rate. Call the Carolina Men's Clinic. The office visit is only $79.
I am 58 years old. I have more energy, and I am performing like I am 21 again. I feel amazing.
Call the Carolina Men's Clinic at 704-981-0043 or visit thecarolinamensclinic.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hit a home run for happy hour and ask your Twin Peaks girl about local specials on drafts, cocktails, shots, and more.
Hey, T-Bone here with Brian and Antonio from the New York Butcher Shop. And guys, Thanksgiving is coming fast.
We're taking pre-orders now for our famous Joyce Farms all-natural turkeys. No hormones, no antibiotics, just pure local flavor.
Small, medium, or large, fresh or brined in our signature citrus blend. Don't wait. These birds will sell out fast.
Don't forget your sides. We've got all your favorites to complete your Thanksgiving dinner and make it hassle-free.
Call one of the 4 Charlotte area New York Butcher Shops today.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, you've got your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/winter to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Moment. And the SEC Network.
Under a minute. 4th and 6. Snap. Simpson looks left. Throws out to the left. It's broken up. Incomplete. Pete Bowen knocked it down. Pete Bowen knocked it down. Alabama's got an Oklahoma problem. The Sooners turn them over on downs with 50 seconds to go. They go on the road and beat Tennessee. They go on the road and beat Alabama. And the Sooners are on the bracket. Wow.
Toby Rowland from Learfield. Huge win. Oklahoma over Alabama 23-21. We're going to talk more about that. Score update. Georgia just scored. Leads Texas now 20-10 pending the point after touchdown early in the fourth quarter. It's game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. And I mean, Tim, you talk about a big time win by Oklahoma, who really needed it towards the bottom of the top 12 of the college football playoff. Huge win over Alabama. Your thoughts on what you saw in that football game?
A huge win for Oklahoma. Huge win for Brent Venables, their head coach, because this one was one on the side of the ball that he considers his expertise, right? Many of us got to know Venables as the defensive coordinator at Clemson. Hasn't been the smoothest of sailing since he took over his own ship at Oklahoma, but in a game that felt must win for their lofty goals this year. They leaned on the defense. This was not a John Mateer highlight show from the offense for Oklahoma. This was the defense finding a way to stifle, confuse, and make that Alabama offense not what we've seen it. And specifically make Ty Simpson, even with some gaudy passing numbers yards-wise, not what we've seen from him. He's been rising up draft boards, rising up Heisman Trophy odds, and all of that over the last few months. I really respect the whole scheme that led from Oklahoma's defense being able to put Alabama in a 21-point night. Not like they shut them out, but they did enough to get the win in an ugly one.
Georgia now 21-10, just got an onside kick. Tricky Kirby Smart. And Georgia with possession of the football, still 14-20 remaining in the fourth quarter. But the way that game has been played defensively, it seems like a much larger margin than the 21-10 lead that Georgia has, and Georgia does have the football. And after the game, of course, Tim spoke about John Mateer. His numbers weren't great. We'll talk about the numbers, but the Sooners are able to get the victory. And John Mateer caught up with Molly McGrath after the Oklahoma victory.
John, you just took down the number 4 team in the country on their field.
No doubt.
How are you the tougher team out here today?
We took down the number 4 team in the country, and that's what we focused on all week: physicality and the turnover margin. And we were successful in both, so that's how it happened.
Yeah. Speaking of the turnover margin, your defense with 17 points off of 3 turnovers. What kind of fight and toughness did you see in that group?
Yeah, I mean, they give us a spark whenever we need it, and they didn't get a whole lot of turnovers at the beginning of the year, but the football guys loved them back because of how hard they play, and I love those guys. I'm so proud of them.
Your defense is playing lights out. You told us your confidence has turned a corner recently. What should we expect out of this Sooners team down this final stretch of the season?
Yeah, we got 2 more regular season games, and we're going to play our heart out. We know what we have in front of us, and tonight we'll celebrate this one, but we're back to work.
All right, congrats on the win.
Thank you so much.
John Mateer, 15 of 23, 138 yards, no touchdowns. But even more importantly, not only with respect to him, but with respect to the Sooners as a whole, 0 turnovers in the ball game. If you're Alabama, you turn the ball over 3 times. I mean, you're not going to win many football games. And this Oklahoma win was all about special teams and defense. You're looking at Oklahoma, who was able to get 3 field goals in the game, including the go-ahead field goal. And then, if you remember, Tim, there was a situation in the fourth quarter. Oklahoma punched the football. It's down at the 6-yard line. Alabama has to try to drive the field, unable to. Only 2 possessions for each of these teams in the fourth quarter, and Oklahoma held and was able to come away with that victory.
And by that point, you could be so confident punting away because of what Oklahoma had established on defense, which is one of my favorite rules if I were a defensive coordinator. You blitz the unknown, right? Ty Simpson is really talented. He's waited his time at Alabama. So many people are rooting for him because of that, right? He didn't hit the transfer portal when he had to sit behind a bunch of guys. You know, he backed up Bryce Young. But as he got his opportunity, he's been playing well. Yet this is still his first year as a starter. So if I'm Brent Venables and if I'm any team playing Alabama moving forward, until he beats us a few times, just absolutely blitzing the heck out of him, I'm going to do it. That's what Alabama did, and they actually cranked it up in the second half even more. And so, you know, punting away, pinning him back into his own side of the field, you could be really confident in those situations because you knew you maybe had him a little bit. I'm not saying he wasn't effective, but just a little bit more rattled than you expected him to be because you kept throwing everything but the kitchen sink at him. You kept finding ways to get pressure.
Oklahoma blitzed Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson on 16 of 48 dropbacks. That's 33%, including 8 of 15 in the second half, which is 53%. After initially handling the added pass rush, Simpson was just overwhelmed. I mean, that was the bottom line in the second half, taking 3 sacks while completing just 2 passes. And after the game, Alabama head coach Kalen DeBoer reacted to the loss to Oklahoma.
Really disappointed in the outcome, and that we played a lot of great snaps out there, but the turnover battle obviously got killed there, and that became the game. And we've done a great job of taking care of it. We've done a good job of taking it off of teams, and I think probably 17 points coming off of turnovers and the short field at the beginning where they got a field goal on the punt return. So, we missed our opportunities for sure, and that's what hurt so much. I have no doubt about how to respond, but, the guys are disappointed and frustrated about how this ended up here because that's the moment we're in.
Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson, 28 of 42, 326 yards, 1 touchdown, the 1 interception, and then Alabama turned the football over 2 other times, or fumbled twice.
It's exactly that, right? The turnover margin. I kind of tease color commentators at the beginning of the game when the play-by-play guy goes, hey, give us some keys to the game. And they go, well, you got to win the turnover margin. I'm like, well, yeah, that's almost as simple as saying you got to score more points than the other team. But the reason it's said so often, the reason coaches harp on it is because there's a direct line from who wins the turnover battle to who wins the game. And this is just another example of it.
Game night is presented by Progressive. Keys to Progress program, gifting cars to veterans in need. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It's game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive. Record-breaking comeback in college football. That's next. This is game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, and me, Evan Cohen, we look ahead to a huge Monday night game for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. Plus, Damian Woody joins us in studio at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Do you
have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, you've got your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/winter to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Is your crawl space damp or musty? Water in your crawl space can cause wood to rot and create an environment for mold and mildew that can make its way inside your home. Canty Foundation Specialist specializes in crawl space repair. Call us today for your free inspection so you can have the peace of mind knowing your crawl space is dry and your home is protected. Call today, 704-838-5701, or visit CantyCanFixIt.com.
Responsibly.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Marty Hausberger. College football on ABC. Georgia has a 21-10 lead early in the fourth quarter on Texas. Gunnar Stockton just threw a 30-yard touchdown pass to London Humphreys, and the Dogs are inside the Texas 10 right now. Ole Miss is pulling away from Florida. 7th-ranked Rebels up on the Gators 34-24. Kejuan Lacey with his third touchdown on the night just moments ago. Oklahoma may have played themselves into the college football playoff, knocking off number 4 Alabama on the road 23-21 the final. Quarterback John Mateer with ABC's Holly McGrath afterwards.
That's what we focused on all week, physicality and the turnover margin, and we were successful in both, so that's how it happened.
The 11th-ranked Sooners scored 17 points off 3 Crimson Tide turnovers, one an 87-yard pick six by Eli Bowen. USC scored 19 unanswered points. The 17th-ranked Trojans beat number 21 Iowa 26-21. 16th-ranked Georgia Tech had an unexpected struggle at 1-9 Boston College, but got by.
Bird triangulates his steps out of the hold of Nichols. He says he's ready. Snap back, set down, booted up, and it is perfect. Aiden Burr delivers again. 11 seconds left, and Georgia Tech regains the lead, 36-34.
That was the final on the Georgia Tech Sports Network. The Yellow Jackets trailed by 11 in the fourth quarter. Georgia just scored another touchdown. The extra point is pending. They're up 27-10 on Texas.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we look ahead to a huge Monday night game for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, plus Damian Woody in studio at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Texas A&M trying to build on the 1-point lead. Jamarian Morrow now is in the backfield. 2 tight ends in. 1 motions, and it's a direct snap to Morrow. Throws it to Reed. Was it a backward pass? We'll see how they rule it. Recovered on the far right sideline by Carolina, and it's going to be South Carolina ball. What a mistake by Texas A&M. 4th turnover for Texas A&M if it holds up with 3:10 to go.
Audio courtesy of ESPN Radio. Big time comeback by Texas A&M over South Carolina. Was down 30-3 at halftime in the football game. Roared all the way back to win that game and remain undefeated 31-30. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance with Tim Donnelly. Donald Ware with you. And Marcel Reed, the quarterback, he turned the ball over 3 times there in the first half. Texas A&M, and we know head coach Mike Elko from his days at Duke, and if you can do well at Duke, you can do well just about anywhere. Although Duke has been pretty good the last 10 years or so. I mean, up and down, but pretty consistent. And look, I mean, said what he needed to say to those guys at halftime, roared all the way back, and as you know, Texas A&M got the go-ahead touchdown with still about 11 minutes remaining. 2 more stops defensively to hold off a pesky South Carolina team trying to come in to get the upset.
It felt like there was a moment there where LaNorris Sellers, who is the quarterback of South Carolina and very highly thought of at times, has flirted with the top of the draft board. It felt like they just kept giving him opportunities to go like have his moment, right? Go do the special thing that's going to get you the gigantic win over the number 3 team in the country. And Texas A&M's defense was just not a part of that, Hollywood script. And Mike Elko was not a part of that like showcase for LaNorris Sellers, because the second half they were dominant, right? The second half they were as good as they were bad in the first half, which makes this game such a difficult evaluation for me, for Texas A&M. Right, I think there's the angel and the devil on your shoulder. My narrative side of my mind wants to say, oh, they proved so much. They don't give up. They fight through it. When their backs are against the wall, they found a way. And then the other side is saying, no, like they're the number 3 team in the country. I'm not impressed that they try hard. I'm worried that they turned the ball over a bunch of times in the first half and they let a team like South Carolina hang around, right? If South Carolina were a team that, I don't know, had 3 wins in the SEC, I'm not asking for them to be playing against another top 5 team. If they're a team that I don't know, is 500 on the year, then perhaps Texas A&M can't complete that comeback, and we're talking about a completely different game here, despite the fact that, they didn't have to play any better or worse than they did. So, Mike Elko, Matt, you brought it up. We both are kind of originating from Carolina for this broadcast, so we know Mike Elko from Duke. There was no doubt in my mind at halftime, Texas A&M wasn't going to fold up, take their ball, and go home. They were going to play. Mike Elko is that kind of coach, and I think it says more that they found themselves in that hole than they were able to dig themselves out of it.
I got to say it as I said in the beginning, Tim. All wins are good wins, and I'm going to tell you why. I mean, not only getting the win because it's SEC football, but you need games like this. Like Texas A&M is undefeated. Like you need football games like this, especially when you're undefeated. You're at home, and Texas A&M is able to pull this one out. So moving forward, because Texas A&M has 1 more SEC game remaining, I believe it's against Texas, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have the schedule right in front of me, but look, that's a good win. You need a win like that if you're making this march towards an SEC championship, to be able to play in the SEC championship game and to kind of keep this ranking in terms of the college football playoff at number 3. And who knows? Indiana still has a bunch of games remaining. Ohio State, who sort of right now looks kind of invincible, still has a couple of games remaining. So, Texas A&M is looking to stay at the top, and you need football games like this, and the Aggies able to pull it out.
Yeah, I should have been more clear on that. I'm judging Texas A&M, Indiana, Ohio State, probably up until today, even Alabama. I'm judging them differently. I'm judging them as if they're already in the CFP, and we're looking for what's going to advance or keep them back from the ultimate goal, right? Texas A&M, they could have lost this one and they'd fall to like 7th, right? They're not falling to 28th like some teams are down at the bottom of the top 12 or in the top 15. So Texas A&M, they've earned where they are, right? They're undefeated. They have some very big wins. Same with Ohio State. You brought it up. They look, you gotta look pretty hard to find a flaw. Indiana grinded some close wins, but they're doing their thing. Now we're looking for, are they a national championship contender? Right now we're looking for, where's the Achilles heel on some of these, juggernauts that other teams are going to try to expose. And in a first half like Texas A&M just have, the other CFP teams, they're going to be watching that first half over and over and over and over and over again on film, looking for what South Carolina was able to do without the best roster in the world to get Texas A&M on the ropes like they did.
Texas A&M quarterback Marcel Reed spoke to College Game Day on ESPN Radio after the 1-point victory over South Carolina.
Marcel, let's start with the post game. Describe that locker room after the biggest comeback win in school history.
I mean, the locker room was really just excitement. It was a mixture of excitement and relief. We battled that entire game, and it took all of us, and we were all just kind of dapping each other in relief and just happy for one another because, defense played their part, and then, kind of offense was the support in that second half.
So let's go to halftime. You're down 30-3. What's the mood? What's the message at the break?
Yeah, the mood's all over the place. Some guys might be down, may not say it or show it, but, we're not feeling good. But, we had to go in the locker room and, kind of have a little bit of a speech and just say that, we're now against the clock. We can't really focus on the score, but try to beat the clock and, put up as many points as we can. And defense, continue to do what they did, create stops and turnovers. And, offense just had to play their game and execute, the small plays. And then the big plays would come for us eventually, and they did. So, we kind of had to flip that switch, turn up the physicality a little bit, and we came in and have dominated.
Marcel Reed, quarterback for Texas A&M, just the third time in program history the Aggies have rallied to win a game when trailing by 20 or more points. Never had a comeback win this big. What does a win like this and the way that you did it do for this team and this program for where you want to go and what you want to accomplish?
I mean, I feel like it does a lot. I think as a team, this win right here kind of shifts our mindset a little bit. We don't ever want to be in this position again. And we got to find a way to, start faster and kind of maintain this.
Really like Marcel Reed. I had a chance to talk with him and his dad. As a matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, Rod Reed, former head coach at Tennessee State. This kid's got moxie. Okay. No interceptions in the second half, 3 touchdowns. His numbers, 22 of 39, 439 yards. Yes, he had the 3 turnovers in the first half, but it's not how you start. It's how you finish. And he was able to finish strong and help lead the Aggies to that 1-point win, the largest comeback win in school history for Texas A&M.
If the Heisman race is still as wide open as it seems, and I know it is because people are starting to throw like running backs names in the mix, so it's wide open when non-quarterbacks are getting some legit Heisman campaigns that are getting traction. But if you're going to force it to a quarterback, Sain's doing well. There's a few others, but not far behind them, if he is behind them, is Marcel Reed. He is really, really important to what Texas A&M is doing, and if we just default to, the best player on one of the best couple of teams, Reed on Texas A&M, they're one of the best teams in the country. He's their most important player, especially on offense. So, his name should be in the mix, whether he wins or not. You got to do the politics. You got to go figure out who the powers that be want, but his name should definitely be in that conversation.
No, I agree with you 100%. Was saying that a couple of weeks ago. As a matter of fact, about a month ago, was saying, well, why aren't we talking about Texas A&M a little bit more? Now we're talking about Texas A&M a lot. And again, this big time comeback. And to your point, I mean, if you look at his numbers, I pulled up his numbers. He's on the season, Marcel Reed, that is, completing 62% of his passes, 2,193 yards, 19 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. But the other part of his game is the escapability, the ability to be able to run the football when necessary, 5.5 yards per carry. He's got another 6 rushing touchdowns. I mean, I'm like numbers wise, and I'd have to look at some of the other numbers from some of the other quarterbacks, but the eye test tells me what I need to know about this kid.
And you have to understand all of that is within context of a Mike Elko team, right? He's telling his quarterback, it's way more important for you to not turn the ball over because our defense is this and my system does that than it is for you to take chances and go push it downfield. You don't have to throw for 400 yards. I know he had one of those days today, but you don't have to usually. Now, if we find ourselves down 27, early, we might have to open it up and sling it around. But I don't think a Mike Elko quarterback will ever, have the Joe Burrow 2019 season where you throw for 60 touchdowns and you're breaking records, because that's not what he's going to ask his guy to do. You have to look at what they're being asked to do and how well they're executing. So Marcel Reed, like I said, he should be in the conversation. I think there's probably some statistical things that'll keep him from winning that conversation. But, it's like the Oscars, right? It's nice just to be nominated. But make sure he gets his just due nomination, and here's his name pop up in those conversations.
Agreed 100%. And now, a couple of weeks ago, we weren't talking about Texas A&M enough, and now we're talking certainly about the Aggies, who remain undefeated. Again, a come-from-behind 31-30 victory over South Carolina. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It's Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Up next, you would have thought this team lost after this post-game interview by their head coach. You're going to hear that next. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
We have seen this Packer offense be dominant at times. What are we going to get week 2?
Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers head to MetLife to face the New York Giants.
The Giants, they have dismissed Brian Daboll.
The Packers at the Giants. Coverage begins tomorrow at noon Eastern with kickoff at 1 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Is your crawl space damp or musty? Water in your crawl space can cause wood to rot and create an environment for mold and mildew that can make its way inside your home. Canty Foundation Specialist specializes in crawl space repair. Call us today for your free inspection so you can have the peace of mind knowing your crawl space is dry and your home is protected. Call today, 704-838-5701, or visit cantycanfixit.com.
It's Rich, Richie, and Joel from Affordable Siding and Windows. Guys, why should someone call Affordable Siding and Windows?
Because now's the time to lock in 2025 pricing and get the work done after the holidays.
At Affordable Siding and Windows, we have our own products, we have our own crews, and we have the industry's best warranties. For nearly 30 years at Affordable Siding and Windows, we've been making homes just like yours the envy of the neighborhood. Whether it's with our James Hardy siding, our Cedar Ridge insulated siding, replacement windows, beautiful front entry doors, and roofing done right.
If it's on the outside of your home, nobody does it like us.
And right now, take $1,500 off any siding project.
Buy 2 windows and get the 3rd one free.
Take $500 off any custom entry door.
And for roofing done right, we'll match it. Take $500 off that roof, too.
And don't forget about our show home on Monroe Road, where you can see, touch, and experience these products for yourself.
That's Affordable Siding and Windows, 704-536-6225, or affordablesiding.com.
If engagement is on the horizon, more than likely everyone has an opinion about the best place for diamond rings. Your girlfriend wants a ring that makes her friends say, "Oh my gosh, it is perfect." You need something beautiful. Don't be fooled into visiting diamond specialists or slogan-heavy box stores. Morrison Smith Fine and Custom Jewelers is different, and that's what your girlfriend wants. Go online to morrisonsmith.com and start a custom ring as unique as she is. That's morrisonsmith.com. You can thank me later.
Picture this. You're on a date. The conversation's flowing. The food's amazing. And then bad breath happens. Confidence? Gone. Or maybe it's a big meeting, but coffee breath is doing all the talking. Not the impression you want to leave behind. Here's the truth. Gum and mints, most are just bad breath Band-Aids, and they fade fast. That's why you need to try Zellman's Minty Mouth, the functional breath freshener you swallow. Zellman's tiny dual-action capsules are coated with a powerful, delicious mint and filled with parsley seed oil. Clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders like garlic and onions. And it even takes down coffee breath too. For fresh, confident breath anytime you need to get close. So go to Zellmans.com. That's ZELMINS.com and use the code SPORTS for 15% off your first order. ZELMINS.com, code SPORTS for 15% off today. Don't let bad breath ruin the moment.
Erectile dysfunction is a very serious medical issue. This can be caused from low testosterone, high blood pressure, diabetes, or prostate issues. The physicians at the Carolina Men's Clinic are specialists in treating these issues. We've helped thousands of men with a 96% success rate. Call the Carolina Men's Clinic.
The office visit is only $79.
I am 58 years old. I have more energy, and I am performing like I am 21 again. I feel amazing.
Call the Carolina Men's Clinic at 704-981-0043 or visit thecarolinamensclinic.com.
Bird triangulates his steps out of the hold of Nichols. He says he's ready. Snap back, set down, booted up, and it is perfect. Aiden Burr delivers again. 11 seconds left, and Georgia Tech regains the lead, 36-34.
Audio courtesy of the Georgia Tech Sports Network, and that would be the final scores. Georgia Tech downs Boston College 36-34. And looks to remain in the CFP, not one of the top 12 teams, but currently, but again, remains also in the ACC race as well, which we may talk about a little bit later on in the program. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance with Tim Donnelly. Donald Ware with you. And speaking about Georgia Tech, okay, head coach Brent Key they caught up with him after the football game, and you know, he didn't seem to be too happy about Georgia Tech's victory over Boston College. Take a listen.
Coach Key, what did we just witness?
We won the game. We got a lot of work to continue to do, but we've got to win, and happy about that.
What does the double-digit comeback by this group say about their identity?
It says we don't need to be getting in double-digit deficits. But there's a lot of things out there we shouldn't allow that to happen. But we did, credit to them, and we were able to stay the course and stay together and come back.
How do you describe the play of your quarterback, Haynes King, tonight?
He wants the ball regardless, and he's special. He is special.
All right, congratulations on the win. You can smile. You did win.
Go Jackets.
That's hilarious. Ricky on the ACC network. And look, I mean, you got the win. I mean, you have no business even being, and I think that was his frustration, Tim. Like, we have no business being in that position against a one-win team. By the way, we lost to NC. I mean, no shame per se. It's the ACC. NC State's not, NC State beat Virginia earlier in the year, right? But, you could hear his frustration from only being able to beat a one-win Boston College team by 2 points.
There's a few things I want to talk about here. First of all, Brent Key is one of my favorite coaches. I love variety of coaches. He is unlike any other head coach in college football. I've said this a bunch of times on this network. He's an offensive line coach that happens to have stumbled into a head coaching job, right? He was an offensive line coach that became the interim head coach, won enough games to get the head coach. It's his alma mater. Like, he's still the guy. If there's snow on the ground, he's wearing shorts because he's an offensive line coach, right? Like, he is a tough dude. So obviously, when a team isn't on the trajectory that he wants it to be on, he's not going to mince words, because offensive line coaches are the most honest people I've ever met in my entire life. They tell you exactly what they're thinking. They'll call you names. They love you, but they don't know how to soften the blow. Their last 2 weeks, or last 2 games, I should say, because they had the bye week. You brought it up. They lost to NC State, and they beat a not very good Boston College team by 2 and needed to come back to do it. He's not going to put on the smile, because that's not what he does, and that's not anything that he knows how to do. Now, the next thing about Georgia Tech is, and we were just talking about this off air, it's ironic because I just made a whole bunch of speeches about other teams, about how the eye test matters, and you got to win games, and you got to go get the style points. Georgia Tech, for me, is maybe the one team in the country that only needs style points in one game. They play Georgia at the end of the year. If they win the rest of their games, and I think it's just Pittsburgh and then Georgia, but looking at they got an overtime win over Wake Forest with a sketchy offside, no call that may have cost them that game, but they got this one against Boston College that's close. None of those matter if you look the part against Georgia. Like when the committee talks about Georgia Tech, when the College Football Playoff Committee, or when any rankers or pollers or anything talk about Georgia Tech, the first game they're going to put up is Georgia. And if you look good, whether you win or not, if you look like you belong, they'll believe your entire season is legit. If you don't, they're going to say the whole thing was a fraud. So, do they want to beat Boston College by more than 2? Yes. Should they beat Boston College by more than 2? Absolutely. Haynes King, if he wants to be in the Heisman conversation, do they need to beat Boston College by more than 2? You're darn sure. But if they take Georgia down to the wire in their final game, I still think the pollers will look at all of this and say it's legit, because they have that counterfeit test. Remember, like at the register back when we used to pay with cash, they'd take out the little brown marker, draw on your 20, and hold it up and be like, you're good. Like the Georgia game is that for Georgia Tech. They're just going to, we're not going to worry about it now. We'll do the marker test at the end. And if you look good against Georgia, we'll say you're legit.
Tim, that's a great reference. Like, do those cashiers really know if that money is counterfeit or not? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what it does if it's counterfeit, right? They've always said mine is okay. Like, does the brown marker draw like green or red if it's counterfeit? I don't know what they're looking for, or maybe they're looking for us to panic, right? When they break out the marker, if we'd run away, they're like, okay, yeah, that was counterfeit. I don't know, but to me, that's what the Georgia game is going to be for Georgia Tech. They'll be legit or they won't, based on what color they turn against Georgia.
I may. Speaking about Georgia Tech, and by the way, Georgia leads Texas 35-10 late in the fourth quarter. So Georgia's going to get that victory. I'm going to contradict myself slightly. Remember when I said all wins are good wins? Well, look, if you're Georgia Tech and you talked about the bye week and then coming out like this and barely beating Boston College, but you come off of a loss to NC State, who, again, it's a conference game. I get all of that. You said a lot there in terms of Georgia Tech and kind of ending the season, but it's no gimme. And I get what you're saying. You were saying if Georgia Tech is able to defeat Pittsburgh, and that's a big if, because the ACC, look, you got Georgia Tech, Virginia, SMU, Pitt, all with one loss. Georgia Tech's next game is against Pittsburgh. I believe it's in Pittsburgh. I mean, we could be looking at a Georgia Tech team that the ugly win against Boston College, losing, to NC State, that might not even be in the conversation. So the style points against Georgia may not even come to fruition, because we may be talking about a Georgia Tech team that won't even be in the ACC championship game.
Yeah, the ACC has done themselves no favors, and I don't want to pretend like they have. Today, or this weekend, I should say, was not the best weekend for them, right? Clemson gets the win on Friday, which actually ends up kind of hurting because that hurts Louisville. If you're looking at other teams, in Pittsburgh got smoked by Notre Dame, which doesn't help. There's some stuff in the ACC that needs to be addressed. Georgia Tech winning out would be very good for the conference, and finding a way to prop up Miami might be the only way to get some CFP momentum.
Yeah. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It's Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. Of course, we are presented by Progressive Insurance. Listen, you can join us on the conversation. Hit us up on the Dr. Pepper call-in line, 1-888-729-3776, 1-888-SAY-ESPN, wall-to-wall college football talk tonight on Game Night. And, of course, you had the final where Ole Miss is able to get the victory over Florida 34-27. 22-24. Coming up next, Kirby outsmarted the opponent again. You'll find out what we're talking about next. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Michelle Smallman, and me, Chris Canty. From Week 11 in the NFL to a huge weekend of college football, I'll recap it all in my Upon Further Review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
It's Rich Richie and Joel from Affordable Siding and Windows. Guys, why should someone call Affordable Siding and Windows?
Because now's the time to lock in 2025 pricing and get the work done after the holidays.
At Affordable Siding and Windows, we have our own products, we have our own crews, and we have the industry's best warranties. For nearly 30 years at Affordable Siding and Windows, we've been making homes just like yours the envy of the neighborhood. Whether it's with our James Hardy siding, our Cedar Ridge insulated siding, replacement windows, beautiful front entry doors, and roofing done right.
If it's on the outside of your home, nobody does it like us.
And right now, take $1,500 off any siding project.
Buy 2 windows and get the 3rd one free.
Take $500 off any custom entry door.
And for roofing done right, we'll match it. Take $500 off that roof too.
And don't forget about our show home on Monroe Road, where you can see, touch, and experience these products for yourself.
That's Affordable Siding and Windows, 704-536-6225 or affordablesiding.com.
Erectile dysfunction is a very serious medical issue. This can be caused from low testosterone, high blood pressure, diabetes, or prostate issues. The physicians at the Carolina Men's Clinic are specialists in treating these issues. We've helped thousands of men with a 96% success rate. Call the Carolina Men's Clinic.
The office visit is only $79.
I am 58 years old. I have more energy, and I am performing like I am 21 again. I feel amazing.
Call the Carolina Men's Clinic at 704-981-0043 or visit thecarolinamensclinic.com.
And off today.
It's happening in sports, and it's happening in Charlotte. It's happening here.
WFNZ FM Harrisburg and WLNK HD3 Charlotte.
The official home of the Charlotte sports fan. This is SportsCenter.
I'm Marty Hausberger. College football, number 5 Georgia all over number 10 Texas, 35-10. They're at the 2-minute timeout. The Bulldogs have outscored the Longhorns 21-0 in the 4th. Ole Miss pulls away from Florida, beating Gators 34-24. Kejuan Lacey 3 touchdowns for the 7th-ranked Rebels. Oklahoma beat Alabama 23-21, becoming the first team to beat the Tide in consecutive seasons since Ole Miss 10 years ago. The Sooners only managed 212 yards on offense, but their D forced 3 Alabama turnovers, including a big one early.
Man in motion is Hill. There's the snap. Quick throw across the middle. Intercepted. Eli Bowen's got it 20. On the return 30. Only one man to beat. He's in midfield. It's a race. There goes Bowen. 30. Cuts near side. Still on his feet. 20. At the 10. They're not going to get him. Pick 6. They did it to him again. Pick 6. This time Eli Bowen. Touchdown Sooners. Oh, mama.
That made it 9-0 Sooners. The call on Learfield. Alabama had over 400 yards of offense. The game of the day saw history in College Station.
Minute 19 to go. 4th down and 16. Last gasp time for South Carolina. Sellers being chased. Sellers looking nothing. Trying to run against Howell. Can't get by him. Take it down. Turnover on downs. And the greatest comeback in Texas A&M history is complete. And they're going to stay unbeaten to go to 10-0.
Mark Kestisher on ESPN Radio. The Aggies were down 30-3 at halftime.
Hey,
it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we look ahead to a huge Monday night game for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, plus Damian Woody in studio at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is
the quick throw, what a catch! Highlight reel, touchdown!
Is
crossing over, steps back, another three. Got it! Right down the chute.
Game night.
Swing and a drive. On its way. Gone. Ball game.
Game night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Lacey's in formation to take a direct snap from the 4-yard line, 1st and goal. There's the snap. He's going to run it left side. He gets to the goal line. He lands on the plane. It's a touchdown. The Rebels are going to win this one. 10-1.
David Kellum from Learfield as Ole Miss with the victory over Florida, 34-24. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance with Tim Donnelly. Donald Ware with you. Let's give you a couple of score updates. Inside of 2 minutes in the fourth quarter, Georgia over Texas, 35-10. BYU leads TCU 10-0. A couple of other scores from earlier today, as we talked about, Texas A&M defeated South Carolina 31-30, and it was Oklahoma over Alabama 23-21. Well, speaking about Ole Miss's big victory over Florida, a nice win, we are joined by the quarterback for Ole Miss, Trinidad Chambliss, right here on Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. And Trinidad, want to start here. Congratulations on the victory. Hard-fought victory. Your thoughts on the victory over Florida?
I appreciate you guys. Yeah, it was a tough win. The fans brought the juice today. Just appreciate everybody for coming out. We just played a complete game, and defense really showed up in the second half with that shutout. And, offense, executed well in the second half as well. So,
Trinidad, thanks for the time. Tim here. At this time last year, you were playing for Ferris State Division II football. Now you're in one possession games in the second half of a massive SEC game. Like, has that sunk in yet? Or are you used to playing in these gigantic games? You mentioned a big crowd bringing the juice.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about where I was a year ago. Playing Division II football, traveling to these universities that weren't so big, and playing in these kind of high school stadiums. It's really a blessing, and I just got to give thanks to God, man. It's been a journey, and it's been fun so far, and it's really cool to see the stadiums that I've been traveling to, like Oklahoma, Georgia, and then obviously we've had a lot of home games. So love playing in front of the fans in Ole Miss.
That the voice of Trinidad Chambliss. He's the quarterback for Ole Miss. Big victory for Ole Miss over Florida as he joins us here on Game Night on ESPN Radio with Tim Donnelly and Donald Ware. And Trinidad, just kind of talk about being able to bounce back after the loss to Georgia. You had the lead in the fourth quarter, and you guys couldn't hold on, but then you were able to bounce back with the victory over Oklahoma, and then have been able to roll from there.
Yeah, I feel like this team is special this year. I feel like we, just keep finding ways to win, and it's not any egos or people that, want the ball or anything like that. It's just, we just want to win here, and we find ways to win. So, being down at Oklahoma and then, coming back and, securing that win. And then obviously we couldn't get it done against Georgia, but, we put up a hell of a fight, honestly. And if things were different, if we played them again, I feel like things would be different, to be honest. But, this team's special, like I said, and, I'm glad that I'm an Ole Miss Rebel, and I'm glad that, I'm with this team.
Well, we caught up earlier this year, and we talked about kind of the very open and honest conversations you have with your coach, Lane Kiffin, right? He's not mincing words. He tells you what you need to hear. What was his message maybe, going into the fourth quarter where you're trailing in this one, knowing how big a win was?
Yeah, at half, it was really cool, calm, and collected in the locker room. And we weren't really panicking. We knew that we had to fix some things. Obviously I had a couple of mistakes in the first half, with that interception, and put our defense in a bad spot, and they ended up getting points. So it was just kind of ourselves, and then we just came out in the second half and knew what we had to do, had great adjustments to the defense, and our defense had great adjustments to their offense, and just ended up finding a way to win. So.
Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss joining us here on Game Night on ESPN Radio with Tim Donnelly and Donald Ware. So you're going to have, a week off, some time off, Trinidad, before the rivalry game, if you will, against Mississippi. What are some of the kind of things that you would like to work on? You're going to have kind of that extra week, and some of the things that the Rebels need to address coming into this game against Mississippi State in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, definitely. Having the bye week is definitely good for our bodies, get the rest a little bit, but still attack practice, with a great sense of urgency and, great mindset. And then just get on top of, their film early on, defensive wise, just see what they do. And, just get ready for them, and can't make that game bigger than what it is. I know it's a rivalry game, but, we just got to stay focused with Ole Miss football, and, I think we'll be okay. So.
Yeah, Trinidad, I know you got the 24-hour celebration. We don't want to eat too much into your time to go enjoy this one, but I can't let you go without asking about the running back. Lacey, 224 yards, 3 touchdowns, a true bell cow kind of performance and a big win. What does he do for your offense, and what makes him so good?
Man, Keyjuan's unbelievable. He truly is a special running back, and it just helps. It helps a lot, for a quarterback to have a running back like Keyjuan, who can make plays that, seem to be not, a good call, versus some of the defensive looks. And then you're like, dang, he just got 10 yards off that, or dang, he just got a couple yards off that. Like, Keyjuan just makes plays, and he surprises me every game, and just stuns me. And he's just a great player, and he's also just a great human being as well. He's so nice and just so humble as well, and he deserves everything for him right now.
Trinidad Chambliss, quarterback at Ole Miss, joining us here on Game Night on ESPN Radio. We appreciate the time, Trinidad.
Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely, and you're right. I mean, look, we're you and I, Tim, we have an affinity for small schools. I mean, this kid played. I mean, you talk about small schools. I mean, you get much smaller than Ferris State. And look, I mean, he put up some really big numbers at Ferris State. Watch the game against Georgia, in the fourth quarter, maybe not where he wanted to be, but again, been able to bounce back with these consecutive victories. And then, of course, you look at his numbers against Florida, 26 of 35, 301 yards. He had a touchdown and 1 interception in the game, but ultimately, Ole Miss able to get it done against the Gators.
It's he, meaning his story, but also the so many others like it, are exactly what I reference when people are so anti-transfer portal. I go, yeah, but there's also a kid at Ferris State that thinks he can compete in the SEC that without the transfer portal would never know, right? Would be somewhere else down the line hoping for a small chance to get a rookie minicamp invite somewhere in the NFL that maybe, 6 guys get hurt and he gets a chance to prove himself. Or he can bounce up to Ole Miss. Again, started the season not as the entrenched starter, but the opportunity arises, he grabs it, and now he's the quarterback of the number 7 team in the country that just had a nice little comeback against Florida, and the Ole Miss faithful are cheering him on. It's one of the cooler stories in college sports. Not only do I love it coming from a small school, I love it coming from a person who, probably dreamed of this day. And now we talk to him, right? I've talked to him a few times this year. I ask him the same thing every time. Like, are you used to it yet? Maybe he's tired of answering it, but I don't know how you're that cool, calm, and collected after the last 12 months that he's had, right? He now has Lane Kiffin in his ear, an NFL quality offensive mind, scheming up plays for him against Florida's defense. And then he's talking to us like he just went for a Sunday stroll through the park with like he had a dog to walk or something, right? He's just out there whistling and saying hi to the birds. And no, he just played a gigantic SEC game. That's just what his heart rate goes to naturally. Like, I'm so happy that he's gotten to learn about his game, that he can play at this level, and he has that in his bag of tricks. And how far it goes, who knows, right? The sky's the limit for a team that's in the top 10 right now in the college football playoff rankings.
coming from Division II Ferris State to be able to play in that game against Georgia and to be able to go through some adversity. That's exactly what happened. And then, I mean, that makes the win against Oklahoma, with Oklahoma's win against Alabama earlier today, that much more special for Ole Miss. And Ole Miss is rolling right now. And again, going to have a bye week up next for Ole Miss, Mississippi State. That game is on Friday, November the 28th. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It's game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Up next, will Georgia reclaim its spot as the best in the SEC? This is game night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio. It's a huge AFC West showdown.
A one-handed catch, touchdown, Kansas City.
Patrick Mahomes leads the Kansas City Chiefs in a mile high to face Bo Nix and the first-place Denver Broncos. Coverage begins tomorrow at 4 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Erectile dysfunction is a very serious medical issue. This can be caused from low testosterone, high blood pressure, diabetes, or prostate issues. The physicians at the Carolina Men's Clinic are specialists in treating these issues. We've helped thousands of men with a 96% success rate. Call the Carolina Men's Clinic.
The office visit is only $79.
I am 58 years old. I have more energy, and I am performing like I am 21 again. I feel amazing.
Call the Carolina Men's Clinic at 704-981-0043 or visit thecarolinamensclinic.com.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, you've got your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/winter to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Looking for a one-of-a-kind piece that is truly perfect for her? At Morrison Smith Fine and Custom Jewelers, our custom jewelry design brings your vision to life. With skilled designers and craftsmen on site, we'll guide you through every step, from concept to creation, ensuring her jewelry is as unique as she is. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or something special for her, let us craft a masterpiece she'll cherish forever. Visit us today at Morrison Smith Jewelers, 705 Providence Road, where dreams become designs.
Mint.
From the Texas 30-yard line, Noah Thomas moves to the left side, wide out to the left, Branch in the slot to that side, two receivers tight to the right. Stockton out of the shotgun, snap it back to Gunner, fakes the pitch, stands in the pocket, throws, wide open, Humphreys, caught at the 8, into the end zone, touchdown, London Humphreys.
Audio courtesy of the Georgia Bulldog Sports Network. Big victory for Georgia over Texas. The game of the night, 35-10. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance with Tim Donnelly. Donald, we're with you. And the game went final, maybe about 15 minutes ago or so. We've been on the air, but we've had a chance to kind of check in, watch it before we actually came on the air. It was a nip and tuck game. We talked about it a little bit in terms of Texas and not being able to produce, Tim, in the first half, but Georgia just really pulled away in the second half to come away with a 35-10 victory. Your thoughts on Georgia's performance?
We know that Kirby Smart has been in every situation in college football, right? By this point, he's seen everything 10 times, not just twice. He smells a first-round bye, right? That Alabama loss, he smells a first-round bye for his team potentially, and he's going for it. And you know how I know that? He pulled one of the coolest decisions a head coach can make, which is the surprise onside. His team scores, Georgia does, to go up by 2 scores against Texas in the fourth quarter. Now, a conservative coach that's probably just playing smooth for the win, boot it away, let your defense play. Georgia's defense is one of the strengths of their team, and you know, basically close this one out traditionally. But no, he goes for the onside kick. He gets it. They score again. Now they're up 28-10. All the way to the end. They're scoring touchdowns in the last few minutes to go up 35-10. Why? Because, right, they saw the Alabama loss. You know, coaches will tell players, don't scoreboard watch, right? Don't look up at the Jumbotron to see what other teams did. Meanwhile, they're looking up at the Jumbotron to see what other teams did, right? Because they need to know the landscape and what they need to do. Georgia knows they're 5th, and Texas Tech was 6th, and Texas Tech absolutely smoked UCF and got a little style point boost. So Georgia looking for the same thing. Their nip and tuck game with Texas, which is actually more respectable than I think like the common reputation would say. Texas is seen as a team that, you know, isn't that great because there was so much negative Arch Manning talk early. They still have a really talented roster, but you find yourself in a nip and tuck game with them in the fourth quarter. If you can pour it on and make it look like it was more of a blowout than it was, that's a huge amount of icing on top of the cake of a win for Georgia. Kirby Smart knew it. Now they're right in that mix for that fourth spot, which outside of Ohio State, Indiana, and Texas A&M is really up for grabs right now.
Speaking of Kirby Smart, he caught up with, or I should say Laura Rutledge caught up with Kirby Smart after the game to talk about the win over Texas.
Kirby, this was a game where that never say die attitude didn't matter as much because you guys were more dominant throughout. But when Texas started to make a comeback, how happy were you with the way your team responded?
Oh, I love the team. This team fights. They compete. They love it. What a great atmosphere to play in. Our guys came out to compete. I thought defensively we stepped up against a really good team. The Arch is getting better and better, and our guys stepped up. So proud of the entire university, the administration, our players. Awesome victory for our program.
How about your pass rush tonight?
Got after it, didn't they? It's about time. No, I'm just kidding. They played well, and they had to. I thought offensively we did some really good things, try to keep them off balance. We got a good football team. They're a good football team. A lot of football left.
You talked about the trust in your quarterback. 2 fourth downs you successfully go for. The onside kick, just how would you describe this from the standpoint of just making things happen for you guys, being aggressive?
Got to be aggressive to win. This league's tight, and the margins are small. Got to be aggressive and take chances when you can.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you. Go Dogs.
He talked about his quarterback, Gunnar Stockton, 24 of 29, 229 yards, 4 touchdowns. He did have the interception, but he also had a rushing touchdown. So he was very steady, responsible for 5 touchdowns in the game. But I got to tell you, Tim, this looked to me like a Georgia defense that we saw 2, 3, 4 years ago that was really, really good. I mean, check this out. And you talked about Arch. We're going to talk about Arch Manning, and I want to get your thoughts. He was 27 of 43, 251 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He missed some throws, but he had some drops as well. And think about the first drive. If you look at the first drive, this could have been a different football game. Texas is driving the football on Georgia. It was a 3rd down and had the receiver wide open. The receiver dropped the ball. Texas settles for 3 points. Perhaps they get a touchdown right there with the way that they were moving the football. Could have been a whole different game. And by the way, Also, Texas only able to rush for, if I'm counting this correctly, 17 yards in the football game. Big time defensive performance by the Bulldogs.
Well, that's about as good a praise as you can give anybody, right? Saying that they look like a Georgia defense of 3 years ago, whatever timeline, because those were some of the best defenses we've seen in a very long. It's basically like the Eagles defense now is practically the Georgia defense from those years. They seem to be all right there on Philadelphia's defense right now. Yeah, I mean, but it's a good point. Like they bottled up a Texas run game, and so much has been made about Arch Manning, and you brought it up. We'll talk about it because it's buzzworthy. But if you look at that game, right, the rushing offense is really what was the weak link for Texas's offense. Not to say Arch played great, but yeah, I mean, when you're averaging less than 2 yards a carry, when you're really bottled up, it's going to be difficult for anyone to throw against a Georgia offense that doesn't have to, guard against a Georgia defense that doesn't have to guard a balanced offense. Talk about Gunnar Stockton, though. I'm baffled by Georgia. Then here's what I mean by that. Mm-hmm. Georgia, they can recruit with the best of them, right? They have the NIL money. They bring in 5 stars. They always have, to me, like the same quarterback, which is an unbelievably good college quarterback that I'm not sure translate to the next level, right? They don't have the superstar going to be number 1 overall pick. They have Jake Fromm. They have Stetson Bennett. They had Justin Fields for a second, and then he left. The Gunnar Stockton falls right into that category where I'm like, this guy might be a college football Hall of Famer, but will probably be drafted in like the 7th round, right? It just goes like that, where they have guys that are really, really good, but for some reason don't have the same traits and measurables. Maybe they don't need the same traits and measurables at Georgia based on how they play. But, I mean, he just put up a 5-touchdown performance against Texas. That's a career highlight for most quarterbacks, right? 5 touchdowns against the Texas Longhorns, who are ranked in the top 10 in the country. That's a super duper highlight for most quarterbacks. But for a Georgia quarterback, it's like, well, he just did his job, right? He made good decisions and he walked away with 5 touchdowns.
Speaking of Gunnar Stockton, Holly Rowe caught up with the quarterback for Georgia after the game.
Well, Gunnar, you're out there on the field. It's 4th and 1. What goes through your mind when Coach calls that play?
Just kind of trusting our preparation and just believing what we do and try to get in the end zone.
Moments later, he asked you to go for it again. How do you step up in that moment again?
Yeah, just preparation. Coach Smart always puts us in 4th and 1, and just being comfortable in that situation.
You guys have the onside kick, and this just really started to transform the game, right? There was a 4-point game before that, and here you go. How did you seize that moment?
Yeah, it was awesome. I didn't even realize we were doing that on the kickoff. It was a big momentum play, and I'm glad it worked out for us.
Your center, Drew Bobo, somebody you've known since you were about 5 years old. He's out there snapping with his hand cut open. What do you say about the grit of him and the rest of your offensive line tonight?
Oh, he's awesome. The whole line's great. They play hard. And, hey, Drew, I mean, his pinky was dangling off last week, and he sewed it up. But it just kind of embodies our offensive line, how hard they are.
Survive and advance. They keep saying this is the team that will not die. You made a statement tonight with a big win over a good Texas team. Instead of surviving, you were thriving tonight. Why?
Yeah, I think you can credit the crowd. Just the preparation we did through the week, the coaches, the game plan they came up with. It was second to none, just all the hard work they put into it.
And Tim, numbers aren't necessarily astounding. I'm talking about his numbers for the season. Now, look, he had 5 touchdowns today. He was efficient. And I want to touch on something you said. You're saying that when you talk about him in the landscape of college football, he's one of the guys we'll be talking about for years, correct?
I think he has the potential there, right? Obviously, Georgia has to do. You don't go down in history at Georgia unless you bring some hardware home, and that's got to be the serious hardware. But he just falls to me in the same category as like a Stetson Bennett or a Jake Fromm. Some of these guys they've had who are, Aaron Murray, right? Really, really good college quarterbacks that we will talk about in some respect for a long time. I just don't know if he has the skill set that some of his contemporaries have that'll intrigue the higher levels. But he's a really, really good quarterback.
Big win for Georgia over Texas, 35-10. And I tell you what, that's something we're going to be talking about further on Game Night. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Where It Is, Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Coming up next, literally the world's strongest Texas fan. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman. I'll tell you why Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys could kiss their playoff hopes goodbye if they lose to the Raiders on Monday night. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
If engagement is on the horizon, more than likely everyone has an opinion about the best place for diamond rings. Your girlfriend wants a ring that makes her friends say, "Oh my gosh, it is perfect." You need something beautiful. Don't be fooled into visiting diamond specialists or slogan-heavy box stores. Morrison Smith Fine and Custom Jewelers is different, and that's what your girlfriend wants. Go online to morrisonsmith.com and start a custom ring as unique as she is. That's morrisonsmith.com. You can thank me later.
Here once again with the head Silverado guy at the Undealership, Fred Caldwell Chevrolet in Clover, Martin McKinley, my man. 'Tis the season where we look at how we can do more for our communities, and that's why I want to take a second to talk about your involvement with Toys for Tots.
Charlie, we are very proud to continue to be a drop-off location, and it's really simple. As you're out and about, just stop by the dealership and drop off a new unwrapped toy. We'll take it from there.
The goal is to bring joy and hope to kids who really need it this holiday season, and since 1947, Toys for Tots has done just that to the tune of over 700 million toys distributed to over 300 million kids. Now let's talk about Black Friday sales.
There's no such thing. When it comes to tremendous pricing, every day is Black Friday at Fred Caldwell Chevy.
Want some proof? How about this? The 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500, 0% APR for 36 months.
Reach out to me anytime for all the details. My number is 704-534-1014.
And together, let's drive to Fred Caldwell Chevrolet in Clover. That number again?
704-534-1014.
Finance with JM Financial on approved credit. See dealer for details.
It's Rich, Richie, and Joel from Affordable Siding and Windows. Guys, why should someone call Affordable Siding and Windows?
Because now's the time to lock in 2025 pricing and get the work done after the holidays.
At Affordable Siding and Windows, we have our own products, we have our own crews, and we have the industry's best warranties. For nearly 30 years at Affordable Siding and Windows, we've been making homes just like yours the envy of the neighborhood. Whether it's with our James Hardy siding, our Cedar Ridge insulated siding, replacement windows, beautiful front entry doors, and roofing done right.
If it's on the outside of your home, nobody does it like us.
And right now, take $1,500 off any siding project.
Buy 2 windows and get the 3rd one free.
Take $500 off any custom entry door.
And for roofing done right, we'll match it. Take $500 off that roof too.
And don't forget about our show home on Monroe Road, where you can see, touch, and experience these products for yourself.
That's Affordable Siding and Windows, 704-536-6225 or affordablesiding.com.
Yeah.
I'm Marty Hausberger. College football, Georgia outscores Texas 21-0 in the fourth quarter to cream the Longhorns 35-10. Gunnar Stockton passed for 4 touchdowns, including 2 to Noah Thomas, and he ran for his score. Florida pushed number 7 Ole Miss, but the Rebels take the lead late and survive.
From the 1-yard line, there's the snap. Lacey keeps it, walks in untouched. The Rebels have regained the lead 26-24 on the 18th touchdown of the year
Kejuan Lacey.
That call from Learfield, that was Lacey. He scored 3 touchdowns. Mississippi tacking on another score late to win 34-24. Earlier in the SEC on ABC, an upset in Tuscaloosa.
The Sooners beat Bama in back-to-back years, and it's over now. Mateer hits a knee. Final score in Tuscaloosa, Oklahoma 23 and Alabama 21. Oh, mama!
Learfield with the Sooners win thanks mostly to 17 points scored off 3 Alabama turnovers. It's Oklahoma's second straight victory over Bama in the last 2 years. Nobody's done that to the Tide since Ole Miss did 10 years ago. Broncos running back J.K. Dobbins has undergone foot surgery. He's been placed on injured reserve. Unless Denver makes the Super Bowl, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Dobbins' season is over. College hoops, number 3 UConn holds off number 7 BYU 86-84 in Boston. The Huskies had a 20-point lead at one time. And former NBA guard Patrick Beverly arrested, charged with felony assault in what police call a family violence incident.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty, coming up Monday from Week 11 in the NFL to college football. I'll recap it all in my Upon Further Review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
A couple of big football games. And, of course, none bigger than the Georgia and Texas game. Georgia coming away with the 35-10 victory over Texas. It is game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. It's the Carolina. A connection with Tim Donnelly. Donald Ware with you. And on the line, we are joined by the world's strongest man, and he's a WWE Hall of Famer. And I don't know, he may not be feeling so great right now. We're going to talk with him because he's a Texas football super fan. He is Mark Henry, and he joins us here on Game Night on ESPN Radio. And Mark, we appreciate the time. Got to start here. Boy, your Longhorns go down. Close game early on, but then Georgia's able to pull away and come away with the victory.
You know, man, the world's strongest man is probably the world's most frustrated man right now. A little bit sad. You know, I'm truly a fan. So, you know, the key word is fanatic, and, you know, I embody all of it.
Well, hey, Mark, Tim here. Well, with that being the foundation, right? You are a fan, fanaticism. I want to get the true pulse of the Texas Longhorn fans. So it's the most talked about story. Well, where do you stand, and where do the fans stand on Arch Manning's first year? Obviously, a loss here, not what he was hoping for.
No, not at all. And everybody's putting it on Arch. Like, Arch is a young quarterback, you know, regardless of the fact that all of the hype, he didn't manufacture the hype. That came from us, sports media guys. And I really feel like next year is going to be his year. He has drastic improvement. They got to do a lot of things better. They got to game plan better. They got to coach better. They have to play better. They have to make less mistakes. They made enough mistakes in the first half for it to be out of hand then. But because of the talent that they have on their team, they were able to keep it close right there until the end when they blew it open.
That's the voice of the world's strongest man, Mark Henry, WWE Hall of Famer. He's a Texas football super fan. He joins us here on Game Night on ESPN Radio with Tim Donnelly and Donald Ware. And look, you don't want the world's strongest man to be mad right now, which he sounds a little frustrated right now. But look, Mark, still some football left to be played, including a game next week against Arkansas and then a game against Texas A&M. You know, Texas still has a chance here.
Oh, it's still a heartbeat. I mean, I'm far from giving up. I'll never give up on my team. But I do want to see improvement in not so many penalties. How about disguising coverages and maybe even not abandoning the running game, you know, like being able to do all the things. And a lot of that is because this is a young team. Regardless of how much money you spend on your team or how highly recruited the people that you have, if you don't have continuity in your offense, defense, and special teams, you're going to lose games. And the games that they've lost have all been, they had a lot of penalties and nothing worked together. The game plan didn't work.
Mark, I'm going to take a page out of your world, right? To be a WWE Hall of Famer, you have to be able to cut a promo, right? You have to be able to tell a story. You have to be able to motivate. For this Texas team, you know, in a game like this where it is close late and then it gets blown kind of, you know, a little bit more of a blowout at the end. Did you feel the energy, right? Did Texas bring the fight the way you'd want to, where, you know what it feels like to raise an arena's energy? Did you feel that from your squad?
Not at all. Not no point during the game did I feel like, oh man, we're gonna run away with these guys. Or man, they don't have an answer for this. I never felt that. What I did feel was my team taking a lackadaisical type of effort. Not saying that they loathed or they didn't, they weren't serious, because I know they practiced hard. I know they were serious. But, like, your game plan has got to match the talent that you have. And you wouldn't make an Italian dinner with all the soul food fixings. You got to keep everything in the right order, and they just weren't in the right order. And hopefully we'll be able to get all this stuff together. The season is not over with. Like, Arkansas is a rivalry game. Anything can happen, but you got to go out and win the next game. And if you're lucky enough to win the next game, then you have a team that's ranked right now in the top 3 in Texas A&M. You knock them off, you move right back up into the playoffs. So there's still hope, and I'm going to keep hope alive as long as they do.
Yep, the world's strongest man, Mark Henry, WWE Hall of Famer. He's a Texas football superfan. He joins us here on Game Night on ESPN Radio with Tim Donnelly and Donald Ware. And, Mark, I mean, now I read where you were a high school football player in the state of Texas. I mean, you were probably on your way to playing football at the University of Texas, right, before you got into this powerlifting thing and then ultimately into professional wrestling.
No, not at all. I mean, I had letters, but they were from smaller schools. My brother was the football phenom in the family. He was on that wrecking crew defense. I've had 4 other relatives play in the NFL and win Super Bowls. So I come from a family of athletes and on both sides. So it's pretty cool to see those guys perform. But God gave me the gift of strength, and I was able to listen to my gifting and stop playing football. And it hurt my feelings, but I had to do it.
Does that frame the way you watch football? Are you like all offensive line, we need to run the ball? What's with all this glory boy throwing? Like is Sarkisian tossing it around way too much for you?
Not at all. I love how smart he is, but I also know what I don't know. And one of the things that I feel like is going to be a necessary thing going forward is Kirby Smart. He's the big brother in the SEC. And until Sark then the younger brother beats the big brother, then that's always going to be the narrative. He's going to win. Like, there's no doubt about it. It's coming. But it just didn't happen this year.
I got to ask you this, Mark. I mean, we know you're a Texas fan, but you're a WWE Hall of Famer. I'm into the, like, growing up and so forth, and right now I'm into the WWE. I know you helped to or discovered Bianca Belair, one of the biggest stars in all of WWE. Just how did you? She was a great athlete, ran track at Tennessee. How were you able to discover her? And just your thoughts on where WWE is. It's really, really big time.
Oh, big time is an understatement. I mean, there's not many things in the world of entertainment and sports and multimedia that rivals what the WWE is. As far as my scouting prowess, Bianca's not the only world champion that I've discovered. I've discovered about 7 of them, and they've all, they call me, they ask for my opinion, and I give them my honest assessments. But the way that I recruit for sports entertainment is I need people that when they walk in the room, you almost hear them before you see them. That's like one of my things. The other thing is when they walk in the room, does everybody in the room go, hey, who is that? They know there's somebody. They just don't know who they are. And then outstanding physical traits. And Bianca competed at the God, I can't think of what the name, the CrossFit Championships. Mm-hmm. And, you're supposed to conserve energy when you're going from one event to the other. She was doing cartwheels and backflips, and she was just very entertaining. I said she's made for wrestling. She's an entertainer first. And I mean, being a track athlete at Tennessee and a CrossFit prodigy, great. But she was a better entertainer than she was an athlete. And now she gets to mesh both of them.
That the voice of the world's strongest man, Mark Henry, WWE Hall of Famer, Texas football superfan, talking, of course, Texas football and WWE here on Game Night on ESPN Radio. Mark, we appreciate the time.
Hey, man, I appreciate the time. Now let's see if we can get these Cowboys to play better. So I'm not completely depressed. I need a welfare check tomorrow.
If he's still there, Mark, I can't roll with you on that one, Mark. I'm a Commanders fan. I'm a Commanders fan, man. I got season tickets. I can't roll with you on that one. Say it again.
I said, so failure very well.
Yeah, we both do. We both do, Mark. Hey, man,
I said it first, so I win.
Look, I'm not trying to get the world's strongest man angry. Mark, we appreciate the time.
I appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a great night.
All right, you too. Yeah. Hey, look, Tim. Man, I'm not trying to overstep my bounds there, man.
I'm not getting into a promo cutting contest with a WWE Hall of Famer. You were on your own on that one. I was just might as well turn my mic off. I've learned.
He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It's Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coming up next, more college football talk is on the way. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80.
College basketball on ESPN Radio. It's a Champions Classic doubleheader at Madison Square Garden in New York City. First, 9th-ranked Kentucky faces number 17 Michigan State. Then, 25th-ranked Kansas faces number 4 Duke. Coverage begins Tuesday at 6 Eastern with tip-off at 6:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Here once again with the head Silverado guy at the Undealership, Fred Caldwell Chevrolet in Clover, Martin McKinley, my man. 'Tis the season where we look at how we can do more for our communities, and that's why I want to take a second to talk about your involvement with Toys for Tots.
Charlie, we are very proud to continue to be a drop-off location, and it's really simple. As you're out and about, just stop by the dealership and drop off a new unwrapped toy. We'll take it from there.
The goal is to bring joy and hope to kids who really need it this holiday season, and since 1947, Toys for Tots has done just that to the tune of over $700 million million toys distributed to over 300 million kids. Now let's talk about Black Friday sales.
There's no such thing. When it comes to tremendous pricing, every day is Black Friday at Fred Caldwell Chevy.
Want some proof? How about this? The 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500, 0% APR for 36 months.
Reach out to me anytime for all the details. My number is 704-534-1014.
And together, let's drive to Fred Caldwell Chevrolet in Clover. That number again?
704-534-1014.
Finance with JM Financial on approved credit. See dealer for details.
It's Rich, Richie, and Joel from Affordable Siding and Windows. Guys, why should someone call Affordable Siding and Windows?
Because now's the time to lock in 2025 pricing and get the work done after the holidays.
At Affordable Siding and Windows, we have our own products, we have our own crews, and we have the industry's best warranties. For nearly 30 years at Affordable Siding and Windows, we've been making homes just like yours the envy of the neighborhood. Whether it's with our James Hardy siding, our Cedar Ridge insulated siding, replacement windows, beautiful front entry doors, and roofing done right.
If it's on the outside of your home, nobody does it like us.
And right now, take $1,500 off any siding project.
Buy 2 windows and get the 3rd one free.
Take $500 off any custom entry door.
And for roofing done right, we'll match it. Take $500 off that roof too.
And don't forget about our show home on Monroe Road, where you can see, touch, and experience these products for yourself.
That's Affordable Siding and Windows, 704-536-6225 or affordablesiding.com.
For over 77 years, Bailey's Fine Jewelry has been North Carolina's trusted destination for celebrating life's most meaningful moments. And for the past 25 years straight, Raleigh has voted Bailey's the best jeweler in the Triangle. Now, that award-winning experience comes to Charlotte. Bailey's and Morrison Smith Jewelers in Myers Park unite to bring a legacy of unmatched service, exquisite diamonds and engagement rings, and jewelry collections found nowhere else. From vintage Rolex and estate jewelry to esteemed designers collections and custom design, Bailey's has something memorable for every occasion. For generations, families across North Carolina have chosen Bailey's. Come see why at 705 Providence Road and experience the brilliance, beauty, and tradition that makes Bailey's truly special. We look forward to being your trusted jeweler in Charlotte. Bailey's Fine Jewelry, making your meaningful moments shine. Come see why. Every woman wants a Bailey box.
A moment.
In the game of the day, Texas falls to Georgia 35-10. Now 3 losses on the season for Texas. Texas has got some work to do. Remaining games against Arkansas and Texas A&M. If those games go well, then maybe we're talking about Texas back in the top 12 of the college football playoff. It's game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance with Tim Donnelly. Donald Ware with you. And we talked a little bit, Tim, about Georgia and what Georgia was able to do. But let's talk a little bit about Texas on the losing side of this thing. Again, we mentioned a couple of games that the Longhorns have remaining. Let's start with Arch Manning, 27 of 43, 251 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Those were the numbers. And you look at his last 2 games prior to this one, had put up some really, really good numbers. Got off to the slow start, but again, started to come on. Last 2 games, really, really good. And I'm not going to put this loss on him per se, but I want to get your thoughts on what you saw tonight in the performance of Arch Manning.
If Arch could have started the season a month ago, our entire opinion of Arch Manning is completely different. But he had to go through those early growing pains. I thought he had the yips physically, like just with his throwing motion. It didn't look the same to what we saw last year in limited time. So here's what it says to me. And this is something I believed in a long time. I'll use a real cheesy, like, motivational speaker analogy for you. Ready?
Yep.
A pottery class. They did an experiment with a pottery class where they divided it up in half, and they told the half, we'll call it class A, I want you to make the perfect pot. And they sat down and started getting to work on the little spinner thing, the wheel, right? Making just the perfect pot. They told Team B, Class B, I want you to make as many pots as possible for the next month, right? So you got one meticulously grinding over one pot, and you got one who's just reps, trying to make 1,000 pots a day. By the end of the class, the one that was asked to make quantity could make a much better pot than the one that was asked to just make one, right? Reps are more important. Practice are more important. Learning to make mistakes is more important. Arch had none of that. Right? At the beginning of the year, he was a practice player at Texas for a couple years. Prior to that, he did not play in, 6A Florida or Texas football. He didn't go to all the elite camps. The Mannings kept him in a little bubble because I think they were worried about what the pressure of his name would do. Now we see him with half a season, 2/3 of a season of reps. He's playing okay. Right? He needed the reps to get where he is now. I don't know if he's ever going to live up to what the hype was. I don't know if he's a number one pick. Odds are against him now, but he's better, right? He wasn't the reason they lost today. I would put that more on the running game if we're looking at the offense. He wasn't the reason they lost today, and that's a big step forward from what the narrative was 2 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, again, 17 yards rushing for Texas today. Look, to your point, I mean, you've got to have some help in the running game. 17 yards ain't going to get it done, especially for a quarterback that, to your point, last 2 games, really, really good. This is an entirely different type of football game than the last couple of games that he played in. And it's interesting because his numbers say that he's 63% of his passes are completed for 2,374 yards, 19 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. Solid numbers, but the numbers don't necessarily, to me anyway, speak to what we've seen from him so far. But I think it also speaks to your point of all the hype kind of coming in, and he needs those reps to continue to progress.
Exactly. I mean, and I'm not the first to say this, but if his last name was Jones or Smith or Williams, those numbers are pretty good. It's just his last name is Manning, so we were expecting, 2006 Peyton Manning, like all kinds of MVPs. Like that's what we were expecting, and it probably wasn't fair to Arch.
Steve Sarkisian, head coach for Texas, says the offense basically stubbed their toes during the game too much.
There's so many kind of self-inflicted things offensively for us that was probably the most frustrating part for me, because I don't think it was like, man, we couldn't block them. I mean, I felt like we were blocking them okay. I felt like we were getting open. I felt like when we wanted to run it, it was effective. When we wanted to throw it, it was effective. But kind of stubbing our own toe was the frustrating part to me, where, to your point, stacking plays on top of plays, that's what we need to do against quality opponents.
Particularly in the first half. Dropped passes, penalties, a bunch of miscues. Now, again, Texas was able to pull in the third quarter to within 14-10, then got blown out 21-0. Georgia outscored Texas in the fourth quarter. That's more of a defensive thing, but I guess my point is, and then Arch did throw an interception, a critical one, while Texas was making a drive. So you're right, like it wasn't on him totally. But the offense just couldn't get it done because of too many miscues.
Too many miscues, and like Kirby Smart's defense is pretty good. You know what I mean? When you hear Sarkisian saying, like, I don't know, we did this well, we were capable of doing this, and it just didn't happen. A lot of times that means the defensive coordinator is over there pushing the right buttons, pulling the right strings. And I know he's obviously the head coach, but he comes with a defensive background. Give Georgia the hat tip as well, right? If a Texas offense isn't living up to things and Sarkisian can't even understand it or can't explain it, he's just going, I don't know, we stubbed our toe. Usually that means the defense is doing something that, forced them into that, because Texas's offense and Sarkisian as a play caller is too good to just, self-inflict wounds all over the place.
The world's strongest man, WWE Hall of Famer and Texas football superfan, Mark Henry, joined us, as a matter of fact, in the last segment, and he had some sharp words as it relates to Steve Sarkisian.
One of the things that I feel like is going to be a necessary thing going forward is Kirby Smart. He's the big brother in the SEC. And until Sark, being the younger brother, beats the big brother, then that's always going to be the narrative. he's going to win. Like, there's no doubt about it. It's coming. But it just didn't happen this year.
Timmy called Sark the little brother.
And you can't argue with the results, right? Yeah. Until he wins, he's going to be a little brother. And I'll even add this. The surprise onside, that's like the big brother noogie, right? That's like the extra little sibling rivalry jab. You're already up 2 scores. You're in the fourth quarter, and you're going to throw the onside. Surprise onside, recover it and score again. That's the big brother to little brother, like, you know, head tussle. Real, like, let me ruffle your hair, kid. Like, you know, go out there, come back when you're ready to you know, try big brother again. And you know, I don't disagree with anything Mark said there.
Yeah, I mean, Arch Manning, again, 27 of 43, 251 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception in the loss to Georgia as the Longhorns rushed for just 17 yards in the ball game. Arch Manning was sacked a couple of times. His line in terms of running the football, 5 for -17, but a lot of that is going to have comes with the sacks that Arch Manning took in this ball game. Tune in for a football doubleheader tomorrow as the Giants host the Packers, followed by Chiefs at Broncos. Coverage begins at noon Eastern on select ESPN radio stations. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. Again, it's game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We've talked a bunch of college football today. Texas and Georgia up next. Guess what? It was a great day in college football, and we'll talk more about it. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Monday's show, we break down the entire weekend of football, NFL Week 11, college football, and preview Cowboys Raiders on Monday Night Football. That's coming up on the Monday edition of the Rich Eisen Show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Hi, Charlotte. I'm Trey Bailey.
And I'm Marcy Bailey. We're the 3rd generation behind Bailey's Fine Jewelry. We're excited to announce we've united with Morrison Smith Jewelers, and we're thrilled to bring our legacy of sparkle to the Queen City.
Since 1948, Bailey's has celebrated life's most meaningful moments with exceptional jewelry and unmatched service, a tradition that's earned us the honor of being voted best jeweler year after year.
Today, Bailey's is known across North Carolina for our incredible selection of beautiful diamonds and engagement rings, as well as our large assortment of stunning designer jewelry.
From estate pieces and pre-owned Rolex to custom design and repair services, Bailey's is your destination for fine jewelry and unforgettable gifts.
Visit us today at 705 Providence Road in Charlotte to experience the same trusted faces and rich history you've come to love, now with 150 years of combined heritage.
Bailey's and Morrison Smith Jewelers, celebrating love, legacy, and life's most special moments. Come see why every woman wants a Bailey box.
There you are, enjoying some time off. Then your phone rings. Your tenant is locked out again. How does this keep happening, and why is it always your problem? I'm Joe Remsen, and I can tell you how to fix that. You need a professional property manager for your residential rental. At TR Lawing, we've been handling the details of residential rentals for over 60 years. We screen applicants, collect rent, handle late-night maintenance calls, and we can get that door unlocked. Again, get your time back. Visit trlawing.com today.
This is WFNZ-FM Harrisburg and WLNK HD3 Charlotte.
The exclusive home of the Charlotte Hornets.
This
I'm Marty Hausberger. College football, Georgia put Texas away in the fourth quarter.
From the Texas 30-yard line, Noah Thomas moves to the left side, wide out to the left, branch in the slot to that side. Two receivers tight to the right. Stockton out of the shotgun, snap it back to Gunner, fakes the pitch, stands in the pocket, throws wide open. Humphreys caught at the 8, into the end zone. Touchdown, London Humphreys.
That and the point after kick put the Bulldogs up 21-10. University of Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network with the call. They go on to clobber the Longhorns 35-10. Georgia quarterback Gunner Stockton had 5 touchdowns. Another ranked-on-ranked SEC class saw an upset as Oklahoma downs Alabama 23-21. The Crimson Tide outgained the Sooners 406-212. Bama coach Kalen DeVore said the offense was better.
What's disappointing is the turnovers because, you know, even the interception, we were working in deep into their territory, interception for a touchdown, you know, and then we just gave them the ball in our own territory a couple times.
Alabama committed 3 turnovers that led to 17 Oklahoma points. It's the Sooners' second win over Alabama in as many years. No team's done that to the Tide since Ole Miss 10 years ago. Speaking of the Rebels, they pulled away from Florida late to beat the Gators 34-24. Kejuan Lacey ran for 224 yards and 3 touchdowns for Ole Miss. USC was down 11 to Iowa at half, later by 2 touchdowns, but scored the last 19 points to beat the Hawkeyes 26-21. UConn basketball beats number 7 BYU 86-84.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman. I'll tell you why Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys could kiss their playoff hopes goodbye if they lose to the Raiders on Monday night. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is
the quick throw, what a catch! Highlight reel, touchdown!
Is
crossing over, steps back, another 3. Got it! Right down the chute.
Game night.
Swing and a drive! On its way! Gone! Ball game!
Game night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Some big games in Week 12 of college football. 2 of the biggest games. First saw Georgia, number 5 Georgia defeat number 10 Texas 35-10. Number 11 Oklahoma over Alabama 23-21. Other scores, as a matter of fact, at halftime, BYU, the 12th ranked team in the country, leads TCU 27-10. It was Ohio State, the number 1 team, over UCLA 48-10. Indiana, all over Wisconsin, 31-7. Texas A&M found itself down 30-3 at halftime, and the number 3 Aggies came back to defeat South Carolina 31-30. Texas Tech, number 6, defeated UCF 48-9. It was number 7 Ole Miss over Florida 34-24. Number 9, Notre Dame over Pittsburgh, or in Pittsburgh, by the way, ranked number 22, 37-15. And number 13, Utah over Baylor, 55-28. It's game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. You've got the Carolina Connection with Tim Donnelly. Donald Ware with you. And Tim, we haven't talked about Notre Dame at all this evening, and it's a Notre Dame team. And look, it's won 8 straight games, including, as mentioned, the victory over Pittsburgh. We were saying, okay, Notre Dame started the season off 0-2, and they needed, you looked at the rest of the schedule, and it didn't look good. And all of a sudden, Notre Dame has a couple of wins over ranked opponents, including Pittsburgh. And by the way, to me, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Notre Dame has won 8 straight football games. I want to kind of get your thoughts on the Fighting Irish, and they've got a heck of a running back in Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And everything you just said about the kind of elevator pitch for Notre Dame, right? Not how you start, it's how you finish. They won this many in a row. I think that all plays in the committee room a little bit, right? If somebody wants to ride for Notre Dame as far as bumping them up a seed or keeping them in the CFP projections, I think all of that plays. what I'm looking for is, like, I think of things in tiers, right? Right now, the top tier are the three kind of big dogs, the undefeateds. It's Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M. Beyond that, I'm looking for, I'm looking for a David if, those three are the Goliaths, but you need to have the slingshot. You need something or someone that makes me think you can upset the big dogs, right? You can upset the ones that are going to be the betting favorites. I look at Notre Dame and say, Jeremiah Love is about as good as of a slingshot as you can have, right? If you have deficiencies elsewhere, if you aren't the biggest proponent of C.J. Carr at quarterback, or you don't think Notre Dame has certain things on their defense that they're going to need, I look at you and I play from today, the long touchdown run with that spin move that Jeremiah Love pulled off in the middle of a defense, basically the confidence to pull off a blind spin move, knowing you are not on the sideline, you are in the middle of the field where you can get hit from any direction and you're blind for a good part of that move. That works on everybody, right? Like, if that play can work against any defense if you pull it off, right? If you have, first of all, the guts to try it and then the skill to pull it off. So if Jeremiah Love does that against a team that's quote unquote better than Notre Dame, it could equalize some things. So if I'm looking at, the two lost teams, if I'm looking at the kind of that squad and who can really make anything happen, who can really make some noise, I'm putting Notre Dame there solely on the back of they have perhaps the best running back in the entire country.
Jeremiah Love, I mean, if you look at the numbers, he's averaging, 6.4 yards per carry, 14 touchdowns. You remember the run he had last year in the college football. I forget who it was against, but he fought. I mean, it was like an individual effort like we haven't seen in a college football playoff. But you know what? I mean, when I hear about Heisman, it's mostly the quarterbacks we're talking about, but I don't really hear the love, for lack of a better term, for Jeremiah Love in terms, because 8 straight wins, he's kind of putting this team on his back. I mean, I would also venture to say, look, Carr, you mentioned Carr, he's put up some good numbers, but I mean, numbers don't always tell the story. But we need to be talking more about Love, I think, with respect to the Heisman Trophy.
I think that the people that are keeping Jeremiah Love out of the Heisman Trophy conversation are his own team. I don't know if I'm impressed by or disgusted by the self-control that the Notre Dame offense has. Because I know if I'm their offensive coordinator, I mean, every third down, every first down, I'm making sure I get the ball to Jeremiah Love and, perhaps giving him, way too many carries than is good for the future of your team or his career. So the fact that he is at this point in the season, he's averaging 6.4 yards per carry. He doesn't even have 1,000 yards yet. He's just under it at 988. They're still giving Price, who's a good running back in his own right. They're kind of two-headed monster that everybody talks about. I think it's like Jeremiah Love and Price, which is no disrespect to Price. It's more of a compliment to Love. But they're still giving Price a ton of carries. They lean on C.J. Carr a good amount, especially once the game has been established. So I think he has the talent to be a Heisman contending running back. I don't know if he's going to get the volume to be a Heisman contending running back unless they do play their way into the CFP and he has a couple of those, oh my goodness moments that become Heisman moments, right? If he had, say, the volume of an Ashton Jeanty from last year at Boise, I think Jeremiah Love is statistically up there with some of the all-time greats, but he's just not there right now because Notre Dame on this win streak hasn't had to.
He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It's Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Let me ask you this, Tim, because, again, you're talking about a Notre Dame team that got out of the gate very, very slow, but has won 8 straight games, to me, playing some really, really good football. Because I don't see, even with 2 losses, and we've seen this in the past with Notre Dame, I can't see Notre Dame being left out of this conversation. Like Notre Dame has its own package. It's an independent, right? It has its own media package. Like it has its own, its games are broadcast independent of a conference. You don't see that. If we were talking about the same team, okay, with the same record, had done the same thing, and that team was not named Notre Dame, would we be talking about this team as a college football playoff contender?
That's actually a great question because I have a really hard time separating it from being Notre Dame. It's why every time Marcus Freeman's name comes up for one of these deep pockets other jobs, I'm going, why in the world would he leave? Right now, if they beat Syracuse and Stanford, which if you cover the ACC, you know that's not a gauntlet of a final couple games. He doesn't have to go play a conference championship. He doesn't have to go expose his record to another ranked opponent and become some trophy win for some other team trying to make the CFP. They get to just go punch their ticket to the playoff. So if they weren't Notre Dame, I don't think they'd be in the CFP. But if they weren't Notre Dame, they would have likely a conference championship game coming up where they could punch their ticket into the CFP. They're truly unique. I don't know if it's always fair, but fair has gone out of the way with a lot of things that are driven by money in college football. They're a really good team. I think they'll be there right there. They came into the week 9th in the CFP. Right. I'm of the belief, and I think many are, that as long as you win your games and do what you're supposed to do, you shouldn't fall back a ton. I don't like when you win a game and lose 4 points, 4 spots in the CFP. So if they just win out, 9th, you're not going to move back to 15th. They'll probably move up as teams ahead of them have to play tougher games and lose those games. So, yeah, if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I'm pretty comfortable clearing my schedule to make sure I can travel for a CFP first-round game. I don't think they'll get the bye, but they'll be in the mix. And then, yes, I would give it to Jeremiah Love as much as possible to try to upset a couple teams and make a run, maybe back to the the semifinals or the national championship game like they were not too long ago.
Yeah, because they're playing well down the stretch. I mean, let's look at Notre Dame's schedule. Start the season off with the loss to Miami, then turn around and lose to Texas A&M. And the way Texas A&M is playing, I mean, no shame in that. Really no shame in losing to Miami either, although Miami, I just don't know what's going on with the Hurricanes right now. But then you've got wins over Purdue, Arkansas, Boise State, NC State, USC, which is nice because USC is ranked 17, Boston College, Navy seemed like a good matchup at the time, but Navy has kind of fallen off. And then a win over number 22 Pittsburgh on today with remaining games against Syracuse and Stanford. Notre Dame plays mandated to play 5 ACC schools, not in the ACC, but mandated, plays 5 ACC schools, whatever that's worth. And I mean, but look, it's Notre Dame. It's the biggest brand in the history of college football.
And I'll give Navy a little bit of a credit. They did beat South Florida today, so they got a ranked win. So that win, I actually look at their schedule and think most of their games have aged pretty well. Miami, at the time they lost to Miami, they were ranked 10th in the country. Miami coming into this week was 15th and got a significant win over NC State, meaning significant margin. Texas A&M, obviously that's aged very well, right? You lose to them by 1 when they're 16th in the country. Now they're in the top 3 easily, so that's a better loss than it was at the time. USC ranked higher now than they were when Notre Dame beat them, so their schedule is not the 27 Yankees, right? It's not Babe Ruth and Gehrig, and it's not that, but there's something there that's worthy of conversation. And without a conference championship game to prove if they're real or not, I think we'll learn in the first round of the CFP.
He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It's game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coming up next, the SEC gets shaken up today. This is game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app and Sirius XM Channel 80.
The NFL on ESPN Radio.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, touchdown, and the Lions jump on top.
Week to week, team to team.
Baker's the MVP of the NFL right now. Ability to throw the ball, he can go with anybody.
The NFL lives here. ESPN Radio.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, you've got your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/winter to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Erectile dysfunction is a very serious medical issue. This can be caused from low testosterone, high blood pressure, diabetes, or prostate issues. The physicians at the Carolina Men's Clinic are specialists in treating these issues. We've helped thousands of men with a 96% success rate. Call the Carolina Men's Clinic. The office visit is only $79.
I am 58 years old. I have more energy, and I am performing like I am 21 again. I feel amazing.
Call the Carolina Men's Clinic at 704-981-0043 or visit thecarolinamen'sclinic.com.
Picture this. You're on a date. The conversation's flowing. The food's amazing. And then bad breath happens. Confidence? Gone. Or maybe it's a big meeting, but coffee breath is doing all the talking. Not the impression you want to leave behind. Here's the truth. Gum and mints, most are just bad breath Band-Aids, and they fade fast. That's why you need to try Zellman's Minty Mouth, the functional breath freshener you swallow. Zellman's tiny dual-action capsules are coated with a powerful, delicious mint and filled with parsley seed oil, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders like garlic and onions. And it even takes down coffee breath, too, for fresh, confident breath anytime you need to get close. So go to Zellmans.com, that's ZELMINS.com, and use the code SPORTS for 15% off your first order. ZELMINS.com, code SPORTS for 15% off today. Don't let bad breath ruin the moment.
Results may vary.
SEC is king of college football, and so we're going to talk some SEC here in this segment on Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Hit us up on the Dr. Pepper call-in line, 1-888-729-3776, 1-888-SAY ESPN with Tim Donnelly. Donald Ware with you, and you had some big games. SEC is king. You had some big games in the SEC. None bigger, perhaps, than Georgia and Texas. Georgia defeating Texas 35-10 in what some may call an upset. It was Oklahoma over Alabama 23-21, and Texas A&M found itself down 30-3 at halftime before rallying to defeat South Carolina 31-30. And in another game, you also had Ole Miss. It was close, but Ole Miss able to pull things out. As a matter of fact, Ole Miss was down 24-20, ended up winning that game 34-20 over Florida. But Tim, let's talk about this Oklahoma and Alabama game. It's one in which, of course, Oklahoma comes away with the 23-21 victory. Some may call it a victory. I mean, if you look at the numbers from an offensive perspective, not overwhelming for Oklahoma. As a matter of fact, John Mateer completed 15 of 23 passes, 138 yards, and Oklahoma only had 74 yards rushing. You're talking about an Oklahoma team that barely got over 200 yards of total offense, yet pulled off the victory against Alabama.
This is why it's tough for Kalen DeBoer to be the guy after the guy, because in our memory, Nick Saban wins this game 100% of the time. Right? If you have another team who's not executing as well as they probably hoped, and their quarterback isn't putting up the numbers that you hoped, like Nick Saban wins that 1,000% of the time. Did he actually? No, right? No coach wins, has zero bad losses in their career. But when you win enough national championships like Nick Saban does, that blinds our memory, right? Our nostalgia goes away, and it only comes to the remembering the good times. So DeBoer is not only being compared to Saban, he's being compared to this mythical, magical, nostalgic version of Nick Saban. And with that, it puts him in a really tough situation, right? Losing these games seems catastrophic rather than what it probably should be, which is a bad loss, but a team that was fourth in the college football playoff, and even this week will probably still be in that projected top 12.
Alabama's last 4 possessions: punt, fumble, punt, downs. Quarterback Ty Simpson, 28 of 42, 326 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. But he had 4. He was sacked 4 times in this ball game. Alabama head coach Kalen DeBoer says Ty has to learn to throw the football away to avoid sacks.
With the pressure that they brought, he's got to get rid of it and be okay with throwing it away. It just, you can only hold on so long, and feel like with the blitz they had, you're going to get overwhelmed and outnumbered. And so you just got to understand the situation. I know it's 3rd down, and he wants to stay on the field, but you just got to understand, your defense is playing pretty good too, and you just got to live with punting once in a while.
But I would ask you, Tim, is that really where Alabama lost this football game, was because Ty Simpson got sacked 4 times? I mean, in a 2-point game, yes, that is why they lost the game, but also there's one of 20 other things that if they changed, that would have changed the outcome of the game as well. This is truly one of those Al Pacino Any Given Sunday, right? Life's a game of inches, gentlemen. They're everywhere, right? They're everywhere around you. They're right in front of your face. So, yeah, did Ty Simpson getting sacked cost them the game? Maybe, right? That might have been a 2-point swing, a 3-point swing. But also, was there a bunch of other things that may have been a 2 or 3-point swing? Absolutely. It's a thing you have to learn as a quarterback, right? I go back to this as an example for quarterbacking, right? And as a former quarterback, this really lights up my brain. Every quarterback in the NFL that has success throwing it downfield, there's usually their sophomore year, I call it a sophomore slump, where teams just play 2 high safeties. They just go, you're not throwing it over our head. And it takes them, if they're going to adjust, 6 or 8 games to just realize I have to take this 8-yard completion 1,000 times before they start moving the safeties up on me. And it's disrespectful, right? Defensive coordinators are disrespecting you. They're saying you don't have the discipline to take the short pass every single time. Eventually you'll throw it deep, our safeties will lick their chops, they'll get the interception, and you'll get yelled at on the sideline. Same is true for something like Ty Simpson. Throwing it away once, it's easy, right? You come to the sideline, darn, had to throw it away. Throwing it away 4 times in a game, it takes a ridiculous amount of discipline, because after 2, you're like, no, I'm ruining my stats. I want the big play. It's 3rd down. This is where I make my money. And no, maybe the play is to throw it away 6 times in a game. And you might have 8 incompletions, but 6 of them were throwaways, and you're going to be mad about it, but it's the right play. And until you're willing to do that, you're not disciplined enough to win games like this. When the sacks happen, that really does matter. And I don't remember when any of these sacks, if it was a critical point in the ball game. But I would say this, much like we talked about Texas's inability to run the football. I mean, Alabama in the same boat, only rushed for 80 yards. And I might add, Ty Simpson, 8 attempts, which is 4 real rushes, because he got sacked 4 times. But he only had -9 yards. It's not like, it depends upon when the sacks came in the ball game, but it wasn't like, he got sacked and he lost 10 yards, necessarily on a sack. It depends upon, when it happened in a ball game. Let's transition a little bit, Tim, and talk about, of course, the Ole Miss and Florida victory game. Mm-hmm. Ole Miss coming away with that victory over Florida. And as a matter of fact, Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback for Ole Miss, joined us here earlier on game night and talked about, look, everybody at Ole Miss just wants to win football games.
I feel like this team is special this year. I feel like we, just keep finding ways to win. And it's not any egos or people that, want the ball or anything like that. It's just, we just want to win here. And we find ways to win. So, being down at Oklahoma and then, coming back and, securing that win. And then obviously we couldn't get it done against Georgia, but, we put up a hell of a fight, honestly. And if things were different, if we play them again, I feel like things would be different, to be honest. But, this team's special, like I said. And, I'm glad that I'm an Ole Miss Rebel, and I'm glad that, I'm with this team.
He just wants to win, Tim.
He does. And we talked about it earlier, right? At this time last year, he was playing in Division II Ferris State. That probably does frame his outlook a little bit, right? If you're the number one recruit and you come in, you want to show out individually a little bit. If you just wanted to play at this level, winning is probably a little bit more important. And maybe I'm, broad strokes on that one a little bit, but I firmly believe if he threw for 120 yards and won, he'd be really excited about it. Meanwhile, we all know there's some people in college football who maybe want that 300-yard passing game, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, and he did have 301 yards passing in the football game, a touchdown and an interception. Game night is presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward. Visit careers.progressive.com. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It is game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Look, coming up next, we know it's not Tuesday, but the selection committee is on the way. Find out what we're talking about next. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80.
Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Erectile dysfunction is a very serious medical issue. This can be caused from low testosterone, high blood pressure, diabetes, or prostate issues. The physicians at the Carolina Men's Clinic are specialists in treating these issues. We've helped thousands of men with a 96% success rate. Call the Carolina Men's Clinic.
The office visit is only $79.
I am 58 years old. I have more energy, and I am performing like I am 21 again. I feel amazing.
Call the Carolina Men's Clinic at 704-981-0043 or visit thecarolinamen'sclinic.com.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
We have seen this Packer offense be dominant at times. We have seen it from Jordan Love. What are we going to get week to week?
Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers head to MetLife to face the New York Giants.
The Giants, they have dismissed Brian Daboll, and they have named the offensive coordinator Mike Kafka as the interim head coach starting this week.
The Packers at the Giants. Coverage begins tomorrow at noon Eastern with kickoff at 1 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Football Sunday on ESPN Radio. It's a huge AFC West showdown. Patrick Mahomes leads the Kansas City Chiefs in a mile high to face Bo Nix and the first-place Denver Broncos.
Bottom line is, you are what you are. Denver's 8-2, and they've got to be feeling really good about themselves.
The Chiefs at the Broncos. Coverage begins tomorrow at 4 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
I'm Marty Hausberger. Georgia used a dominating fourth quarter to bring down 10th-ranked Texas.
Play fake. Gunner going to keep it and roll to the right. Now throw to the end zone. Lucky wide open. Touchdown to the tight end. Lawson Lucky on the right side of the end zone. And there's that touchdown to tack on 6 more.
University of Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network. It was Gunner Stockton's second touchdown pass in the fourth quarter. He also ran for one to blitz Texas 35-10. He had 5 TDs overall. Mississippi's Kejuan Lacey ran for 224 yards, 3 touchdowns. Ole Miss shook off Florida 34-24. Kip Lewis had 7 tackles, including 2 sacks, and number 11 Oklahoma stunned 4th-ranked Alabama 23-21. And it was fitting the Sooners' defense clinched it.
Under a minute, 4th and 6. Snap, Simpson looks left, throws out to the left. It's broken up, incomplete. Pete Bowen knocked it down. Knocked it down. Alabama's got an Oklahoma problem. The Sooners turn them over on downs with 50 seconds to go.
It's a second straight Oklahoma victory over the Tide in the last 2 years. That call from Learfield. The Sooners scored 17 points off 3 Alabama turnovers. USC's won 4 straight Big Ten games for the first time, defeating Iowa in come-from-behind fashion 26-21. The Trojans faced their largest deficit of the season when Iowa went up 21-7. USC plays at Oregon next week. College hoops, Silas Demery Jr. scores 21, leads UConn past number 7 BYU 86-84.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Monday's show, we'll break down all the biggest storylines coming out of NFL Week 11 and preview the Cowboys and Raiders on Monday Night Football and much more. That's Monday on The Rich Eisen Show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
USC get the 26-21 victory over Iowa. USC may be a team we need to talk about a little bit more, perhaps. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're presented by Progressive Insurance with Tim Donnelly. Donald Ware with you here, and I don't know, and this is what we're getting ready to do. It's our way too early Week 12 CFP Selection Committee rankings, okay? And I don't know if USC is going to be on either one of our lists, but USC is hot right now, coming off of a nice win. They're, I believe, in the current rankings in the top 20 for sure, maybe 16th or something like that. But Tim, start us off with your top 12 CFP selections.
All right. Well, I think we can start pretty chalk here. The first 3, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, I don't see anything changing. They won. They handled their business. I will drop Alabama down. We'll have to figure out where as we go along here. But with their loss to Oklahoma, they're no longer in that 4 spot. I'm tempted to put Texas Tech there. I know I'm pretty sure Georgia will be, but I've liked the eye test the last 2 weeks for Texas Tech. So I'll put Texas Tech in the 4 spot. Georgia will stay in the 5th spot, although that's kind of what I would do rather than maybe what I think will happen. Ole Miss, good there. So that's the, whatever that is, the 6 or 5 spot. I need to make sure I get this right. Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, Texas A&M 3.
Okay.
I'm putting Texas Tech 4, Georgia 5. Ole Miss 6, Oregon 7. I'm going to bump up, let's see, Oklahoma to 8 after the win against Alabama. Then I will put Alabama, so they will be in the 9 spot. Notre Dame 10. And then my last two, I'm trying to predict some conference champions here. I'm going to put Georgia Tech in 11th, assuming that they win the ACC. And JMU, who had a gigantic win over App today, will get the fifth conference champion spot, kind of that last auto bid. And there's a little projecting there based on who's going to win the group of five. But that's where it stands. I think I got that in the order I wanted to. My notes look like chicken scratch. So reading my own handwriting and everything got a little crazy there. But I'm fairly confident that's the way I would put it right now. If I were to predict, I would flip, like what the committee's going to do, I would flip Georgia and Texas Tech.
Okay, so Tim, in his way too early Week 12 CFP selections, he's got
It's just too early. It's not way too early. It's almost real time. It's too early still, but it's not way too early.
All right. So he's got Ohio State at number 1, Indiana number 2, Texas A&M number 3, Texas Tech number 4, followed by Georgia at number 5. He's got Ole Miss at 6, Oregon at 7, Oklahoma at 8, Alabama at 9, Notre Dame at 10, Georgia Tech at 11, and JMU at 12. Do we have that right, Tim?
That is correct. I'm riding with that. I will lock in final answer, Regis.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to give you mine, and I like the fact that you did the more of the projections, more of maybe what the final poll would look like. But I'm going to go with what the next outcome will be for the College Football Playoff Committee. All right. So I've got, just like you, I've got Ohio State at number 1. I've got Indiana at number 2. And Texas A&M at number 3. We different a little bit here. I've got Georgia at number 4. Then I got Texas Tech at number 5. Ole Miss at number 6. I moved Oklahoma to number 7. And I know Oregon was there, but for me, I look at Oregon's schedule. It's not a great schedule and a loss. And no shame in losing to Indiana, but the one really huge game you had, you came up short. All right. I've got Notre Dame remaining at number 9. I dropped Alabama back to number 10. I put BYU moving up a spot to number 11. And then I'm moving Texas out, and I'm putting Utah in for this week. I got it. Mm-hmm. Putting Utah in for this week. So I'll recap real quick, and then we'll go over these. Again, Ohio State number 1, Indiana number 2, Texas A&M number 3, Georgia at number 4, Texas Tech at number 5, Ole Miss at number 6, Oklahoma is number 7 on my list, number 8 is Oregon, number 9 Notre Dame, number 10 Alabama. I've got BYU at 11, and rounding out my top 12 of now Tim says the not way too early, but the too early Week 12 of the CFP selection. I've got Utah at number 12 to round things out. So yeah, Tim, I mean, like I like your list, and I like the fact that looks like you did more of a final deal, which is cool. Like Georgia, and we'll see. Like the ace. Go ahead.
The one thing I like doing on these predictions, which is why I threw Georgia Tech and JMU in there, is like I agree with you that Utah would be top 12, 11, or 12 if we were just ranking teams, but I don't want Utah fans getting excited thinking they're in. Right, like there's a reserve spot there for the two other conference champions. So, like, I don't disagree with Utah being 12. Right. I just don't want, like, if you're a big fan of the Utes, you're sitting there seeing them in 12th, going like, heck yeah, like let's clear our schedule for the first round. Who are we gonna? All right, Texas Tech, like that's the matchup. Let's get ready. Meanwhile, everybody knows that one of those spots is going to go to a conference champion, which is why I threw Georgia Tech and JMU in there, just to kind of, set the standard. But if, going off of the way you did it, I don't disagree with Utah. I think Kyle Whittingham is like the most, he's the coach of Utah, obviously, the most like you probably take for granted coach Meaning, you know, I've got friends that are Virginia Tech fans. I have friends that are Florida State fans, and they would probably be like, man, you know, what is it, like an 11-win season every 4 years? Pretty good most years.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man, I don't know if that's good enough. I'm like, oh, you don't realize. Like, that is worth its weight in gold. They are relevant more often than they're not. They're playing meaningful football in the latter weeks more often than not. Are they ever going to win a national championship? Who knows? But, you know, their fans get to have the entire experience every year. So I like Utah being included in the conversation. They're just on the outside looking in for me, though.
No, and I'm in 100% agreement with you when it comes to Kyle Whittingham. Excellent coach. He's been with Utah, 30 plus years as a whole. Yeah, I mean, he was an assistant coach before he became the head coach. But no, I like what you did, because when I had to do this exercise maybe 3 weeks ago or 4 weweeks ago or so, I actually had Memphis in at that time, and I think I had Miami. But and you're right. I mean, one of the, you know, Georgia. Who knows from the ACC who's going to get in? Like, you've got all, you know, Pittsburgh, Georgia Tech, like, it's crazy. And Miami may be on the outside looking in to this whole thing. And to your point about JMU, I love what's happening there in Harrisonburg. Matter of fact, going to be there next week at Massanutten, as a matter of fact, in the mountains for a little getaway. But JMU is really doing it big. Even with the coaching change a couple of years ago, JMU had like an immediate impact in FBS. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, from a percentage standpoint, the Dukes have the highest percentage right now to make the college football playoff as a group of 5 members. So no, I really do like your list.
And that was hard for me to do. I played for the University of Delaware. JMU was one of our old rivals. I don't like seeing the Dukes. That purple, it's just gross. But I think, you know, as respectful competitors, I knew they had support. I knew they had money. I know their program cares about football. So when they jumped up to FBS, we followed them a few years later. But as they jumped up to FBS, I knew that it wouldn't take long for them to put some games together. I wasn't so obviously, you know, Kurt Cignetti took them into some kind of stratosphere that they've been able to keep momentum. But I would like to see JMU make the CFP this year and then not be afraid to schedule Delaware next year and get beat. So I want them to be as high as they can be for when we chop them down like we used to back in the day.
All right, so real quick, let's recap. And I want you, all of the listeners, to remember what we're saying if you can, and then we'll see what happens. Because, listen, Tim and we're not differing very much at all. So Tim's got Ohio State at number 1. He's got Indiana number 2, Texas A&M at 3, Texas Tech at 4, Georgia at number 5. He's got Ole Miss 6, Oregon 7, Oklahoma 8, Alabama 9, Notre Dame 10, Georgia Tech 11, and he's got JMU at number 12. For my list, I've got Ohio State at number 1, Indiana at number 2, Texas A&M at number 3. We are the same 1 through 3. Then I have Georgia at number 4, Texas Tech at number 5, Ole Miss 6, Oklahoma 7, Oregon 8, Notre Dame 9, Alabama 10, BYU 11, and Utah rounds out my top 12. So we'll see what the actual selection committee says on Tuesday. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm Donald Ware. It's game night on ESPN Radio. Coming up next, as a matter of fact, we've got some NFL football, in about 9 hours, a little less than 9 hours or so. And we're going to get you ready for Sunday action in the National Football League. This is game night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80.
The NFL on ESPN Radio.
New York has been starving for a quarterback they can say is their guy. They can say they have their guy.
Week to week, team to team.
Here's a pass. Intercepted. I just want to feel this moment.
The NFL lives here. ESPN Radio.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, you've got your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/winter to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Art Packing.
Analysis, exclusive interviews, and everything you need to know about ACC football.
This guy is elite. He's going to be a valuable asset to an NFL team.
ACC Huddle, Saturdays from 10 a.m. to noon Eastern on ACC Network and streaming live on the ESPN app.
The Fantasy Focus Football Podcast.
I think the wildest stat is that Matthew Stafford, for the first time in his Hall of Fame career, is now not a losing quarterback in terms of record.
Check it out on YouTube or wherever you get your podcast.
Hockey is here. The breakaways, here. The beards, here. The deets, the backhands, the OB goals, all here. Comebacks are here. Blue Cheap is here. Barn burners, thousands of them. Trade alerting, here. The fans, here. The Stanley Cup, yeah, you guessed it. It's here on ESPN.
Watch all season long on ESPN and the ESPN app.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio. It's a huge AFC West showdown. Patrick Mahomes leads the Kansas City Chiefs in a mile high to face Bo Nix and the first place Denver Broncos.
Bottom line is you are what you are. Denver's 8-2, and they've got to be feeling really good about themselves.
The Chiefs at the Broncos. Coverage begins tomorrow at 4 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
We have seen this Packer offense be dominant at times. We have seen it from Jordan Love. What are we going to get week to week?
Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers head to MetLife to face the New York Giants.
The Giants, they have dismissed Brian Daboll, and they have named the offensive coordinator Mike Kafka as the interim head coach starting this week.
The Packers at the Giants. Coverage begins tomorrow at noon Eastern with kickoff at 1 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
The NBA on ESPN is happening now. The new look Rockets are taking off.
You're welcoming Kevin Durant, and now you're legit title contenders.
There's no fear in the Cavaliers. Stop playing with me. The Knicks take their show on the road, while a rookie takes